Chapter 22 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wilderness of the Far West, Great American Desert, Parched Seasons, Black Hills, Rocky Mountains, Wandering and Predatory Hordes, Speculations on what may be the future population, Apprehended Dangers, A Plot to Desert, Rose the Interpreter, His Sinister Character, Departure from the Arikra Village. While Mr. Hunt was diligently preparing for his arduous journey, some of his men began to lose heart at the perilous prospect before them. But before we accuse them of want of spirit, it is proper to consider the nature of the wilderness into which they were about to adventure. It was a region almost as vast and trackless as the ocean, and at the time of which we treat but little known, excepting through the vague accounts of Indian hunters. A part of their route would lay across an immense tract, stretching north and south for hundreds of miles along the foot of the Rocky Mountains, and drained by the tributary streams of the Missouri and the Mississippi. This region, which resembles one of the immeasurable steppes of Asia, has not inaptly been termed the Great American Desert. It spreads forth into undulating and treeless plains and desolate sandy wastes, wearisome to the eye from their extent and monotony, and which are supposed by geologists to have formed the ancient floor of the ocean countless ages since, when its primeval waves beat against the granite bases of the Rocky Mountains. It is a land where no man permanently abides, for in certain seasons of the year there is no food, either for the hunter or his steed. The herbage is parched and withered, the brooks and streams are dried up, the buffalo, the elk, and the deer have wandered to distant parts, keeping within the verge of expiring verdure, and leaving behind them a vast uninhabited solitude, seamed by ravines, the beds of former torrents, but now serving only to tantalize and increase the thirst of the traveler. Occasionally, the monotony of this vast wilderness is interrupted by mountainous belts of sand and limestone, broken into confused masses with precipitous cliffs and yawning ravines, looking like the ruins of a world, or is traversed by lofty and barren ridges of rock, almost impassable, like those denominated the Black Hills. Beyond these rise the stern barriers of the Rocky Mountains, the limits, as it were, of the Atlantic world. The rugged defiles and deep valleys of this vast chain form sheltering places for restless and ferocious bands of savages, many of them the remnants of tribes, once inhabitants of the prairies, but broken up by war and violence, and who carry into their mountain haunts the fierce passions and reckless habits of desperadoes. Such is the nature of this immense wilderness of the Far West, which apparently defies cultivation and the habitation of civilized life. Some portions of it along the rivers may partially be subdued by agriculture, others may form vast pastoral tracts like those of the East, but it is to be feared that a great part of it will form a lawless interval between the abodes of civilized man, like the wastes of the ocean or the deserts of Arabia, and like them be subject to the depredations of the marauder. Here may spring up new and mongrel races, like new formations in geology, the amalgamation of the debris and abrasions of former races, civilized and savage, the remains of broken and almost extinguished tribes, the descendants of wandering hunters and trappers, of fugitives from the Spanish and American frontiers, of adventurers and desperadoes of every class and country, yearly ejected from the bosom of society into the wilderness. We are contributing incessantly to swell this singular and heterogeneous cloud of wild population that is to hang about our frontier, by the transfer of whole tribes from the east of the Mississippi to the great wastes of the Far West. Many of these bear with them the smart of real or fancied injuries. Many consider themselves expatriated beings, wrongfully exiled from their hereditary homes and the sepulchres of their fathers, and cherish a deep and abiding animosity against the race that has dispossessed them. Some may gradually become pastoral hordes, like those rude and migratory people, half shepherd, half warrior, who with their flocks and herds roam the plains of Upper Asia. But others, it is to be apprehended, will become predatory bands, mounted on the fleet steeds of the prairies, with the open plains for their marauding grounds, and the mountains for their retreats and lurking places. Here they may resemble those great hordes of the north, Gog and Magog with their bands, that haunt the gloomy imagination of the prophets. A great company and a mighty host, all riding upon horses, and warring upon those nations which were at rest, and dwelt peaceably, and had gotten cattle and goods. The Spaniards changed the whole character and habits of the Indians when they brought the horse among them. In Chile, Tucuman, and other parts, it has converted them, we are told, into Tartar-like tribes, and enabled them to keep the Spaniards out of their country, and even to make it dangerous for them to venture far from their towns and settlements. Are we not in danger of producing some such state of things in the boundless regions of the far West? That these are not mere fanciful and extravagant suggestions, we have sufficient proofs in the dangers already experienced by the traders to the Spanish mart of Santa Fe, and to the distant posts of the fur companies. These are obliged to proceed in armed caravans, and are subject to murderous attacks from bands of Pawnees, Comanches, and Blackfeet, that come scouring upon them in their weary march across the plains, or lie in wait for them along the passes of the mountains. We are wandering, however, into excursive speculations, when our intention was merely to give an idea of the nature of the wilderness which Mr. Hunt was about to traverse, and which at that time was far less known than at present, though it still remains in a great measure an unknown land. We cannot be surprised, therefore, that some of the resolute of his party should feel dismay at the thoughts of adventuring into this perilous wilderness, under the uncertain guidance of 3 hunters who had merely passed once through the country, and might have forgotten the landmarks. Their apprehensions were aggravated by some of Lisa's followers, who, not being engaged in the expedition, took a mischievous pleasure in exaggerating its dangers. They painted in strong colors to the poor Canadian voyageurs the risk they would run of perishing with hunger and thirst, of being cut off by war parties of the Sioux who scoured the plains, of having their horses stolen by the Upsarakas or Crows who infested the skirts of the Rocky Mountains, or of being butchered by the Blackfeet who lurked among the defiles. In a word, there was little chance of their getting alive across the mountains, and even if they did, those 3 guides knew nothing of the howling wilderness that lay beyond. The apprehensions thus awakened in the minds of some of the men came well nigh proving detrimental to the expedition. Some of them determined to desert, and to make their way back to St. Louis. They accordingly purloined several weapons and a barrel of gunpowder as ammunition for their enterprise, and buried them in the river bank, intending to seize one of the boats and make off in the night. Fortunately, their plot was overheard by John Day, the Kentuckian, and communicated to the partners, who took quiet and effectual means to frustrate it. The dangers to be apprehended from the Crow Indians had not been overrated by the camp gossips. These savages, through whose mountain haunts the party would have to pass, were noted for daring and excursive habits, and great dexterity in horse stealing. Mr. Hunt, therefore, considered himself fortunate in having met with a man who might be of great use to him in any intercourse he might have with the tribe. This was a wandering individual named Edward Rose, whom he had picked up somewhere on the Missouri, one of those anomalous beings found on the frontier, who seemed to have neither kin nor country. He had lived some time among the Crows, so as to become acquainted with their language and customs, and was withal a dogged, sullen, silent fellow, with a sinister aspect, and more of the savage than the civilized man in his appearance. He was engaged to serve in general as a hunter, but as guide and interpreter when they should reach the country of the Crows. On the 18th of July, Mr. Hunt took up his line of march by land from the Arikra village, leaving Mr. Lisa and Mr. Nuttall there, where they intended to await the expected arrival of Mr. Henry from the Rocky Mountains. As to Messrs. Bradbury and Breckenridge, they had departed some days previously on a voyage down the river to St. Louis with a detachment from Mr. Lisa's party. With all his exertions, Mr. Hunt had been unable to obtain a sufficient number of horses for the accommodation of all his people. His cavalcade consisted of 82 horses, most of them heavily laden with Indian goods, beaver traps, ammunition, Indian corn, cornmeal, and other necessaries. Each of the partners was mounted, and a horse was allotted to the interpreter, Pierre Dorion, for the transportation of his luggage and his 2 children. His squaw, for the most part of the time, trudged on foot, like the residue of the party, nor did any of the men show more patience and fortitude than this resolute woman in enduring fatigue and hardship. The veteran trappers and voyageurs of Lisa's party shook their heads as their comrades set out, and took leave of them as of doomed men, and even Lisa himself gave it as his opinion, after the travelers had departed, that they would never reach the shores of the Pacific, but would either perish with hunger in the wilderness or be cut off by the savages. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Summer weather of the prairies, purity of the atmosphere, Canadians on the march, sickness in the camp, Big River, vulgar nomenclature, suggestions about the original Indian names, Camp of Cheyennes, trade for horses, character of the Cheyennes, their horsemanship, historical anecdotes of the tribe. The course taken by Mr. Hunt was at first to the northwest, but soon turned and kept generally to the southwest, to avoid the country infested by the Blackfeet. His route took him across some of the tributary streams of the Missouri, and over immense prairies, bounded only by the horizon and destitute of trees. It was now the height of summer, and these naked plains would be intolerable to the traveler, were it not for the breezes which swept over them during the fervor of the day, bringing with them tempering airs from the distant mountains. To the prevalence of these breezes, and to the want of all leafy covert, may we also attribute the freedom from those flies and other insects so tormenting to man and beast during the summer months in the lower plains, which are bordered and interspersed with woodland. The monotony of these immense landscapes also would be as wearisome as that of the ocean, were it not relieved in some degree by the purity and elasticity of the atmosphere and the beauty of the heavens. The sky has that delicious blue for which the sky of Italy is renowned. The sun shines with a splendor unobscured by any cloud or vapor, and a starlight night on the prairies is glorious. This purity and elasticity of atmosphere increases as the traveler approaches the mountains and gradually rises into more elevated prairies. On the second day of the journey, Mr. Hunt arranged the party into small and convenient messes, distributing among them the camp kettles. The encampments at night were as before, some sleeping under tents and others bivouacking in the open air. The Canadians proved as patient of toil and hardship on the land as on the water. Indeed, nothing could surpass the patience and good humor of these men upon the march. They were the cheerful drudges of the party, loading and unloading the horses, pitching the tents, making the fires, cooking, in short, performing all those household and menial offices which the Indians usually assign to the squaws, and like the squaws they left all the hunting and fighting to others. A Canadian has but little affection for the exercise of the rifle. The progress of the party was but slow for the first few days. Some of the men were indisposed. Mr. Crooks especially was so unwell that he could not keep on his horse. A rude kind of litter was therefore prepared for him, consisting of 2 long poles, fixed one on each side of 2 horses, with a matting between them, on which he reclined at full length and was protected from the sun by a canopy of boughs. On the evening of the 23rd July, they encamped on the banks of what they term Big River, And here we cannot but pause to lament the stupid, commonplace, and often ribald names entailed upon the rivers and other features of the Great West by traders and settlers. As the aboriginal tribes of these magnificent regions are yet in existence, the Indian names might easily be recovered, which, besides being in general more sonorous and musical, would remain mementos of the primitive lords of the soil, of whom in a little while scarce any traces will be left. Indeed, it is to be wished that the whole of our country could be rescued as much as possible from the wretched nomenclature inflicted upon it by ignorant and vulgar minds, and this might be done in a great degree by restoring the Indian names, wherever significant and euphonious. As there appears to be a spirit of research abroad in respect to our aboriginal antiquities, we would suggest, as a worthy object of enterprise, a map or maps of every part of our country, giving the Indian names wherever they could be ascertained. Whoever achieves such an object worthily will leave a monument to his own reputation. To return from this digression, as the travelers were now in a country abounding with buffalo, they remained for several days encamped upon the banks of Big River to obtain a supply of provisions and to give the invalids time to recruit. On the second day of their sojourn, as Ben Jones, John Day, and others of the hunters were in pursuit of game, they came upon an Indian camp on the open prairie, near to a small stream which ran through a ravine. The tents or lodges were of dressed buffalo skins, sewn together and stretched on tapering pine poles, joined at the top, but radiating at the bottom, so as to form a circle capable of admitting 50 persons. Numbers of horses were grazing in the neighborhood of the camp, or straying at large on the prairie, a sight most acceptable to the hunters. After reconnoitering the camp for some time, they ascertained it to belong to a band of Cheyenne Indians, the same that had sent a deputation to the Arikras. They received the hunters in the most friendly manner, invited them to their lodges, which were more cleanly than Indian lodges are prone to be, and set food before them with true uncivilized hospitality. Several of them accompanied the hunters back to the camp, when a trade was immediately opened. The Cheyennes were astonished and delighted to find a convoy of goods and trinkets thus brought into the very heart of the prairie, while Mr. Hunt and his companions were overjoyed to have an opportunity of obtaining a further supply of horses from these equestrian savages. During a fortnight that the travelers lingered at this place, their encampment was continually thronged by the Cheyennes. They were a civil, well-behaved people, cleanly in their persons and decorous in their habits. The men were tall, straight, and vigorous, with aquiline noses and high cheekbones. Some were almost as naked as ancient statues, and might have stood as models for a statuary. Others had leggins and moccasins of deerskin and buffalo robes, which they threw gracefully over their shoulders. In a little while, however, they began to appear in more gorgeous array, tricked out in the finery obtained from the white men, bright cloths, brass rings, beads of various colors, and happy was he who could render himself hideous with vermilion. The travelers had frequent occasions to admire the skill and grace with which these Indians managed their horses. Some of them made a striking display when mounted, themselves and their steeds decorated in gala style, for the Indians often bestow more finery upon their horses than upon themselves. Some would hang around the necks, or rather on the breasts of their horses, the most precious ornaments they had obtained from the white men. Others interwove feathers in their manes and tails. The Indian horses, too, appear to have an attachment to their wild riders, and indeed it is said that the horses of the prairies readily distinguish an Indian from a white man by the smell, and give a preference to the former. Yet the Indians in general are hard riders, and however they may value their horses, treat them with great roughness and neglect. Occasionally the Cheyennes joined the white hunters in pursuit of the elk and buffalo, and when, in the ardor of the chase, spared neither themselves nor their steeds, scouring the prairies at full speed, and plunging down precipices and frightful ravines that threatened the necks of both horse and horseman. The Indian steed, well trained to the chase, seems as mad as the rider, and pursues the game as eagerly as if it were his natural prey, on the flesh of which he was to banquet. The history of the Cheyennes is that of many of those wandering tribes of the prairies. They were the remnant of a once powerful people called the Shaways, inhabiting a branch of the Red River which flows into Lake Winnipeg. Every Indian tribe has some rival tribe with which it wages implacable hostility. The deadly enemies of the Shaways were the Sioux, who, after a long course of warfare, proved too powerful for them and drove them across the Missouri. They again took root near the Warracanner Creek and established themselves there in a fortified village. The Sioux still followed with deadly animosity, dislodged them from their village, and compelled them to take refuge in the Black Hills, near the upper waters of the Cheyenne or Cheyenne River. Here they lost even their name and became known among the French colonists by that of the river they frequented. The heart of the tribe was now broken. Its numbers were greatly thinned by their harassing wars. They no longer attempted to establish themselves in any permanent abode that might be an object of attack to their cruel foes. They gave up the cultivation of the fruits of the earth and became a wandering tribe, subsisting by the chase and following the buffalo in its migrations. Their only possessions were horses, which they caught on the prairies, or reared or captured on predatory incursions into the Mexican territories, as has already been mentioned. With some of these, they repaired once a year to the Arikra villages, exchanged them for corn, beans, pumpkins, and articles of European merchandise, and then returned into the heart of the prairies. Such are the fluctuating fortunes of these savage nations. War, famine, pestilence, together or singly, bring down their strength and thin their numbers. Whole tribes are rooted up from their native places, wander for a time about these immense regions, become amalgamated with other tribes, or disappear from the face of the earth. There appears to be a tendency to extinction among all the savage nations, and this tendency would seem to have been in operation among the aboriginals of this country long before the advent of the white men, if we may judge from the traces and traditions of ancient populousness in regions which were silent and deserted at the time of the discovery, and from the mysterious and perplexing vestiges of unknown races, predecessors of those found in actual possession, and who must long since have become gradually extinguished or been destroyed. The whole history of the aboriginal population of this country, however, is an enigma, and a grand one. Will it ever be solved? End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. New distribution of horses. Secret information of treason in the camp. Rose the interpreter. His perfidious character. His plots. Anecdotes of the Crow Indians. Notorious horse stealers. Some account of Rose, a desperado of the frontier. On the 6th of August, the travelers bade farewell to the friendly band of Cheyennes and resumed their journey. As they had obtained 36 additional horses by their recent traffic, Mr. Hunt made a new arrangement. The baggage was made up in smaller loads. A horse was allotted to each of the 6 prime hunters, and others were distributed among the voyageurs, a horse for every 2, so that they could ride and walk alternately. Mr. Crooks, being still too feeble to mount the saddle, was carried on a litter. Their march this day lay among singular hills and knolls of an indurated red earth, resembling brick, about the bases of which were scattered pumice stones and cinders, the whole bearing traces of the action of fire. In the evening they encamped on a branch of Big River. They were now out of the tract of country infested by the Sioux, and had advanced such a distance into the interior that Mr. Hunt no longer felt apprehensive of the desertion of any of his men. He was doomed, however, to experience new cause of anxiety. As he was seated in his tent after nightfall, one of the men came to him privately and informed him that there was mischief brewing in the camp. Edward Rose, the interpreter, whose sinister looks we have already mentioned, was denounced by this secret informer as a designing, treacherous scoundrel, who was tampering with the fidelity of certain of the men and instigating them to a flagrant piece of treason. In the course of a few days they would arrive at the mountainous district infested by the Apsarakas, or crows, the tribe among which Rose was to officiate as interpreter. His plan was that several of the men should join with him when in that neighborhood, in carrying off a number of the horses with their packages of goods and deserting to those savages. He assured them of good treatment among the Crows, the principal chiefs and warriors of whom he knew. They would soon become great men among them, and have the finest women and the daughters of the chiefs for wives, and the horses and goods they carried off would make them rich for life. The intelligence of this treachery on the part of Rose gave much disquiet to Mr. Hunt, for he knew not how far it might be effective among his men. He had already had proofs that several of them were disaffected to the enterprise and loath to cross the mountains. He knew also that savage life had charms for many of them, especially the Canadians, who were prone to intermarry and domesticate themselves among the Indians. And here a word or two concerning the Crows may be of service to the reader, as they will figure occasionally in the succeeding narration. The tribe consists of 4 bands, which have their nestling places in fertile, well-wooded valleys lying among the Rocky Mountains and watered by the Big Horse River and its tributary streams. But though these are properly their homes, where they shelter their old people, their wives, and their children, the men of the tribe are almost continually on the foray and the scamper. They are in fact notorious marauders and horse stealers, crossing and recrossing the mountains, robbing on the one side, and conveying their spoils to the other. Hence, we are told, is derived their name, given to them on account of their unsettled and predatory habits, winging their flight, like the crows, from one side of the mountains to the other, and making free booty of everything that lies in their way. Horses, however, are the especial objects of their depredations, and their skill and audacity in stealing them are said to be astonishing. This is their glory and delight. An accomplished horse stealer fills up their idea of a hero. Many horses are obtained by them also in barter from tribes in and beyond the mountains. They have an absolute passion for this noble animal, besides which he is with them an important object of traffic. Once a year they make a visit to the Mandans, the Minataris, and other tribes of the Missouri, taking with them droves of horses, which they exchange for guns, ammunition, trinkets, vermilion, cloths of bright colors, and various other articles of European manufacture. With these they supply their own wants and caprices, and carry on the internal trade for horses already mentioned. The plot of Rose to rob and abandon his countrymen when in the heart of the wilderness, and to throw himself into the hands of savages, may appear strange and improbable to those unacquainted with the singular and anomalous characters that are to be found about the borders. This fellow, it appears, was one of those desperadoes of the frontiers, outlawed by their crimes, who combine the vices of civilized and savage life, and are 10 times more barbarous than the Indians with whom they consort. Rose had formerly belonged to one of the gangs of pirates who infested the islands of the Mississippi, plundering boats as they went up and down the river, and who sometimes shifted the scene of their robberies to the shore, waylaying travelers as they returned by land from New Orleans with the proceeds of their downward voyage, plundering them of their money and effects, and often perpetrating the most atrocious murders. These hordes of villains being broken up and dispersed, Rose had betaken himself to the wilderness and associated himself with the Crows, whose predatory habits were congenial with his own, had married a woman of the tribe, and in short had identified himself with those vagrant savages. Such was the worthy guide and interpreter, Edward Rose. We give his story, however, not as it was known to Mr. Hunt and his companions at the time, but as it has been subsequently ascertained. Enough was known of the fellow and his dark and perfidious character to put Mr. Hunt upon his guard. Still, as there was no knowing how far his plans might have succeeded, and as any rash act might blow the mere smouldering sparks of treason into a sudden blaze, it was thought advisable by those with whom Mr. Hunt consulted to conceal all knowledge or suspicion of the meditated treachery, but to keep up a vigilant watch upon the movements of Rose, and a strict guard upon the horses at night. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Substitute for fuel on the prairies. Fossil trees. Fierceness of the buffaloes when in heat. 3 hunters missing. Signal fires and smokes. Uneasiness concerning the lost men. A plan to forestall a rogue. A new arrangement with Rose. Return of the wanderers. The plains over which the travelers were journeying continued to be destitute of trees, or even shrubs, insomuch that they had to use the dung of the buffalo for fuel, as the Arabs of the desert use that of the camel. This substitute for fuel is universal among the Indians of these upper prairies, and is said to make a fire equal to that of turf. If a few chips are added, it throws out a cheerful and kindly blaze. These plains, however, had not always been equally destitute of wood, as was evident from the trunks of the trees which the travelers repeatedly met with, some still standing, others lying about in broken fragments, but all in a fossil state, having flourished in times long past. In these singular remains the original grain of the wood was still so distinct that they could be ascertained to be the ruins of oak trees. Several pieces of the fossil wood were selected by the men to serve as whetstones. In this part of the journey there was no lack of provisions, for the prairies were covered with immense herds of buffalo. These, in general, are animals of peaceful demeanor, grazing quietly, like domestic cattle, but this was the season when they are in heat, and when the bulls are usually fierce and pugnacious. There was accordingly a universal restlessness and commotion throughout the plain, and the amorous herds gave utterance to their feelings in low bellowings that resounded like distant thunder. Here and there fierce duellos took place between rival enamorados, butting their huge shagged fronts together, goring each other with their short black horns, and tearing up the earth with their feet in perfect fury. In one of the evening halts, Pierre Dorion, the interpreter, together with Carson and Gardepierre, 2 of the hunters, were missing, nor had they returned by morning. As it was supposed they had wandered away in pursuit of buffalo, and would readily find the track of the party, no solicitude was felt on their account. A fire was left burning to guide them by its column of smoke, and the travelers proceeded on their march. In the evening a signal fire was made on a hill adjacent to the camp, and in the morning it was replenished with fuel so as to last throughout the day. These signals are usual among the Indians to give warnings to each other, or to call home straggling hunters. And such is the transparency of the atmosphere in those elevated plains that a slight column of smoke can be discerned from a great distance, particularly in the evenings. 2 or 3 days elapsed, however, without the reappearance of the 3 hunters, and Mr. Hunt slackened his march to give them time to overtake him. A vigilant watch continued to be kept upon the movements of Rose, and of such of the men as were considered doubtful in their loyalty, but nothing occurred to excite immediate apprehensions. Rose evidently was not a favorite among his comrades, and it was hoped that he had not been able to make any real partisans. On the 10th of August they encamped among hills, on the highest peak of which Mr. Hunt caused a huge pyre of pine wood to be made, which soon sent up a great column of flame that might be seen far and wide over the prairies. This fire blazed all night, and was amply replenished at daybreak, so that the towering pillar of smoke could not but be descried by the wanderers if within the distance of a day's journey. It is a common occurrence in these regions, where the features of the country so much resemble each other, for hunters to lose themselves and wander for many days before they can find their way back to the main body of their party. In the present instance, however, a more than common solicitude was felt in consequence of the distrust awakened by the sinister designs of Rose. The route now became excessively toilsome, over a ridge of steep rocky hills covered with loose stones. These were intersected by deep valleys formed by two branches of Big River, coming from the south of west, both of which they crossed. These streams were bordered by meadows, well stocked with buffaloes. Loads of meat were brought in by the hunters, but the travelers were rendered dainty by profusion, and would cook only the choice pieces. They had now traveled for several days at a very slow rate, and had made signal fires and left traces of their route at every stage. Yet nothing was heard or seen of the lost men. It began to be feared that they might have fallen into the hands of some lurking band of savages. A party, numerous as that of Mr. Hunt, with a long train of pack-horses, moving across the plains or naked hills, is discoverable at a great distance by Indian scouts, who spread the intelligence rapidly to various points, and assemble their friends to hang about the skirts of the travelers, steal their horses, or cut off any stragglers from the main body. Mr. Hunt and his companions were more and more sensible how much it would be in the power of this sullen and daring vagabond Rose to do them mischief, when they should become entangled in the defiles of the mountains, with the passes of which they were wholly unacquainted, and which were infested by his freebooting friends the crows. There, should he succeed in seducing some of the party into his plans, he might carry off the best horses and effects, throw himself among his savage allies, and set all pursuit at defiance. Mr. Hunt resolved, therefore, to frustrate the knave, divert him by management from his plans, and make it sufficiently advantageous for him to remain honest. He took occasion accordingly, in the course of conversation, to inform Rose that, having engaged him chiefly as a guide and interpreter through the country of the Crows, they would not stand in need of his services beyond. Knowing, therefore, his connection by marriage with that tribe, and his predilection for a residence among them, they would put no restraint upon his will, but whenever they met with a party of that people, would leave him at liberty to remain among his adopted brethren. Furthermore, that in thus parting with him, they would pay him half a year's wages in consideration of his past services, and would give him a horse, 3 beaver traps, and sundry other articles calculated to set him up in the world. This unexpected liberality, which made it nearly as profitable and infinitely less hazardous for Rose to remain honest than to play the rogue, completely disarmed him. From that time his whole deportment underwent a change. His brow cleared up and appeared more cheerful. He left off his sullen, skulking habits, and made no further attempts to tamper with the faith of his comrades. On the 13th of August, Mr. Hunt varied his course and inclined westward, in hopes of falling in with the 3 lost hunters, who, it was now thought, might have kept to the right hand of Big River. This course soon brought him to a fork of the Little Missouri, about 100 yards wide, and resembling the great river of the same name in the strength of its current, its turbid water, and the frequency of driftwood and sunken trees. Rugged mountains appeared ahead, crowding down to the water edge, and offering a barrier to further progress on the side they were ascending. Crossing the river, therefore, they encamped on its northwest bank, where they found good pasturage and buffalo in abundance. The weather was overcast and rainy, and a general gloom pervaded the camp. The voyageurs sat smoking in groups, with their shoulders as high as their heads, croaking their foreboding, when suddenly towards evening a shout of joy gave notice that the lost men were found. They came slowly lagging into camp with weary looks and horses jaded and way-worn. They had, in fact, been for several days incessantly on the move. In their hunting excursion on the prairies, they had pushed so far in pursuit of buffalo as to find it impossible to retrace their steps over plains trampled by innumerable herds, and were baffled by the monotony of the landscape in their attempts to recall landmarks. They had ridden to and fro until they had almost lost the points of the compass and become totally bewildered, nor did they ever perceive any of the signal fires and columns of smoke made by their comrades. At length, about 2 days previously, when almost spent by anxiety and hard riding, they came, to their great joy, upon the trail of the party, which they had since followed up steadily. Those only who have experienced the warm cordiality that grows up between comrades in wild and adventurous expeditions of the kind can picture to themselves the hearty cheering with which the stragglers were welcomed to the camp. Everyone crowded round them to ask questions and to hear the story of their mishaps. And even the squaw of the moody half-breed Pierre Dorion forgot the sternness of his domestic rule and the conjugal discipline of the cudgel in her joy at his safe return. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Black Mountains, haunts of predatory Indians, their wild and broken appearance, superstitions concerning them, thunder spirits, singular noises in the mountains, secret mines, hidden treasures, mountains in labor, scientific explanation, impassable defiles, black-tailed deer, the bighorn or asanta, prospect from a lofty height, plain with herds of buffalo, distant peaks of the Rocky Mountains, alarms in the camp, tracks of grizzly bears, dangerous nature of this animal, adventures of William Cannon and John Day with grizzly bears. Mr. Hunt and his party were now on the skirts of the Black Hills, or Black Mountains, as they are sometimes called, an extensive chain lying about 100 miles east of the Rocky Mountains, and stretching in a northeast direction from the South Fork of the Nebraska, or Platte River, to the great north bend of the Missouri. The Sierra, or ridge of the Black Hills, in fact, forms the dividing line between the waters of the Missouri and those of the Arkansas and the Mississippi, and gives rise to the Cheyenne, the Little Missouri, and several tributary streams of the Yellowstone. The wild recesses of these hills, like those of the Rocky Mountains, are retreats and lurking places for broken and predatory tribes, and it was among them that the remnants of the Cheyenne tribe took refuge, as has been stated, from their conquering enemies, the Sioux. The Black Hills are chiefly composed of sandstone, and in many places are broken into savage cliffs and precipices, and present the most singular and fantastic forms, sometimes resembling towns and castellated fortresses. The ignorant inhabitants of plains are prone to clothe the mountains that bound their horizon with fanciful and superstitious attributes. Thus, the wandering tribes of the prairies, who often behold clouds gathering round the summits of these hills, and lightning flashing and thunder pealing from them, when all the neighboring plains are serene and sunny, consider them the abode of the genii, or thunder spirits, who fabricate storms and tempests. On entering their defiles, therefore, they often hang offerings on the trees, or place them on the rocks, to propitiate the invisible lords of the mountains, and procure good weather and successful hunting, and they attach unusual significance to the echoes which haunt the precipices. This superstition may also have arisen in part from a natural phenomenon of a singular nature. In the most calm and serene weather, and at all times of the day or night, successive reports are now and then heard among these mountains, resembling the discharge of several pieces of artillery. Similar reports were heard by Messrs. Lewis and Clark in the Rocky Mountains, which they say were attributed by the Indians to the bursting of the rich mines of silver contained in the bosom of the mountains. In fact, these singular explosions have received fanciful explanations from learned men and have not been satisfactorily accounted for, even by philosophers. They are said to occur frequently in Brazil. Vasconcelos, a Jesuit father, describes one which he heard in the Sierra, or mountain region of Piratininga, and which he compares to the discharge of a park of artillery. The Indians told him that it was an explosion of stones. The worthy father had soon a satisfactory proof of the truth of their information, for the very place was found where a rock had burst and exploded from its entrails a stony mass like a bombshell, and of the size of a bull's heart. This mass was broken either in its ejection or its fall, and wonderful was the internal organization revealed. It had a shell harder even than iron, within which were arranged, like the seeds of a pomegranate, jewels of various colors, some transparent as crystals, others of a fine red, and others of mixed hues. The same phenomenon is said to occur occasionally in the adjacent province of Guaira, where stones of the bigness of a man's hand are exploded with a loud noise from the bosom of the earth, and scatter about, glittering in beautiful fragments that look like precious gems, but are of no value. The Indians of the Orellana also tell of horrible noises heard occasionally in the Paraguaxo, which they consider the throes and groans of the mountains, endeavoring to cast forth the precious stones hidden within its entrails. Others have endeavored to account for these discharges of mountain artillery on humbler principles, attributing them to the loud reports made by the disruption and fall of great masses of rock, reverberated and prolonged by the echoes. Others to the disengagement of hydrogen produced by subterraneous beds of coal in a state of ignition. In whatever way this singular phenomenon may be accounted for, the existence of it appears to be well established. It remains one of the lingering mysteries of nature, which throws something of a supernatural charm over her wild mountain solitudes, and we doubt whether the imaginative reader will not rather join with the poor Indian in attributing it to the thunder spirits, or the guardian genii of unseen treasures, than to any commonplace physical cause. Whatever might be the supernatural influences among these mountains, the travelers found their physical difficulties hard to cope with. They made repeated attempts to find a passage through or over the chain, but were as often turned back by impassable barriers. Sometimes a defile seemed to open a practicable path, but it would terminate in some wild chaos of rocks and cliffs, which it was impossible to climb. The animals of these solitary regions were different from those they had been accustomed to. The black-tailed deer would bound up the ravines on their approach, and the bighorn would gaze fearlessly down upon them from some impending precipice, or skip playfully from rock to rock. These animals are only to be met with in mountainous regions. The former is larger than the common deer, but its flesh is not equally esteemed by hunters. It has very large ears, and the tip of the tail is black, from which it derives its name. The bighorn is so named from its horns, which are of a great size and twisted like those of a ram. It is called by some the argali, by others the ibex, though differing from both of these animals. The Mandans call it the asata, a name much better than the clumsy appellation which it generally bears. It is of the size of a small elk or large deer, and of a dun color, excepting the belly and round the tail, where it is white. In its habits it resembles the goat, frequenting the rudest precipices, cropping the herbage from their edges, and like the chamois, bounding lightly and securely among dizzy heights where the hunter dares not venture. It is difficult, therefore, to get within shot of it. Ben Jones, the hunter, however, in one of the passes of the Black Hills, succeeded in bringing down a bighorn from the verge of a precipice, the flesh of which was pronounced by the gourmands of the camp to have the flavor of excellent mutton. Baffled in his attempts to traverse this mountain chain, Mr. Hunt skirted along it to the southwest, keeping it on the right, and still in hopes of finding an opening. At an early hour one day, he encamped in a narrow valley on the banks of a beautifully clear but rushy pool, surrounded by thickets bearing abundance of wild cherries, currants, and yellow and purple gooseberries. While the afternoon's meal was in preparation, Mr. Hunt and Mr. Mackenzie ascended to the summit of the nearest hill, from whence, aided by the purity and transparency of the evening atmosphere, they commanded a vast prospect on all sides. Below them extended a plain dotted with innumerable herds of buffalo. Some were lying among the herbage, others roaming in their unbounded pastures, while many were engaged in fierce contests like those already described, their low bellowings reaching the ear like the hoarse murmurs of the surf on a distant shore. Far off in the west they descried a range of lofty mountains, printing the clear horizon, some of them evidently capped with snow. These they supposed to be the Bighorn Mountains, so called from the animal of that name, with which they abound. They are a spur of the great rocky chain. The hill from whence Mr. Hunt had this prospect was, according to his computation, about 250 miles from the Arikra village. On returning to the camp, Mr. Hunt found some uneasiness prevailing among the Canadian voyageurs. In straying among the thickets, they had beheld tracks of grizzly bears in every direction, doubtless attracted thither by the fruit. To their dismay, they now found that they had encamped in one of the favorite resorts of this dreaded animal. The idea marred all the comfort of the encampment. As night closed, the surrounding thickets were peopled with terrors, insomuch that, according to Mr. Hunt, they could not help starting at every little breeze that stirred the bushes. The grizzly bear is the only really formidable quadruped of our continent. He is the favorite theme of the hunters of the far west, who describe him as equal in size to a common cow and of prodigious strength. He makes battle if assailed, and often, if pressed by hunger, is the assailant. If wounded, he becomes furious and will pursue the hunter. His speed exceeds that of a man, but is inferior to that of a horse. In attacking, he rears himself on his hind legs and springs the length of his body. Woe to horse or rider that comes within the sweep of his terrific claws, which are sometimes 9 inches in length, and tear everything before them. At the time we are treating of, the grizzly bear was still frequent on the Missouri and in the lower country, but like some of the broken tribes of the prairie, he has gradually fallen back before his enemies, and is now chiefly to be found in the upland regions, in rugged fastnesses, like those of the Black Hills and the Rocky Mountains. Here he lurks in caverns or holes which he has digged in the sides of hills, or under the roots and trunks of fallen trees. Like the common bear, he is fond of fruits and mast and roots, the latter of which he will dig up with his foreclaws. He is carnivorous also, and will even attack and conquer the lordly buffalo, dragging his huge carcass to the neighborhood of his den, that he may prey upon it at his leisure. The hunters, both white and red men, consider this the most heroic game. They prefer to hunt him on horseback, and will venture so near as sometimes to singe his hair with the flash of the rifle. The hunter of the grizzly bear, however, must be an experienced hand, and know where to aim at a vital part. For, of all quadrupeds, he is the most difficult to be killed. He will receive repeated wounds without flinching, and rarely is a shot mortal, unless through the head or heart. That the dangers apprehended from the grizzly bear at this night encampment were not imaginary was proved on the following morning. Among the hired men of the party was one William Cannon, who had been a soldier at one of the frontier posts and entered into the employ of Mr. Hunt at Mackinac. He was an inexperienced hunter and a poor shot, for which he was much bantered by his more adroit comrades. Piqued at their raillery, he had been practicing ever since he had joined the expedition, but without success. In the course of the present afternoon he went forth by himself to take a lesson in venery, and to his great delight he had the good fortune to kill a buffalo. As he was a considerable distance from the camp, he cut out the tongue and some of the choice bits and made them into a parcel, and slinging them on his shoulders by a strap passed round his forehead, as the voyageurs carry packages of goods, set out all glorious for the camp, anticipating a triumph over his brother hunters. In passing through a narrow ravine, he heard a noise behind him, and looking round, beheld, to his dismay, a grizzly bear in full pursuit, apparently attracted by the scent of the meat. Cannon had heard so much of the invulnerability of this tremendous animal that he never attempted to fire, but, slipping the strap from his forehead, let go the buffalo meat and ran for his life. The bear did not stop to regale himself with the game, but kept on after the hunter. He had nearly overtaken him when Cannon reached a tree, and throwing down his rifle, scrambled up it. The next instant Bruin was at the foot of the tree, but as this species of bear does not climb, he contented himself with turning the chase into a blockade. Night came on. In the darkness, Cannon could not perceive whether or not the enemy maintained his station, but his fears pictured him rigorously mounting guard. He passed the night, therefore, in the tree, a prey to dismal fancies. In the morning the bear was gone. Cannon warily descended the tree, gathered up his gun, and made the best of his way back to the camp, without venturing to look after his buffalo meat. While on this theme, we will add another anecdote of an adventure with a grizzly bear told of John Day, the Kentucky hunter, but which happened at a different period of the expedition. Day was hunting in company with one of the clerks of the company, a lively youngster who was a great favorite with the veteran, but whose vivacity he had continually to keep in check. They were in search of deer, when suddenly a huge grizzly bear emerged from a thicket about 30 yards distant, rearing himself upon his hind legs with a terrific growl and displaying a hideous array of teeth and claws. The rifle of the young man was leveled in an instant, but John Day's iron hand was as quickly upon his arm. "Be quiet, boy, be quiet," exclaimed the hunter between his clenched teeth, and without turning his eyes from the bear. They remained motionless. The monster regarded them for a time, then, lowering himself on his forepaws, slowly withdrew. He had not gone many paces before he again returned, reared himself on his hind legs, and repeated his menace. Day's hand was still on the arm of his young companion. He again pressed it hard and kept repeating between his teeth, "Quiet, boy, keep quiet," though the latter had not made a move since his first prohibition. The bear again lowered himself on all fours, retreated some 20 yards further, and again turned, reared, showed his teeth, and growled. This third menace was too much for the game spirit of John Day. "By Jove," exclaimed he, "I can stand this no longer," and in an instant a ball from his rifle whizzed into his foe. The wound was not mortal, but luckily it dismayed instead of enraged the animal, and he retreated into the thicket. Day's companion reproached him for not practicing the caution which he enjoined upon others. "Why, boy," replied the veteran, "caution is caution, but one must not put up with too much, even from a bear. Would you have me suffer myself to be bullied all day by a varmint?" End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Indian Trail, rough mountain traveling, sufferings from hunger and thirst, Powder River, game in abundance, a hunter's paradise, mountain peak seen at a great distance, one of the Bighorn chain, Rocky Mountains, extent, appearance, height, the great American desert, various characteristics of the mountains, Indian superstitions concerning them, land of souls, towns of the free and generous spirits, happy hunting grounds. For the 2 following days, the travelers pursued a westerly course for 34 miles along a ridge of country dividing the tributary waters of the Missouri and the Yellowstone. As landmarks, they guided themselves by the summits of the far distant mountains, which they supposed to belong to the Bighorn chain. They were gradually rising into a higher temperature, for the weather was cold for the season, with a sharp frost in the night, and ice of 1/8 of an inch in thickness. On the 22nd of August, early in the day, they came upon the trail of a numerous band. Rose and the other hunters examined the footprints with great attention and determined it to be the trail of a party of Crows, returning from an annual trading visit to the Mandans. As this trail afforded more commodious traveling, they immediately struck into it and followed it for 2 days. It led them over rough hills and through broken gullies, during which time they suffered great fatigue from the ruggedness of the country. The weather, too, which had recently been frosty, was now oppressively warm, and there was a great scarcity of water, insomuch that a valuable dog belonging to Mr. Mackenzie died of thirst. At one time they had 25 miles of painful travel without a drop of water, until they arrived at a small running stream. Here they eagerly slaked their thirst, but this being allayed, the calls of hunger became equally importunate. Ever since they had got among these barren and arid hills, where there was a deficiency of grass, they had met with no buffaloes, those animals keeping in the grassy meadows near the streams. They were obliged, therefore, to have recourse to their cornmeal, which they reserved for such emergencies. Some, however, were lucky enough to kill a wolf, which they cooked for supper and pronounced excellent food. The next morning they resumed their wayfaring, hungry and jaded, and had a dogged march of 18 miles among the same kind of hills. At length they emerged upon a stream of clear water, one of the forks of Powder River, and to their great joy beheld once more wide grassy meadows, stocked with herds of buffalo. For several days they kept along the banks of the river, ascending it about 18 miles. It was a hunter's paradise. The buffaloes were in such abundance that they were enabled to kill as many as they pleased, and to jerk a sufficient supply of meat for several days' journeying. Here, then, they reveled and reposed after their hungry and weary travel, hunting and feasting and reclining upon the grass. Their quiet, however, was a little marred by coming upon traces of Indians, who, they concluded, must be Crows. They were therefore obliged to keep a more vigilant watch than ever upon their horses. For several days they had been directing their march towards the lofty mountain described by Mr. Hunt and Mr. Mackenzie on the 17th of August, the height of which rendered it a landmark over a vast extent of country. At first it had appeared to them solitary and detached, but as they advanced towards it, it proved to be the principal summit of a chain of mountains. Day by day it varied in form, or rather its lower peaks, and the summits of others of the chain, emerged above the clear horizon, and finally the inferior line of hills which connected most of them rose to view. So far, however, are objects discernible in the pure atmosphere of these elevated plains, that from the place where they first descried the main mountain, they had to travel 150 miles before they reached its base. Here they encamped on the 30th of August, having come nearly 400 miles since leaving the Arikra village. The mountain which now towered above them was one of the Bighorn chain, bordered by a river of the same name and extending for a long distance rather east of north and west of south. It was a part of the great system of granite mountains which forms one of the most important and striking features of North America, stretching parallel to the coast of the Pacific from the Isthmus of Panama almost to the Arctic Ocean, and presenting a corresponding chain to that of the Andes in the southern hemisphere. This vast range has acquired, from its rugged and broken character and its summits and naked granite, the appellation of the Rocky Mountains, a name by no means distinctive, as all elevated ranges are rocky. Among the early explorers it was known as the range of Chippewayan Mountains, and this Indian name is the one it is likely to retain in poetic usage. Rising from the midst of vast plains and prairies, traversing several degrees of latitude, dividing the waters of the Atlantic and the Pacific, and seeming to bind with diverging ridges the level regions on its flanks. It has been figuratively termed the backbone of the northern continent. The Rocky Mountains do not present a range of uniform elevation, but rather groups and occasionally detached peaks. Though some of these rise to the region of perpetual snows and are upwards of 11,000 feet in real altitude, yet their height from their immediate bases is not so great as might be imagined, as they swell up from elevated plains several thousand feet above the level of the ocean. These plains are often of a desolate sterility, mere sandy wastes formed of the detritus of the granite heights, destitute of trees and herbage, scorched by the ardent and reflected rays of the summer's sun, and in winter swept by chilling blasts from the snow-clad mountains. Such is a great part of that vast region, extending north and south along the mountains, several hundred miles in width, which has not improperly been termed the Great American Desert. It is a region that almost discourages all hope of cultivation, and can only be traversed with safety by keeping near the streams which intersect it. Extensive plains likewise occur among the higher regions of the mountains, of considerable fertility. Indeed, these lofty plats of tableland seem to form a peculiar feature in the American continents. Some occur among the Cordilleras of the Andes, where cities and towns and cultivated farms are to be seen 8,000 feet above the level of the sea. The Rocky Mountains, as we have already observed, occur sometimes singly or in groups, and occasionally in collateral ridges. Between these are deep valleys with small streams winding through them, which find their way into the lower plains, augmenting as they proceed, and ultimately discharging themselves into those vast rivers which traverse the prairies like great arteries and drain the continent. While the granitic summits of the Rocky Mountains are bleak and bare, many of the inferior ridges are scantily clothed with scrubbed pines, oaks, cedar, and firs. Various parts of the mountains also bear traces of volcanic action. Some of the interior valleys are strewed with scoria and broken stones, evidently of volcanic origin. The surrounding rocks bear the like character, and vestiges of extinguished craters are to be seen on the elevated heights. We have already noticed the superstitious feelings with which the Indians regard the Black Hills, but this immense range of mountains, which divides all that they know of the world and gives birth to such mighty rivers, is still more an object of awe and veneration. They call it the crest of the world, and think that Wakanda, or the Master of Life, as they designate the Supreme Being, has his residence among these aerial heights. The tribes on the eastern prairies call them the Mountains of the Setting Sun. Some of them place the happy hunting grounds, their ideal paradise, among the recesses of these mountains, but say that they are invisible to living men. Here also is the land of souls, in which are the towns of the free and generous spirits, where those who have pleased the Master of Life while living enjoy after death all manner of delights. Wonders are told of these mountains by the distant tribes, whose warriors or hunters have ever wandered in their neighborhood. It is thought by some that after death they will have to travel to these mountains and ascend one of their highest and most rugged peaks among rocks and snows and tumbling torrents. After many moons of painful toil, they will reach the summit, from whence they will have a view over the land of souls. There they will see the happy hunting grounds, with the souls of the brave and good living in tents in green meadows by bright running streams, or hunting the herds of buffalo and elk and deer which have been slain on earth. There, too, they will see the villages or towns of the free and generous spirits brightening in the midst of delicious prairies. If they have acquitted themselves well while living, they will be permitted to descend and enjoy this happy country. If otherwise, they will but be tantalized with this prospect of it, and then hurled back from the mountain to wander about the sandy plains and endure the eternal pangs of unsatisfied thirst and hunger. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Region of the Crow Indians. Scouts on the lookout. Visit from a crew of hard riders. A Crow camp. Presents to the Crow chief. Bargaining. Crow bullies. Rose among his Indian friends. Parting with the Crows. Perplexities among the mountains. More of the Crows. Equestrian children. Search after stragglers. The travelers had now arrived in the vicinity of the mountain regions infested by the Crow Indians. These restless marauders, as has already been observed, are apt to be continually on the prowl about the skirts of the mountains, and even when encamped in some deep and secluded glen, they keep scouts upon the cliffs and promontories, who, unseen themselves, can discern every living thing that moves over the subjacent plains and valleys. It was not to be expected that our travelers could pass unseen through a region thus vigilantly sentineled. Accordingly, in the edge of the evening, not long after they had encamped at the foot of the Bighorn Sierra, a couple of wild-looking beings, scantily clad in skins, but well armed, and mounted on horses as wild-looking as themselves, were seen approaching with great caution from among the rocks. They might have been mistaken for two of the evil spirits of the mountains, so formidable in Indian fable. Rose was immediately sent out to hold a parley with them and invite them to the camp. They proved to be two scouts from the same band that had been tracked for some days past, and which was now encamped at some distance in the folds of the mountain. They were easily prevailed upon to come to the camp, where they were well received, and after remaining there until late in the evening, departed to make a report of all they had seen and experienced to their companions. The following day had scarce dawned when a troop of these wild mountain scamperers came galloping with whoops and yells into the camp, bringing an invitation from their chief for the white men to visit him. The tents were accordingly struck, the horses laden, and the party were soon on the march. The Crow horsemen, as they escorted them, appeared to take pride in showing off their equestrian skill and hardihood, careering at full speed on their half-savage steeds, and dashing among rocks and crags, and up and down the most rugged and dangerous places with perfect ease and unconcern. A ride of 16 miles brought them in the afternoon in sight of the Crow camp. It was composed of leather tents, pitched in a meadow on the border of a small clear stream at the foot of the mountain. A great number of horses were grazing in the vicinity, many of them doubtless captured in marauding excursions. The Crow chieftain came forth to meet his guests with great professions of friendship, and conducted them to his tents, pointing out, by the way, a convenient place where they might fix their camp. No sooner had they done so than Mr. Hunt opened some of the packages and made the chief a present of a scarlet blanket and a quantity of powder and ball. He gave him also some knives, trinkets, and tobacco, to be distributed among his warriors, with all which the grim potentate seemed, for the time, well pleased. As the Crows, however, were reputed to be perfidious in the extreme, and as arrant freebooters as the bird after which they were so worthily named, and as their general feelings towards the whites were known to be by no means friendly, the intercourse with them was conducted with great circumspection. The following day was passed in trading with the Crows for buffalo robes and skins, and in bartering galled and jaded horses for others that were in good condition. Some of the men also purchased horses on their own account, so that the number now amounted to 121, most of them sound and active, and fit for mountain service. Their wants being supplied, they ceased all further traffic, much to the dissatisfaction of the Crows, who became extremely urgent to continue the trade, and finding their importunities of no avail, assumed an insolent and menacing tone. All this was attributed by Mr. Hunt and his associates to the perfidious instigations of Rose, the interpreter, whom they suspected of the desire to foment ill will between them and the savages, for the promotion of his nefarious plans. McClellan, with his usual trenchant mode of dealing out justice, resolved to shoot the desperado on the spot in case of any outbreak. Nothing of the kind, however, occurred. The Crows were probably daunted by the resolute, though quiet, demeanor of the white men, and the constant vigilance and armed preparations which they maintained, and Rose, if he really still harbored his knavish designs, must have perceived that they were suspected, and, if attempted to be carried into effect, might bring ruin on his own head. The next morning, bright and early, Mr. Hunt proposed to resume his journeying. He took a ceremonious leave of the Crow chieftain and his vagabond warriors, and, according to previous arrangements, consigned to their cherishing friendship and fraternal adoption their worthy confederate Rose, who, having figured among the water pirates of the Mississippi, was well fitted to rise to distinction among the land pirates of the Rocky Mountains. It is proper to add that the ruffian was well received among the tribe, and appeared to be perfectly satisfied with the compromise he had made, feeling much more at his ease among savages than among white men. It is outcasts from justice and heartless desperadoes of this kind who sow the seeds of enmity and bitterness among the unfortunate tribes of the frontier. There is no enemy so implacable against a country or a community as one of its own people who has rendered himself an alien by his crimes. Right glad to be delivered from this treacherous companion, Mr. Hunt pursued his course among the skirts of the mountain, in a southern direction, seeking for some practicable defile by which he might pass through it. None such presented, however, in the course of 15 miles, and he encamped on a small stream, still on the outskirts. The green meadows which border these mountain streams are generally well stocked with game, and the hunters killed several fat elks, which supplied the camp with fresh meat. In the evening the travelers were surprised by an unwelcome visit from several crows belonging to a different band from that which they recently left, and who said their camp was among the mountains. The consciousness of being environed by such dangerous neighbors, and of being still within the range of Rose and his fellow ruffians, obliged the party to be continually on the alert and to maintain weary vigils throughout the night, lest they should be robbed of their horses. On the 3rd of September, finding that the mountain still stretched onwards, presenting a continued barrier, they endeavored to force a passage to the westward, but soon became entangled among rocks and precipices, which set all their efforts at defiance. The mountains seemed for the most part rugged, bare, and sterile, yet here and there it was clothed with pines, and with shrubs and flowering plants, some of which were in bloom. In toiling among these weary places, their thirst became excessive, for no water was to be met with. Numbers of the men wandered off into rocky dells and ravines in hopes of finding some brook or fountain, some of whom lost their way and did not rejoin the main party. After a day of painful and fruitless scrambling, Mr. Hunt gave up the attempt to penetrate in this direction, and returning to the little stream on the skirts of the mountain, pitched his tents within 6 miles of his encampment of the preceding night. He now ordered that signals should be made for the stragglers in quest of water, but the night passed away without their return. The next morning, to their surprise, Rose made his appearance at the camp, accompanied by some of his Crow associates. His unwelcome visit revived their suspicions, but he announced himself as a messenger of goodwill from the chief, who, finding they had taken the wrong road, had sent Rose and his companions to guide them to a nearer and better one across the mountain. Having no choice, being themselves utterly at fault, they set out under this questionable escort. They had not gone far before they fell in with the whole party of Crows, who, they now found, were going the same road with themselves. The 2 cavalcades of white and red men, therefore, pushed on together and presented a wild and picturesque spectacle, as, equipped with various weapons and in various garbs, with trains of pack-horses, they wound in long lines through the rugged defiles and up and down the crags and steeps of the mountain. The travelers had again an opportunity to see and admire the equestrian habitudes and address of this hard-riding tribe. They were all mounted, man, woman, and child, for the Crows have horses in abundance, so that no one goes on foot. The children are perfect imps on horseback. Among them was one so young that he could not yet speak. He was tied on a colt of 2 years old, but managed the reins as if by instinct, and plied the whip with true Indian prodigality. Mr. Hunt inquired the age of this infant jockey, and was answered that he had seen 2 winters. This is almost realizing the fable of the centaurs. Nor can we wonder at the equestrian adroitness of these savages, who are thus in a manner cradled in the saddle, and become in infancy almost identical with the animal they bestride. The mountain defiles were exceedingly rough and broken, and the travelling painful to the burdened horses. The party therefore proceeded but slowly, and were gradually left behind by the band of Crows, who had taken the lead. It is more than probable that Mr. Hunt loitered in his course to get rid of such doubtful fellow-travellers. Certain it is that he felt a sensation of relief as he saw the whole crew, the renegade Rose and all, disappear among the windings of the mountain, and heard the last yelp of the savages die away in the distance. When they were fairly out of sight and out of hearing, he encamped on the headwaters of the little stream of the preceding day, having come about 16 miles. Here he remained all the succeeding day, as well to give time for the Crows to get in the advance, as for the stragglers, who had wandered away in quest of water 2 days previously, to rejoin the camp. Indeed, considerable uneasiness began to be felt concerning these men, lest they should become utterly bewildered in the defiles of the mountains, or should fall into the hands of some marauding band of savages. Some of the most experienced hunters were sent in search of them. Others, in the meantime, employed themselves in hunting. The narrow valley in which they encamped, being watered by a running stream, yielded fresh pasturage, and though in the heart of the Bighorn Mountains, was well stocked with buffalo. Several of these were killed, as also a grizzly bear. In the evening, to the satisfaction of all parties, the stragglers made their appearance, and provisions being in abundance, there was hearty good cheer in the camp. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mountain Glens, Wandering Band of Savages, Anecdotes of Shoshones and Flatheads, Root Diggers, Their Solitary Lurking Habits, Gnomes of the Mountains, Wind River, Scarcity of Food, Alteration of Route, The Pilot Knobs or Tetons, Branch of the Colorado, Hunting Camp. Resuming their course on the following morning, Mr. Hunt and his companions continued on westward through a rugged region of hills and rocks, but diversified in many places by grassy little glens, with springs of water, bright sparkling brooks, clumps of pine trees, and a profusion of flowering plants, which were in bloom, although the weather was frosty. These beautiful and verdant recesses, running through and softening the rugged mountains, were cheering and refreshing to the wayworn travelers. In the course of the morning, as they were entangled in a defile, they beheld a small band of savages, as wild-looking as the surrounding scenery, who reconnoitred them warily from the rocks before they ventured to advance. Some of them were mounted on horses, rudely caparisoned with brindles or halters of buffalo hide, one end trailing after them on the ground. They proved to be a mixed party of Flatheads and Shoshones, or Snakes, and as these tribes will be frequently mentioned in the course of this work, we shall give a few introductory particulars concerning them. The Flatheads in question are not to be confounded with those of the name who dwell about the lower waters of the Columbia. Neither do they flatten their heads, as the others do. They inhabit the banks of a river on the west side of the mountains, and are described as simple, honest, and hospitable. Like all people of similar character, whether civilized or savage, They are prone to be imposed upon, and are especially maltreated by the ruthless Blackfeet, who harass them in their villages, steal their horses by night, or openly carry them off in the face of day, without provoking pursuit or retaliation. The Shoshones are a branch of the once powerful and prosperous tribe of the Snakes, who possessed a glorious hunting country about the upper forks of the Missouri, abounding in beaver and buffalo. Their hunting ground was occasionally invaded by the Blackfeet, but the Snakes battled bravely for their domains, and a long and bloody feud existed, with variable success. At length the Hudson's Bay Company, extending their trade into the interior, had dealings with the Blackfeet, who were nearest to them, and supplied them with firearms. The Snakes, who occasionally traded with the Spaniards, endeavored, but in vain, to obtain similar weapons. The Spanish traders wisely refused to arm them so formidably. The Blackfeet had now a vast advantage, and soon dispossessed the poor Snakes of their favorite hunting grounds, their land of plenty, and drove them from place to place, until they were fain to take refuge in the wildest and most desolate recesses of the Rocky Mountains. Even here they are subject to occasional visits from their implacable foes, as long as they have horses or any other property to tempt the plunderer. Thus, by degrees, the Snakes have become a scattered, broken-spirited, impoverished people, keeping about lonely rivers and mountain streams, and subsisting chiefly upon fish. Such of them as still possess horses, and occasionally figure as hunters, are called Shoshones. But there is another class, the most abject and forlorn, who are called Shuckers, or more commonly Diggers and Root-eaters. These are a shy, secret, solitary race, who keep in the most retired parts of the mountains, lurking like gnomes in caverns and clefts of the rocks, and subsisting in a great measure on the roots of the earth. Sometimes, in passing through a solitary mountain valley, the traveler comes perchance upon the bleeding carcass of a deer or buffalo that has just been slain. He looks round in vain for the hunter. The whole landscape is lifeless and deserted. At length he perceives a thread of smoke curling up from among the crags and cliffs, and scrambling to the place, finds some forlorn and skulking brood of diggers, terrified at being discovered. The Shoshones, however, who, as has been observed, have still horse to ride and weapon to wear, are somewhat bolder in their spirit, and more open and wide in their wanderings. In the autumn, when salmon disappear from the rivers, and hunger begins to pinch, they even venture down into their ancient hunting grounds to make a foray among the buffaloes. In this perilous enterprise they are occasionally joined by the Flatheads, the persecutions of the Blackfeet having produced a close alliance and cooperation between these luckless and maltreated tribes. Still, notwithstanding their united force, every step they take within the debatable ground is taken in fear and trembling, and with the utmost precaution. And an Indian trader assures us that he has seen at least 500 of them, armed and equipped for action, and keeping watch upon the hilltops, while about 50 were hunting in the prairie. Their excursions are brief and hurried. As soon as they have collected and jerked sufficient buffalo meat for winter provisions, they pack their horses, abandon the dangerous hunting grounds, and hasten back to the mountains, happy if they have not the terrible Blackfeet rattling after them. Such a confederate band of Shoshones and Flatheads was the one met by our travelers. It was bound on a visit to the Arapahoes, a tribe inhabiting the banks of the Nebraska. They were armed to the best of their scanty means, and some of the Shoshones had bucklers of buffalo hide, adorned with feathers and leathern fringes, and which have a charmed virtue in their eyes, from having been prepared with mystic ceremonies by their conjurers. In company with this wandering band, our travelers proceeded all day. In the evening they encamped near to each other in a defile of the mountains, on the borders of a stream running north and falling into Bighorn River. In the vicinity of the camp they found gooseberries, strawberries, and currants in great abundance. The defile bore traces of having been a thoroughfare for countless herds of buffaloes, though not one was to be seen. The hunters succeeded in killing an elk and several black-tailed deer. They were now in the bosom of the second Bighorn Ridge, with another lofty and snow-crowned mountain full in view to the west. 15 miles of western course brought them on the following day down into an intervening plain well stocked with buffalo. Here the Snakes and Flatheads joined with the white hunters in a successful hunt that soon filled the camp with provisions. On the morning of the 9th of September, the travelers parted company with their Indian friends and continued on their course to the west. A march of 30 miles brought them in the evening to the banks of a rapid and beautifully clear stream about 100 yards wide. It is the North Fork, or branch, of the Bighorn River, but bears its peculiar name of the Wind River, from being subject in the winter season to a continued blast, which sweeps its banks and prevents the snow from lying on them. This blast is said to be caused by a narrow gap or funnel in the mountains, through which the river forces its way between perpendicular precipices, resembling cut rocks. This river gives its name to a whole range of mountains consisting of 3 parallel chains, 80 miles in length and about 20 or 25 broad. One of its peaks is probably 15,000 feet above the level of the sea, being one of the highest of the Rocky Sierra. These mountains give rise not merely to the Wind or Bighorn River, but to several branches of the Yellowstone and the Missouri on the east, and of the Columbia and Colorado on the west, thus dividing the sources of these mighty streams. For 5 succeeding days, Mr. Hunt and his party continued up the course of the Wind River to the distance of about 80 miles, crossing and recrossing it according to its windings and the nature of its banks, sometimes passing through valleys, at other times scrambling over rocks and hills. The country in general was destitute of trees, but they passed through groves of wormwood, 8 and 10 feet in height, which they used occasionally for fuel, and they met with large quantities of wild flax. The mountains were destitute of game. They came in sight of 2 grizzly bears, but could not get near enough for a shot. Provisions, therefore, began to be scanty. They saw large flights of the kind of thrush commonly called the robin, and many smaller birds of migratory species, but the hills in general appeared lonely and with few signs of animal life. On the evening of the 14th September, they encamped on the forks of the Wind or Bighorn River. The largest of these forks came from the range of Wind River Mountains. The hunters who served as guides to the party in this part of their route had assured Mr. Hunt that by following up Wind River and crossing a single mountain ridge, he would come upon the headwaters of the Columbia. This scarcity of game, however, which already had been felt to a pinching degree, and which threatened them with famine among the sterile heights which lay before them, admonished them to change their course. It was determined, therefore, to make for a stream which they were informed passed the neighboring mountains to the south of west, on the grassy banks of which it was probable they would meet with buffalo. Accordingly, about 3 o'clock on the following day, meeting with a beaten Indian road which led in the proper direction, they struck into it, turning their backs upon Wind River. In the course of the day they came to a height that commanded an almost boundless prospect. Here one of the guides paused, and after considering the vast landscape attentively, pointed to 3 mountain peaks glistening with snow, which rose, he said, above a fork of Columbia River. They were hailed by the travelers with that joy with which a beacon on a seashore is hailed by mariners after a long and dangerous voyage. It is true, there was many a weary league to be traversed before they should reach these landmarks, for, allowing for their evident height and the extreme transparency of the atmosphere, they could not be much less than 100 miles distant. Even after reaching them, there would yet remain hundreds of miles of their journey to be accomplished. All these matters were forgotten in the joy at seeing the first landmarks of the Columbia, that river which formed the bourne of the expedition. These remarkable peaks were known as the Tetons. As guiding points for many days, to Mr. Hunt, he gave them the names of the Pilot Knobs. The travelers continued their course to the south of west for about 40 miles, through a region so elevated that patches of snow lay on the highest summits and on the northern declivities. At length they came to the desired stream, the object of their search, the waters of which flowed to the west. It was, in fact, a branch of the Colorado, which falls into the Gulf of California, and had received from the hunters the name of Spanish River, from information given by the Indians that Spaniards resided upon its lower waters. The aspect of this river and its vicinity was cheering to the wayworn and hungry travelers. Its banks were green, and there were grassy valleys running from it various directions into the heart of the rugged mountains, with herds of buffalo quietly grazing. The hunters sallied forth with keen alacrity and soon returned laden with provisions. In this part of the mountains, Mr. Hunt met with 3 different kinds of gooseberries: the common purple on a low and very thorny bush, a yellow kind of an excellent flavor, growing on a stalk free from thorns, and a deep purple of the size and taste of our winter grape, with a thorny stalk. There were also 3 kinds of currants, one very large and well-tasted, of a purple color, and growing on a bush 8 or 9 feet high, another of a yellow color, and of the size and taste of the large red currant, the bush 4 or 5 feet high, and the third a beautiful scarlet, resembling the strawberry in sweetness, though rather insipid, and growing on a low bush. On the 17th they continued down the course of the river, making 15 miles to the southwest. The river abounded with geese and ducks, and there were signs of its being inhabited by beaver and otters. Indeed, they were now approaching regions where these animals, the great objects of the fur trade, are said to abound. They encamped for the night opposite the end of a mountain in the west, which was probably the last chain of the Rocky Mountains. On the following morning they abandoned the main course of the Spanish River, and taking a northwest direction for 8 miles, came upon one of its little tributaries, issuing out of the bosom of the mountains and running through green meadows, yielding pasturage to herds of buffalo. As these were probably the last of that animal they would meet with, they encamped on the grassy banks of the river, determined to spend several days in hunting, so as to be able to jerk sufficient meat to supply them until they should reach the waters of the Columbia, where they trusted to find fish enough for their support. A little repose, too, was necessary for both men and horses, after their rugged and incessant marching, having in the course of the last 17 days traversed 260 miles of rough and in many parts sterile mountain country. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A plentiful hunting camp. Shoshone hunters. Hoback's River. Mad River. Encampment near the Pilot Knobs. A consultation. Preparations for a perilous voyage. 5 days were passed by Mr. Hunt and his companions in the fresh meadows watered by the bright little mountain stream. The hunters made great havoc among the buffaloes and brought in quantities of meat. The voyageurs busied themselves about the fires, roasting and stewing for present purposes, or drying provisions for the journey. The pack horses, eased of their burdens, rolled on the grass or grazed at large about the ample pasture. Those of the party who had no call upon their services indulged in the luxury of perfect relaxation, and the camp presented a picture of rude feasting and revelry, of mingled bustle and repose, characteristic of a halt in a fine hunting country. In the course of one of their excursions, some of the men came in sight of a small party of Indians, who instantly fled in great apparent consternation. They immediately retreated to camp with the intelligence, upon which Mr. Hunt and 4 others flung themselves upon their horses and sallied forth to reconnoiter. After riding for about 8 miles, they came upon a wild mountain scene. A lonely green valley stretched before them, surrounded by rugged heights. A herd of buffalo were careering madly through it, with a troop of savage horsemen in full chase, plying them with their bows and arrows. The appearance of Mr. Hunt and his companions put an abrupt end to the hunt. The buffalo scuttled off in one direction, while the Indians plied their lashes and galloped off in another as fast as their steeds could carry them. Mr. Hunt gave chase. There was a sharp scamper, though of short continuance. 2 young Indians, who were indifferently mounted, were soon overtaken. They were terribly frightened, and evidently gave themselves up for lost. By degrees their fears were allayed by kind treatment, but they continued to regard the strangers with a mixture of awe and wonder, for it was the first time in their lives they had ever seen a white man. They belonged to a party of Snakes who had come across the mountains on their autumnal hunting excursion to provide buffalo meat for the winter. Being persuaded of the peaceful intentions of Mr. Hunt and his companions, they willingly conducted them to their camp. It was pitched in a narrow valley on the margin of a stream. The tents were of dressed skins, some of them fantastically painted, with horses grazing about them. The approach of the party caused a transient alarm in the camp, for these poor Indians were ever on the lookout for cruel foes. No sooner, however, did they recognize the garb and complexion of their visitors than their apprehensions were changed into joy, for some of them had dealt with white men and knew them to be friendly and to abound with articles of singular value. They welcomed them, therefore, to their tents, set food before them, and entertained them to the best of their power. They had been successful in their hunt, and their camp was full of jerked buffalo meat, all of the choicest kind and extremely fat. Mr. Hunt purchased enough of them, in addition to what had been killed and cured by his own hunters, to load all the horses, excepting those reserved for the partners and the wife of Pierre Dorion. He found also a few beaver skins in their camp, for which he paid liberally, as an inducement to them to hunt for more, informing them that some of his party intended to live among the mountains and trade with the native hunters for their peltries. The poor Snakes soon comprehended the advantages thus held out to them, and promised to exert themselves to procure a quantity of beaver skins for future traffic. Being now well supplied with provisions, Mr. Hunt broke up his encampment on the 24th of September and continued on to the west. A march of 15 miles over a mountain ridge brought them to a stream about 50 feet in width, which Hoback, one of their guides, who had trapped about the neighborhood when in the service of Mr. Henry, recognized for one of the headwaters of the Columbia. The travelers hailed it with delight as the first stream they had encountered, tending toward their point of destination. They kept along it for 2 days, during which, from the contribution of many rills and brooks, it gradually swelled into a small river. As it meandered among rocks and precipices, they were frequently obliged to ford it, and such was its rapidity that the men were often in danger of being swept away. Sometimes the banks advanced so close upon the river that they were obliged to scramble up and down their rugged promontories, or to skirt along their bases where there was scarce a foothold. Their horses had dangerous falls in some of these passes. One of them rolled with his load nearly 200 feet downhill into the river, but without receiving any injury. At length they emerged from these stupendous defiles and continued for several miles along the bank of Hoback's River, through one of the stern mountain valleys. Here it was joined by a river of greater magnitude and swifter current, and their united waters swept off through the valley in one impetuous stream, which, from its rapidity and turbulence, had received the name of the Mad River. At the confluence of these streams the travelers encamped. An important point in their arduous journey had been attained. A few miles from their camp rose the 3 vast snowy peaks called the Tetons, or the Pilot Knobs, the great landmarks of the Columbia, by which they had shaped their course through this mountain wilderness. By their feet flowed the rapid current of Mad River, a stream ample enough to admit of the navigation of canoes, and down which they might possibly be able to steer their course to the main body of the Columbia. The Canadian voyageurs rejoiced at the idea of once more launching themselves upon their favorite element, of exchanging their horses for canoes, and of gliding down the bosoms of rivers instead of scrambling over the backs of mountains. Others of the party, also, inexperienced in this kind of traveling, considered their toils and troubles as drawing to a close. They had conquered the chief difficulties of this great rocky barrier, and now flattered themselves with the hope of an easy downward course for the rest of their journey. Little did they dream of the hardships and perils, by land and water, which were yet to be encountered in the frightful wilderness that intervened between them and the shores of the Pacific. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A consultation whether to proceed by land or water. Preparations for boat building. An exploring party. A party of trappers detached. 2 snake visitors. Their report concerning the river, confirmed by the exploring party. Mad River abandoned. Arrival at Henry's Fort. Detachment of Robinson, Hoback, and Resner to trap. Mr. Miller resolves to accompany them. Their departure. On the banks of Mad River, Mr. Hunt held a consultation with the other partners as to their future movements. The wild and impetuous current of the river rendered him doubtful whether it might not abound with impediments lower down, sufficient to render the navigation of it slow and perilous, if not impracticable. The hunters who had acted as guides knew nothing of the character of the river below, what rocks and shoals and rapids might obstruct it, or through what mountains and deserts it might pass. Should they then abandon their horses, cast themselves loose in fragile barks upon this wild, doubtful, and unknown river? Or should they continue their more toilsome and tedious, but perhaps more certain wayfaring by land? The vote, as might have been expected, was almost unanimous for embarkation, for when men are in difficulties, every change seems to be for the better. The difficulty now was to find timber of sufficient size for the construction of canoes, the trees in these high mountain regions being chiefly a scrubbed growth of pines and cedars, aspens, haws, and service-berries, and a small kind of cotton tree, with a leaf resembling that of the willow. There was a species of large fir, but so full of knots as to endanger the axe in hewing it. After searching for some time, a growth of timber of sufficient size was found lower down the river, whereupon the encampment was moved to the vicinity. The men were now set to work to fell trees, and the mountains echoed to the unwonted sound of their axes. While preparations were thus going on for a voyage down the river, Mr. Hunt, who still entertained doubts of its practicability, dispatched an exploring party consisting of John Reed the clerk, John Day the hunter, and Pierre Dorion the interpreter, with orders to proceed several days' march along the stream and notice its course and character. After their departure, Mr. Hunt turned his thoughts to another object of importance. He had now arrived at the headwaters of the Columbia, which were among the main points embraced by the enterprise of Mr. Astor. These upper streams were reputed to abound in beaver, and had as yet been unmolested by the white trapper. The numerous signs of beaver met with during the recent search for timber gave evidence that the neighborhood was a good trapping ground. Here, then, it was proper to begin to cast loose those leashes of hardy trappers that are detached from trading parties in the very heart of the wilderness. The men detached in the present instance were Alexander Carson, Louis Saint-Michel, Pierre Détaille, and Pierre Delaunay. Trappers generally go in pairs, that they may assist, protect, and comfort each other in their lonely and perilous occupations. Thus, Carson and Saint-Michel formed one couple, and Détaille and Delaunay another. They were fitted out with traps, arms, ammunition, horses, and every other requisite, and were to trap upon the upper part of Mad River and upon the neighboring streams of the mountains. This would probably occupy them for some months, and when they should have collected a sufficient quantity of peltries, they were to pack them upon their horses and make the best of their way to the mouth of the Columbia River, or to any intermediate post which might be established by the company. They took leave of their comrades and started off on their several courses with stout hearts and cheerful countenances. Though these lonely cruisings into a wild and hostile wilderness seem to the uninitiated equivalent to being cast adrift in the ship's yawl in the midst of the ocean. Of the perils that attend the lonely trapper, the reader will have sufficient proof when he comes, in the after part of this work, to learn the hard fortunes of these poor fellows in the course of their wild peregrinations. The trappers had not long departed when 2 Snake Indians wandered into the camp. When they perceived that the strangers were fabricating canoes, they shook their heads and gave them to understand that the river was not navigable. Their information, however, was scoffed at by some of the party, who were obstinately bent on embarkation, but was confirmed by the exploring party, who returned after several days' absence. They had kept along the river with great difficulty for 2 days, and found it a narrow, crooked, turbulent stream, confined in a rocky channel with many rapids, and occasionally overhung with precipices. From the summit of one of these they had caught a bird's-eye view of its boisterous career for a great distance through the heart of the mountain, with impending rocks and cliffs. Satisfied from this view that it was useless to follow its course, either by land or water, they had given up all further investigation. These concurring reports determined Mr. Hunt to abandon Mad River and seek some more navigable stream. This determination was concurred in by all his associates excepting Mr. Miller, who had become impatient of the fatigue of land travel, and was for immediate embarkation at all hazards. This gentleman had been in a gloomy and irritated state of mind for some time past, being troubled with a bodily malady that rendered traveling on horseback extremely irksome to him, and being, moreover, discontented with having a smaller share in the expedition than his comrades. His unreasonable objections to a further march by land were overruled, and the party prepared to decamp. Robinson, Hoback, and Resner, the 3 hunters who had hitherto served as guides among the mountains, now stepped forward and advised Mr. Hunt to make for the post established during the preceding year by Mr. Henry of the Missouri Fur Company. They had been with Mr. Henry, and as far as they could judge by the neighboring landmarks, his post could not be very far off. They presumed there could be but one intervening ridge of mountains, which might be passed without any great difficulty. Henry's post, or fort, was on an upper branch of the Columbia, down which they made no doubt it would be easy to navigate in canoes. The 2 Snake Indians being questioned in the matter showed a perfect knowledge of the situation of the post, and offered, with great alacrity, to guide them to the place. Their offer was accepted, greatly to the displeasure of Mr. Miller, who seemed obstinately bent upon braving the perils of Mad River. The weather for a few days past had been stormy, with rain and sleet. The Rocky Mountains are subject to tempestuous winds from the west. These sometimes come in flaws or currents, making a path through the forest many yards in width and whirling off trunks and branches to a great distance. The present storm subsided on the 3rd of October, leaving all the surrounding heights covered with snow. For while rain had fallen in the valley, it had snowed on the hilltops. On the 4th, they broke up their encampment and crossed the river, the water coming up to the girths of their horses. After traveling 4 miles, they encamped at the foot of the mountain, the last, as they hoped, which they should have to traverse. 4 days more took them across it and over several plains, watered by beautiful little streams, tributaries of Mad River. Near one of their encampments there was a hot spring, continually emitting a cloud of vapor. These elevated plains, which give a peculiar character to the mountains, are frequented by large gangs of antelopes, fleet as the wind. On the evening of the 8th of October, after a cold, wintry day, with gusts of westerly wind and flurries of snow, they arrived at the sought-for post of Mr. Henry. Here he had fixed himself, after being compelled, by the hostilities of the Blackfeet, to abandon the upper waters of the Missouri. The post, however, was deserted, for Mr. Henry had left it in the course of the preceding spring, and, as it afterwards appeared, had fallen in with Mr. Lisa at the Arikara village on the Missouri, some time after the separation of Mr. Hunt and his party. The weary travelers gladly took possession of the deserted log huts which had formed the post, and which stood on the bank of a stream upwards of 100 yards wide, on which they intended to embark. There being plenty of suitable timber in the neighborhood, Mr. Hunt immediately proceeded to construct canoes. As he would have to leave his horses and their accoutrements here, he determined to make this a trading post, where the trappers and hunters, to be distributed about the country, might repair, and where the traders might touch on their way through the mountains to and from the establishment at the mouth of the Columbia. He informed the 2 Snake Indians of this determination, and engaged them to remain in that neighborhood and take care of the horses until the white men should return, promising them ample rewards for their fidelity. It may seem a desperate chance to trust to the faith and honesty of 2 such vagabonds, but as the horses would have at all events to be abandoned, and would otherwise become the property of the first vagrant horde that should encounter them, it was one chance in favor of their being regained. At this place another detachment of hunters prepared to separate from the party for the purpose of trapping beaver. 3 of these had already been in this neighborhood, being the veteran Robinson and his companions Hoback and Resner, who had accompanied Mr. Henry across the mountains, and who had been picked up by Mr. Hunt on the Missouri on their way home to Kentucky. According to agreement, they were fitted out with horses, traps, ammunition, and everything requisite for their undertaking, and were to bring in all the peltries they should collect, either to this trading post or to the establishment at the mouth of the Columbia River. Another hunter, of the name of Cass, was associated with them in their enterprise. It is in this way that small knots of trappers and hunters are distributed about the wilderness by the fur companies, and like cranes and bitterns haunt its solitary streams. Robinson, the Kentuckian, the veteran of the bloody ground, who, as has already been noted, had been scalped by the Indians in his younger days, was the leader of this little band. When they were about to depart, Mr. Miller called the partners together and threw up his share in the company, declaring his intention of joining the party of trappers. This resolution struck everyone with astonishment. Mr. Miller being a man of education and of cultivated habits, and little fitted for the rude life of a hunter. Besides, the precarious and slender profits arising from such a life were beneath the prospects of one who held a share in the general enterprise. Mr. Hunt was especially concerned and mortified at his determination, as it was through his advice and influence he had entered into the concern. He endeavored, therefore, to dissuade him from this sudden resolution, representing its rashness and the hardships and perils to which it would expose him. He earnestly advised him, however he might feel dissatisfied with the enterprise, still to continue on in company until they should reach the mouth of the Columbia River. There they would meet the expedition that was to come by sea, when, should he still feel disposed to relinquish the undertaking, Mr. Hunt pledged himself to furnish him a passage home in one of the vessels belonging to the company. To all this, Miller replied abruptly that it was useless to argue with him, as his mind was made up. They might furnish him or not, as they pleased, with the necessary supplies, but he was determined to part company here and set off with the trappers. So saying, he flung out of their presence, without vouchsafing any further conversation. Much as this wayward conduct gave them anxiety, the partners saw it was in vain to remonstrate. Every attention was paid to fit him out for his headstrong undertaking. He was provided with 4 horses, and all the articles he required. the two snakes undertook to conduct him and his companions to an encampment of their tribe, lower down among the mountains, from whom they would receive information as to the trapping grounds. After thus guiding them, the snakes were to return to Fort Henry, as the new trading post was called, and take charge of the horses which the party would leave there, of which, after all the hunters were supplied, there remained 77. These matters being all arranged, Mr. Miller set out with his companions, under guidance of the two snakes, on the 10th of October, and much did it grieve the friends of that gentleman to see him thus wantonly casting himself loose upon savage life. How he and his comrades fared in the wilderness, and how the snakes acquitted themselves of their trust respecting the horses, will hereafter appear in the course of these rambling anecdotes. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scanty fare, a mendicant snake, embarkation on Henry River, joy of the voyageurs, arrival at Snake River, rapids and breakers, beginning of misfortunes, snake encampments, parley with a savage, a second disaster, loss of a boatman, the Cauldron Lynn. While the canoes were in preparation, the hunters ranged about the neighborhood, but with little success. Tracks of buffalo were to be seen in all directions, but none of a fresh date. There were some elk, but extremely wild. 2 only were killed. Antelopes were likewise seen, but too shy and fleet to be approached. A few beavers were taken every night, and salmon trout of a small size, so that the camp had principally to subsist upon dried buffalo meat. On the 14th, a poor, half-naked Snake Indian, one of that forlorn caste called the shuckers or diggers, made his appearance at the camp. He came from some lurking place among the rocks and cliffs, and presented a picture of that famishing wretchedness to which these lonely fugitives among the mountains are sometimes reduced. Having received wherewithal to allay his hunger, he disappeared, but in the course of a day or two returned to the camp, bringing with him his son, a miserable boy, still more naked and forlorn than himself. Food was given to both. They skulked about the camp like hungry hounds, seeking what they might devour, and having gathered up the feet and entrails of some beavers that were lying about, slunk off with them to their den among the rocks. By the 18th of October, 15 canoes were completed, and on the following day the party embarked with their effects, leaving their horses grazing about the banks, and trusting to the honesty of the two snakes, and some special turn of good luck for their future recovery. The current bore them along at a rapid rate. The light spirits of the Canadian voyageurs, which had occasionally flagged upon land, rose to their accustomed buoyancy on finding themselves again upon the water. They wielded their paddles with their wonted dexterity, and for the first time made the mountains echo with their favorite boat songs. In the course of the day the little squadron arrived at the confluence of Henry and Mad rivers, which, thus united, swelled into a beautiful stream of a light pea-green color, navigable for boats of any size, and which, from the place of junction, took the name of Snake River, a stream doomed to be the scene of much disaster to the travelers. The banks were here and there fringed with willow thickets and small cottonwood trees. The weather was cold, and it snowed all day, and great flocks of ducks and geese, sporting in the water or streaming through the air, gave token that winter was at hand. Yet the hearts of the travelers were light, and as they glided down the little river, they flattered themselves with the hope of soon reaching the Columbia. After making 30 miles in a southerly direction, they encamped for the night in a neighborhood which required some little vigilance, as there were recent traces of grizzly bears among the thickets. On the following day the river increased in width and beauty, flowing parallel to a range of mountains on the left, which at times were finely reflected in its light green waters. The 3 snowy summits of the Pilot Knobs, or Tetons, were still seen towering in the distance. After pursuing a swift but placid course for 20 miles, the current began to foam and brawl and assume the wild and broken character common to the streams west of the Rocky Mountains. In fact, the rivers which flow from those mountains to the Pacific are essentially different from those which traverse the prairies in their eastern declivities. The latter, though sometimes boisterous, are generally free from obstructions and easily navigated, but the rivers to the west of the mountains descend more steeply and impetuously, and are continually liable to cascades and rapids. The latter abounded in the part of the river which the travelers were now descending. 2 of the canoes filled among the breakers. The crews were saved, but much of the lading was lost or damaged, and one of the canoes drifted down the stream and was broken among the rocks. On the following day, October 21st, they made but a short distance when they came to a dangerous strait, where the river was compressed for nearly half a mile between perpendicular rocks, reducing it to the width of 20 yards and increasing its violence. Here they were obliged to pass the canoes down cautiously by a line from the impending banks. This consumed a great part of a day, and after they had re-embarked they were soon again impeded by rapids, when they had to unload their canoes and carry them and their cargoes for some distance by land. It is at these places, called portages, that the Canadian voyageur exhibits his most valuable qualities. Carrying heavy burdens and toiling to and fro, on land and in the water, over rocks and precipices, among brakes and brambles, not only without a murmur, but with the greatest cheerfulness and alacrity, joking and laughing and singing scraps of old French ditties. The spirits of the party, however, which had been elated on first varying their journeying from land to water, had now lost some of their buoyancy. Everything ahead was wrapped in uncertainty. They knew nothing of the river on which they were floating. It had never been navigated by a white man, nor could they meet with an Indian to give them any information concerning it. It kept on its course through a vast wilderness of silent and apparently uninhabited mountains, without a savage wigwam upon its banks, or bark upon its waters. The difficulties and perils they had already passed made them apprehend others before them that might effectually bar their progress. As they glided onward, however, they regained heart and hope. The current continued to be strong, but it was steady, and though they met with frequent rapids, none of them were bad. Mountains were constantly to be seen in different directions, but sometimes the swift river glided through prairies, and was bordered by small cottonwood trees and willows. These prairies, at certain seasons, are ranged by migratory herds of the wide wandering buffalo, the tracks of which, though not of recent date, were frequently to be seen. Here, too, were to be found the prickly pear, or Indian fig, a plant which loves a more southern climate. On the land were large flights of magpies and American robins. Whole fleets of ducks and geese navigated the river, or flew off in long streaming files at the approach of the canoes, while the frequent establishments of the painstaking and quiet-loving beaver showed that the solitude of these waters was rarely disturbed even by the all-pervading savage. They had now come near 280 miles since leaving Fort Henry, yet without seeing a human being or a human habitation. A wild and desert solitude extended on either side of the river, apparently almost destitute of animal life. At length, on the 24th of October, they were gladdened by the sight of some savage tents, and hastened to land and visit them, for they were anxious to procure information to guide them on their route. On their approach, however, the savages fled in consternation. They proved to be a wandering band of Shoshones. In their tents were great quantities of small fish about 2 inches long, together with roots and seeds or grain, which they were drying for winter provisions. They appeared to be destitute of tools of any kind, yet there were bows and arrows very well made. The former were formed of pine, cedar, or bone, strengthened by sinews, and the latter of the wood of rose bushes and other crooked plants, but carefully straightened, and tipped with stone of a bottle green color. There were also vessels of willow and grass, so closely wrought as to hold water, and a seine neatly made with meshes, in the ordinary manner, of the fibres of wild flax or nettle. The humble effects of the poor savages remained unmolested by their visitors, and a few small articles, with a knife or two, were left in the camp, and were no doubt regarded as invaluable prizes. Shortly after leaving this deserted camp and re-embarking in the canoes, the travelers met with 3 of the snakes on a triangular raft made of flags or reeds. Such was their rude mode of navigating the river. They were entirely naked, excepting small mantles of hare skins over their shoulders. The canoes approached near enough to gain a full view of them, but they were not to be brought to a parley. All future progress for the day was barred by a fall in the river of about 30 feet perpendicular, at the head of which the party encamped for the night. The next day was one of excessive toil and but little progress, the river winding through a wild, rocky country, and being interrupted by frequent rapids, among which the canoes were in great peril. On the succeeding day they again visited a camp of wandering snakes, but the inhabitants fled with terror at the sight of a fleet of canoes filled with white men coming down their solitary river. As Mr. Hunt was extremely anxious to gain information concerning his route, he endeavored by all kinds of friendly signs to entice back the fugitives. At length, one who was on horseback ventured back with fear and trembling. He was better clad and in better condition than most of his vagrant tribe that Mr. Hunt had yet seen. The chief object of his return appeared to be to intercede for a quantity of dried meat and salmon trout which he had left behind, on which probably he depended for his winter subsistence. The poor wretch approached with hesitation, the alternate dread of famine and of white men operating upon his mind. He made the most abject signs, imploring Mr. Hunt not to carry off his food. The latter tried in every way to reassure him, and offered him knives in exchange for his provisions. Great as was the temptation, the poor snake could only prevail upon himself to spare a part, keeping a feverish watch over the rest, lest it should be taken away. It was in vain Mr. Hunt made inquiries of him concerning his route and the course of the river. The Indian was too much frightened and bewildered to comprehend him or to reply. He did nothing but alternately commend himself to the protection of the Good Spirit and supplicate Mr. Hunt not to take away his fish and buffalo meat. And in this state they left him, trembling about his treasures. In the course of that and the next day they made nearly 8 miles. The river inclined to the south of west, and being clear and beautiful, nearly half a mile in width, with many populous communities of beaver along its banks. The 28th of October, however, was a day of disaster. The river again became rough and impetuous, and was chafed and broken by numerous rapids. These grew more and more dangerous, and the utmost skill was required to steer among them. Mr. Crooks was seated in the second canoe of the squadron, and had an old experienced Canadian for steersman, named Antoine Clapin, one of the most valuable of the voyageurs. The leading canoe had glided safely among the turbulent and roaring surges, but in following it, Mr. Crooks perceived that his canoe was bearing towards a rock. He called out to the steersman, but his warning voice was either unheard or unheeded. In the next moment they struck upon the rock. The canoe was split and overturned. There were 5 persons on board. Mr. Crooks and one of his companions were thrown amidst roaring breakers and a whirling current. but succeeded, by strong swimming, to reach the shore. Clapan and 2 others clung to the shattered bark and drifted with it to a rock. The wreck struck the rock with one end, and swinging round, flung poor Clapan off into the raging stream, which swept him away, and he perished. His comrades succeeded in getting upon the rock, from whence they were afterwards taken off. This disastrous event brought the whole squadron to a halt, and struck a chill into every bosom. Indeed, they had arrived at a terrific strait that forbade all further progress in the canoes, and dismayed the most experienced voyageur. The whole body of the river was compressed into a space of less than 30 feet in width, between 2 ledges of rocks, upwards of 200 feet high, and formed a whirling and tumultuous vortex, so frightfully agitated as to receive the name of the Cauldron Lynn. Beyond this fearful abyss, the river kept raging and roaring on, until lost to sight among impending precipices. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gloomy counsel, exploring parties, discouraging reports, disastrous experiment, detachments in quest of succor, caches, how made, return of one of the detachments, unsuccessful, further disappointments, the Devil's Scuttle-hole. Mr. Hunt and his companions encamped upon the borders of the Cauldron Lynn and held gloomy counsel as to their future course. The recent wreck had dismayed even the voyageurs, and the fate of their popular comrade Clapan, one of the most adroit and experienced of their fraternity, had struck sorrow to their hearts. For with all their levity, these thoughtless beings have great kindness towards each other. The whole distance they had navigated since leaving Henry's Fort was computed to be about 340 miles. Strong apprehensions were now entertained that the tremendous impediments before them would oblige them to abandon their canoes. It was determined to send exploring parties on each side of the river to ascertain whether it was possible to navigate it further. Accordingly, on the following morning, 3 men were dispatched along the south bank, while Mr. Hunt and 3 others proceeded along the north. The 2 parties returned after a weary scramble among swamps, rocks, and precipices, and with very disheartening accounts. For nearly 40 miles that they had explored, the river foamed and roared along through a deep and narrow channel, from 20 to 30 yards wide, which it had worn in the course of ages through the heart of a barren, rocky country. The precipices on each side were often 200 and 300 feet high, sometimes perpendicular and sometimes overhanging, so that it was impossible, excepting in 1 or 2 places, to get down to the margin of the stream. This dreary strait was rendered the more dangerous by frequent rapids, and occasionally perpendicular falls from 10 to 40 feet in height, so that it seemed almost hopeless to attempt to pass the canoes down it. The party, however, who had explored the south side of the river had found a place about 6 miles from the camp where they thought it possible the canoes might be carried down the bank and launched upon the stream, and from whence they might make their way with the aid of occasional portages. 4 of the best canoes were accordingly selected for the experiment, and were transported to the place on the shoulders of 16 of the men. At the same time, Mr. Reed, the clerk, and 3 men were detached to explore the river still further down than the previous scouting parties had been, and at the same time to look out for Indians, from whom provisions might be obtained, and a supply of horses, should it be found necessary to proceed by land. The party who had been sent with the canoes returned on the following day, weary and dejected. One of the canoes had been swept away with all the weapons and effects of 4 of the voyageurs, in attempting to pass it down a rapid by means of a line. The other 3 had stuck fast among the rocks, so that it was impossible to move them. The men returned, therefore, in despair, and declared the river unnavigable. The situation of the unfortunate travelers was now gloomy in the extreme. They were in the heart of an unknown wilderness, untraversed as yet by a white man. They were at a loss what route to take, and how far they were from the ultimate place of their destination, nor could they meet in these uninhabited wilds with any human being to give them information. The repeated accidents to their canoes had reduced their stock of provisions to 5 days' allowance, and there was now every appearance of soon having famine added to their other sufferings. This last circumstance rendered it more perilous to keep together than to separate. Accordingly, after a little anxious but bewildered council, it was determined that several small detachments should start off in different directions, headed by the several partners. Should any of them succeed in falling in with friendly Indians within a reasonable distance and obtaining a supply of provisions and horses, they were to return to the aid of the main body. Otherwise, they were to shift for themselves and shape their course according to circumstances, keeping the mouth of the Columbia River as the ultimate point of their wayfaring. Accordingly, 3 several parties set off from the camp at Cauldron Lynn in opposite directions. Mr. McClellan, with 3 men, kept down along the bank of the river. Mr. Crooks, with 5 others, turned their steps up it, retracing by land the weary course they had made by water, intending, should they not find relief nearer at hand, to keep on until they should reach Henry's Fort, where they hoped to find the horses they had left there, and to return with them to the main body. The 3rd party, composed of 5 men, was headed by Mr. Mackenzie, who struck to the northward across the desert plains in hopes of coming upon the main stream of the Columbia. Having seen these 3 adventurous bands depart upon their forlorn expeditions, Mr. Hunt turned his thoughts to provide for the subsistence of the main body left to his charge, and to prepare for their future march. There remained with him 31 men, besides the squaw and 2 children of Pierre Dorion. There was no game to be met with in the neighborhood, but beavers were occasionally trapped about the river banks, which afforded a scanty supply of food. In the meantime, they comforted themselves that some one or other of the foraging detachments would be successful and return with relief. Mr. Hunt now set to work with all diligence to prepare caches in which to deposit the baggage and merchandise, of which it would be necessary to disburden themselves, preparatory to the weary march by land. And here we shall give a brief description of those contrivances so noted in the wilderness. A cache is a term common among traders and hunters to designate a hiding place for provisions and effects. It is derived from the French word cacher, to conceal, and originated among the early colonists of Canada and Louisiana. But the secret depository which it designates was in use among the aboriginals long before the intrusion of the white men. It is, in fact, the only mode that migratory hordes have of preserving their valuables from robbery during their long absences from their village, or accustomed haunts, or hunting expeditions, or during the vicissitudes of war. The utmost skill and caution are required to render these places of concealment invisible to the lynx eye of an Indian. The first care is to seek out a proper situation, which is generally some dry, low bank of clay on the margin of a watercourse. As soon as the precise spot is pitched upon, blankets, saddlecloths, and other coverings are spread over the surrounding grass and bushes to prevent foot tracks or any other derangement, and as few hands as possible are employed. A circle of about 2 feet in diameter is then nicely cut in the sod, which is carefully removed with the loose soil immediately beneath it, and laid aside in a place where it will be safe from anything that may change its appearance. The uncovered area is then digged perpendicularly to the depth of about 3 feet, and is then gradually widened so as to form a conical chamber 6 or 7 feet deep. The whole of the earth displaced by this process, being of a different color from that on the surface, is handed up in a vessel and heaped into a skin or cloth, in which it is conveyed to the stream and thrown into the midst of the current, that it may be entirely carried off. Should the cache not be formed in the vicinity of a stream, the earth thus thrown up is carried to a distance and scattered in such manner as not to leave the minutest trace. The cave being formed is well lined with dry grass, bark, sticks, and poles, and occasionally a dried hide. The property intended to be hidden is then laid in, after having been well aired. A hide is spread over it, and dried grass, brush, and stones thrown in and trampled down until the pit is filled to the neck. The loose soil which had been put aside is then brought and rammed down firmly to prevent its caving in, and is frequently sprinkled with water to destroy the scent, lest the wolves and bears should be attracted to the place and root up the concealed treasure. When the neck of the cache is nearly level with the surrounding surface, the sod is again fitted in with the utmost exactness, and any bushes, stalks, or stones that may have originally been about the spot are restored to their former places. The blankets and other coverings are then removed from the surrounding herbage. All tracks are obliterated, the grass is gently raised by the hand to its natural position, and the minutest chip or straw is scrupulously gleaned up and thrown into the stream. After all this is done, the place is abandoned for the night, and, if all be right next morning, is not visited again until there be a necessity for reopening the cache. 4 men are sufficient in this way to conceal the amount of 3 tons weight of merchandise in the course of 2 days. 9 caches were required to contain the goods and baggage which Mr. Hunt found it necessary to leave at this place. 3 days had been thus employed since the departure of the several detachments, when that of Mr. Crooks unexpectedly made its appearance. A momentary joy was diffused through the camp, for they supposed succor to be at hand. It was soon dispelled. Mr. Crooks and his companions had been completely disheartened by this retrograde march through a bleak and barren country, and had found, computing from their progress and accumulating difficulties besetting every step, that it would be impossible to reach Henrysport and return to the main body in the course of the winter. They had determined, therefore, to rejoin their comrades and share their lot. One avenue of hope was thus closed upon the anxious sojourners at the Cauldron Linn. Their main expectation of relief was now from the 2 parties under Reed and McClellan, which had proceeded down the river. For as to Mr. Mackenzie's detachment, which had struck across the plains, they thought it would have sufficient difficulty in struggling forward through the trackless wilderness. For 5 days they continued to support themselves by trapping and fishing. Some fish of tolerable size were speared at night by the light of cedar torches. Others that were very small were caught in nets with fine meshes. The product of their fishing, however, was very scanty. Their trapping was also precarious, and the tails and bellies of the beavers were dried and put by for the journey. At length 2 of the companions of Mr. Reed returned, and were hailed with the most anxious eagerness. Their report served but to increase the general despondency. They had followed Mr. Reed for some distance below the point to which Mr. Hunt had explored, but had met with no Indians from whom to obtain information and relief. The river still presented the same furious aspect, brawling and boiling along a narrow and rugged channel between rocks that rose like walls. A lingering hope, which had been indulged by some of the party of proceeding by water, was now finally given up. The long and terrific strait of the river set all further progress at defiance, and in their disgust at the place, and their vexation at the disaster sustained there, they gave it the indignant though not very decorous, appellation of the Devil's Scuttle Hole. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Determination of the party to proceed on foot. Dreary deserts between the Snake River and the Columbia. Distribution of effects preparatory to a march. Division of the party. Rugged march along the river. Wild and broken scenery. Shoshones. Alarm of a snake encampment. Intercourse with the snakes. Horse stealing. Value of a tin kettle. Sufferings from thirst. A horse reclaimed. Fortitude of an Indian woman. Scarcity of food. Dog's flesh a dainty. News of Mr. Crooks and his party. Painful traveling among the mountains. Snowstorms. A dreary mountain prospect. A bivouac during a wintry night. Return to the riverbank. The resolution of Mr. Hunt and his companions was now taken to set out immediately on foot. As to the other detachments that had in a manner gone forth to seek their fortunes, there was little chance of their return. They would probably make their own way through the wilderness. At any rate, to linger in the vague hope of relief from them would be to run the risk of perishing with hunger. Besides, the winter was rapidly advancing, and they had a long journey to make through an unknown country where all kinds of perils might await them. They were yet, in fact, 1,000 miles from Astoria, but the distance was unknown to them at the time. Everything before and around them was vague and conjectural, and wore an aspect calculated to inspire despondency. In abandoning the river, they would have to launch forth upon vast, trackless plains, destitute of all means of subsistence, where they might perish of hunger and thirst. A dreary desert of sand and gravel extends from Snake River almost to the Columbia. Here and there is a thin and scanty herbage insufficient for the pasturage of horse or buffalo. Indeed, these treeless wastes between the Rocky Mountains and the Pacific are even more desolate and barren than the naked upper prairies on the Atlantic side. They present vast desert tracts that must ever defy cultivation, and interpose dreary and thirsty wilds between the habitations of man, in traversing which the wanderer will often be in danger of perishing. Seeing the hopeless character of these wastes, Mr. Hunt and his companions determined to keep along the course of the river, where they would always have water at hand, and would be able occasionally to procure fish and beaver, and might perchance meet with Indians, from whom they could obtain provisions. They now made their final preparations for the march. All their remaining stock of provisions consisted of 40 pounds of Indian corn, 20 pounds of grease, about 5 pounds of portable soup, and a sufficient quantity of dried meat to allow each man a pittance of 5 pounds and a quarter, to be reserved for emergencies. This being properly distributed, they deposited all their goods and superfluous articles in the caches, taking nothing with them but what was indispensable to the journey. With all their management, each man had to carry 20 pounds weight, besides his own articles and equipments. That they might have the better chance of procuring subsistence in the scanty region they were to traverse, they divided their party into 2 bands. Mr. Hunt, with 18 men, besides Pierre Dorion and his family, was to proceed down the north side of the river, while Mr. Crooks, with 18 men, kept along the south side. On the morning of the 9th of October, the 2 parties separated and set forth on their several courses. Mr. Hunt and his companions followed along the right bank of the river, which made its way far below them, brawling at the foot of perpendicular precipices of solid rock, 200 and 300 feet high. For 28 miles that they traveled this day, they found it impossible to get down to the margin of the stream. At the end of this distance they encamped for the night at a place which admitted a scrambling descent. It was with the greatest difficulty, however, that they succeeded in getting up a kettle of water from the river for the use of the camp. As some rain had fallen in the afternoon, they passed the night under the shelter of the rocks. The next day they continued 32 miles to the northwest, keeping along the river, which still ran in its deep-cut channel. Here and there a shady beach or a narrow strip of soil, fringed with dwarf willows, would extend for a little distance along the foot of the cliffs, and sometimes a reach of still water would intervene, like a smooth mirror, between the foaming rapids. As through the preceding day, they journeyed on without finding, except in one instance, any place where they could get down to the river's edge, and they were fain to allay the thirst caused by hard traveling with the water collected in the hollow of the rocks. In the course of their march on the following morning, they fell into a beaten horse path leading along the river, which showed that they were in the neighborhood of some Indian village or encampment. They had not proceeded far along it when they met with 2 Shoshones, or snakes. They approached with some appearance of uneasiness, and accosting Mr. Hunt, held up a knife, which, by signs, they let him know they had received from some of the white men of the advance parties. It was with some difficulties that Mr. Hunt prevailed upon one of the savages to conduct him to the lodges of his people. Striking into a trail or path which led up from the river, he guided them for some distance in the prairie until they came in sight of a number of lodges made of straw and shaped like haystacks. Their approach, as on former occasions, caused the wildest affright among the inhabitants. The women hid such of their children as were too large to be carried and too small to take care of themselves under straw, and clasping their infants to their breasts, fled across the prairie. The men awaited the approach of the strangers, but evidently in great alarm. Mr. Hunt entered the lodges, and as he was looking about, observed where the children were concealed, their black eyes glistening like those of snakes from beneath the straw. He lifted up the covering to look at them. The poor little beings were horribly frightened, and their fathers stood trembling, as if a beast of prey were about to pounce upon their brood. The friendly manner of Mr. Hunt soon dispelled these apprehensions. He succeeded in purchasing some excellent dried salmon and a dog, an animal much esteemed as food by the natives, and when he returned to the river, one of the Indians accompanied him. He now came to where the lodges were frequent along the banks, and after a day's journey of 26 miles to the northwest, encamped in a populous neighborhood. 40 or 50 of the natives soon visited the camp, conducting themselves in a very amicable manner. They were well clad, and all had buffalo robes, which they procured from some of the hunting tribes in exchange for salmon. Their habitations were very comfortable. Each had its pile of wormwood at the door for fuel, and within was abundance of salmon, some fresh, but the greater part cured. When the white men visited the lodges, however, the women and children hid themselves through fear. Among the supplies obtained here were 2 dogs, on which our travelers breakfasted, and found them to be very excellent, well-flavored, and hearty food. In the course of the 3 following days they made about 63 miles, generally in a northwest direction. They met with many of the natives in their straw-built cabins, who received them without alarm. About their dwellings were immense quantities of the heads and skins of salmon, the best part of which had been cured and hidden in the ground. The women were badly clad, the children worse. Their garments were buffalo robes, or the skins of foxes, hares, and badgers, and sometimes the skins of ducks sewed together, with the plumage on. Most of the skins must have been procured by traffic with other tribes, or in distant hunting excursions, for the naked prairies in the neighborhood afforded few animals, excepting horses, which were abundant. There were signs of buffaloes having been there but a long time before. On the 15th of November they made 28 miles along the river, which was entirely free from rapids. The shores were lined with dead salmon, which tainted the whole atmosphere. The natives whom they met spoke of Mr. Reed's party having passed through that neighborhood. In the course of the day, Mr. Hunt saw a few horses, but the owners of them took care to hurry them out of the way. All the provisions they were able to procure were 2 dogs and a salmon. On the following day they were still worse off, having to subsist on parched corn and the remains of their dried meat. The river this day had resumed its turbulent character, forcing its way through a narrow channel between steep rocks and down violent rapids. They made 20 miles over a rugged road, gradually approaching a mountain in the northwest, covered with snow, which had been in sight for 3 days past. On the 17th they met with several Indians, one of whom had a horse. Mr. Hunt was extremely desirous of obtaining it as a pack-horse, for the men, worn down by fatigue and hunger, found the loads of 20 pounds weight which they had to carry daily growing heavier and more galling. The Indians, however, along this river were never willing to part with their horses, having none to spare. The owner of the steed in question seemed proof against all temptation. Article after article of great value in Indian eyes was offered and refused. The charms of an old tin kettle, however, were irresistible, and a bargain was concluded. A great part of the following morning was consumed in lightening the packages of the men and arranging the load for the horse. At this encampment there was no wood for fuel, even the wormwood on which they had frequently depended having disappeared. For the 2 last days they had made 30 miles to the northwest. On the 19th of November Mr. Hunt was lucky enough to purchase another horse for his own use, giving in exchange a tomahawk, a knife, a fire steel, and some beads and gartering. In an evil hour, however, he took the advice of the Indians to abandon the river and follow a road or trail leading into the prairies. He soon had cause to regret the change. The road led across a dreary waste without verdure, and where there was neither fountain nor pool nor running stream. The men now began to experience the torments of thirst, aggravated by their diet of dried fish. The thirst of the Canadian voyageurs became so insupportable as to drive them to the most revolting means of allaying it. For 25 miles did they toil on across this dismal desert, and laid themselves down at night, parched and disconsolate, beside their wormwood fires, looking forward to still greater sufferings on the following day. Fortunately, it began to rain in the night, to their infinite relief. The water soon collected in puddles and afforded them delicious draughts. Refreshed in this manner, they resumed their wayfaring as soon as the first streaks of dawn gave light enough for them to see their path. The rain continued all day, so that they no longer suffered from thirst, but hunger took its place, for after traveling 33 miles, they had nothing to sup on but a little parched corn. The next day brought them to the banks of a beautiful little stream running to the west and fringed with groves of cottonwood and willow. On its borders was an Indian camp, with a great many horses grazing around it. The inhabitants, too, appeared to be better clad than usual. The scene was altogether a cheering one to the poor half-famished wanderers. They hastened to their lodges, but on arriving at them met with a check that at first dampened their cheerfulness. An Indian immediately laid claim to the horse of Mr. Hunt, saying that it had been stolen from him. There was no disproving a fact supported by numerous bystanders, and which the horse-stealing habits of the Indians rendered but too probable. So Mr. Hunt relinquished his steed to the claimant, not being able to retain him by a second purchase. At this place they encamped for the night, and made a sumptuous repast upon fish and a couple of dogs, procured from their Indian neighbors. The next day they kept along the river, but came to a halt after 10 miles' march on account of the rain. Here they again got a supply of fish and dogs from the natives, and 2 of the men were fortunate enough each to get a horse in exchange for a buffalo robe. One of these men was Pierre Dorion, the half-breed interpreter, to whose suffering family the horse was a timely acquisition. And here we cannot but notice the wonderful patience, perseverance, and hardihood of the Indian women, as exemplified in the conduct of the poor squaw of the interpreter. She was now far advanced in her pregnancy, and had 2 children to take care of, one 4 and the other 2 years of age. The latter, of course, she had frequently to carry on her back, in addition to the burden usually imposed upon the squaw. Yet she had borne all her hardships without a murmur, and throughout this weary and painful journey had kept pace with the best of the pedestrians. Indeed, on various occasions in the course of this enterprise, she displayed a force of character that won the respect and applause of the white men. Mr. Hunt endeavored to gather some information from these Indians concerning the country and the course of the rivers. His communications with them had to be by signs, and a few words which he had learnt, and of course were extremely vague. All that he could learn from them was that the great river, the Columbia, was still far distant, but he could ascertain nothing as to the route he ought to take to arrive at it. For the 2 following days they continued westward upwards of 40 miles along the little stream, until they crossed it just before its junction with Snake River, which they found still running to the north. Before them was a wintry-looking mountain covered with snow on all sides. In 3 days more they made about 70 miles, fording 2 small rivers, the waters of which were very cold. Provisions were extremely scarce. Their chief sustenance was portable soup, a meager diet for weary pedestrians. On the 27th of November, the river led them into the mountains through a rocky defile where there was scarcely room to pass. They were frequently obliged to unload the horses to get them by the narrow places, and sometimes to wade through the water in getting around rocks and budding cliffs. All their food this day was a beaver, which they had caught the night before. By evening the cravings of hunger were so sharp, and the prospect of any supply among the mountains so faint, that they had to kill one of the horses. The men, says Mr. Hunt in his journal, find the meat very good, and indeed so should I, were it not for the attachment I have to the animal. Early the following day, after proceeding 10 miles to the north, they came to 2 lodges of Shoshones, who seemed in nearly as great extremity as themselves, having just killed 2 horses for food. They had no other provisions, excepting the seed of a weed, which they gather in great quantities and pound fine. It resembles hemp seed. Mr. Hunt purchased a bag of it, and also some small pieces of horseflesh, which he began to relish, pronouncing them fat and tender. From these Indians he received information that several white men had gone down the river, some on one side and a good many on the other. These last he concluded to be Mr. Crooks and his party. He was thus released from much anxiety about their safety, especially as the Indians spoke about Mr. Crooks having one of his dogs yet, which showed that he and his men had not been reduced to extremity of hunger. As Mr. Hunt feared that he might be several days in passing through this mountain defile and run the risk of famine, he encamped in the neighborhood of the Indians for the purpose of bartering with them for a horse. The evening was expended in ineffectual trials. He offered a gun, a buffalo robe, and various other articles. The poor fellows had probably, like himself, the fear of starvation before their eyes. At length the women, learning the object of his pressing solicitations and tempting offers, set up such a terrible hue and cry that he was fairly howled and scolded from the ground. The next morning early the Indians seemed very desirous to get rid of their visitors, fearing probably for the safety of their horses. In reply to Mr. Hunt's inquiries about the mountains, They told him that he would have to sleep but 3 nights more among them, and that 6 days' traveling would take him to the Falls of the Columbia. Information in which he put no faith, believing it was only given to induce him to set forward. These, he was told, were the last snakes he would meet with, and that he would soon come to a nation called Skyatogas. Forward then did he proceed on his tedious journey, which at every step grew more painful. The road continued for 2 days through narrow defiles, where they were repeatedly obliged to unload the horses. Sometimes the river passed through such rocky chasms and under such steep precipices that they had to leave it and make their way with excessive labor over immense hills, almost impassable for horses. On some of these hills were a few pine trees, and their summits were covered with snow. On the 2nd day of this scramble, one of the hunters killed a black-tailed deer, which afforded the half-starved travelers a sumptuous repast. Their progress these 2 days was 28 miles, a little to the northward of east. The month of December set in drearily, with rain in the valleys and snow upon the hills. They had to climb a mountain with snow to the mid-leg, which increased their painful toil. A small beaver supplied them with a scanty meal, which they eked out with frozen blackberries, haws, and chokecherries, which they found in the course of their scramble. Their journey this day, though excessively fatiguing, was but 13 miles, and all the next day they had to remain encamped, not being able to see half a mile ahead on account of a snowstorm. Having nothing else to eat, they were compelled to kill another of their horses. The next day they resumed their march in snow and rain, but with all their efforts could only get forward 9 miles, having for a part of the distance to unload the horses and carry the packs themselves. On the succeeding morning they were obliged to leave the river and scramble up the hills. From the summit of these they got a wide view of the surrounding country, and it was a prospect almost sufficient to make them despair. In every direction they beheld snowy mountains, partially sprinkled with pines and other evergreens, and spreading a desert and toilsome world around them. The wind howled over the bleak and wintry landscape, and seemed to penetrate to the marrow of their bones. They waded on through the snow, which at every step was more than knee-deep. After toiling in this way all day, they had the mortification to find that they were but 4 miles distant from the encampment of the preceding night. Such was the meandering of the river among these dismal hills. Pinched with famine, exhausted with fatigue, with evening approaching and a wintry wild still lengthening as they advanced, they began to look forward with sad forebodings to the night's exposure upon this frightful waste. Fortunately, they succeeded in reaching a cluster of pines about sunset. Their axes were immediately at work. They cut down trees, piled them in great heaps, and soon had huge fires to cheer their cold and hungry hearts. About 3 o'clock in the morning it again began to snow, and at daybreak they found themselves, as it were, in a cloud, scarcely being able to distinguish objects at the distance of 100 yards. Guiding themselves by the sound of running water, they set out for the river, and by slipping and sliding, contrived to get down to its bank. One of the horses, missing his footing, rolled down several 100 yards with his load, but sustained no injury. The weather in the valley was less rigorous than on the hills. The snow lay but ankle-deep, and there was a quiet rain now falling. After creeping along for 6 miles, they encamped on the border of the river. Being utterly destitute of provisions, they were again compelled to kill one of their horses to appease their famishing hunger. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An unexpected meeting. Navigation in a skin canoe. Strange fears of suffering men. Hardships of Mr. Crooks and his comrades. Tidings of McClellan. A retrograde march. a willow raft, extreme suffering of some of the party, illness of Mr. Crooks, impatience of some of the men, necessity of leaving the laggards behind. The wanderers had now accomplished 472 miles of their dreary journey since leaving the Cauldron Linn. How much further they had yet to travel, and what hardships to encounter, no one knew. On the morning of the 6th of December they left their dismal encampment, but had scarcely begun their march, when to their surprise they beheld a party of white men coming up along the opposite bank of the river. As they drew nearer, they were recognized for Mr. Crooks and his companions. When they came opposite, and could make themselves heard across the murmuring of the river, their first cry was for food. In fact, they were almost starved. Mr. Hunt immediately returned to the camp and had a kind of canoe made out of the skin of the horse killed on the preceding night. This was done after the Indian fashion by drawing up the edges of the skin with thongs and keeping them distended by sticks or thwart pieces. In this frail bark, Sarpedi, one of the Canadians, carried over a portion of the flesh of the horse to the famishing party on the opposite side of the river, and brought back with him Mr. Crooks and the Canadian Leclerc. The forlorn and wasted looks and starving condition of these two men struck dismay to the hearts of Mr. Hunt's followers. They had been accustomed to each other's appearance and to the gradual operation of hunger and hardship upon their frames, but the change in the looks of these men, since last they parted, was a type of the famine and desolation of the land, and they now began to indulge the horrible presentiment that they would all starve together, or be reduced to the direful alternative of casting lots. When Mr. Crooks had appeased his hunger, he gave Mr. Hunt some account of his wayfaring. On the side of the river along which he had kept, he had met with but few Indians, and these were too miserably poor to yield much assistance. For the first 18 days after leaving the Cauldron Linn, he and his men had been confined to half a meal in 24 hours. For 3 days following, they had subsisted on a single beaver, a few wild cherries, and the soles of old moccasins. And for the last 6 days, their only animal food had been the carcass of a dog. They had been 3 days' journey further down the river than Mr. Hunt, always keeping as near to its banks as possible, and frequently climbing over sharp and rocky ridges that projected into the stream. At length they had arrived to where the mountains increased in height and came closer to the river, with perpendicular precipices, which rendered it impossible to keep along the stream. The river here rushed with incredible velocity through a defile not more than 30 yards wide, where cascades and rapids succeeded each other almost without intermission. Even had the opposite banks, therefore, been such as to permit a continuance of their journey, it would have been madness to attempt to pass the tumultuous current, either on rafts or otherwise. Still bent, however, on pushing forward, they attempted to climb the opposing mountains, and struggled on through the snow for half a day, until, coming to where they could command a prospect, they found that they were not halfway to the summit, and that mountain upon mountain lay piled beyond them in wintry desolation. Famished and emaciated as they were, to continue forward would be to perish. Their only chance seemed to be to regain the river and retrace their steps up its banks. It was in this forlorn and retrograde march that they had met Mr. Hunt and his party. Mr. Crooks also gave information of some others of their fellow adventurers. He had spoken several days previously with Mr. Reed and Mr. Mackenzie, who with their men were on the opposite side of the river, where it was impossible to get over to them. They informed him that Mr. McClellan had struck across from the little river above the mountains in the hope of falling in with some of the tribe of Flatheads who inhabit the western skirts of the Rocky Range. As the companions of Reed and Mackenzie were picked men and had found provisions more abundant on their side of the river, they were in better condition and more fitted to contend with the difficulties of the country than those of Mr. Crooks, and when he lost sight of them, were pushing onward down the course of the river. Mr. Hunt took a night to revolve over his critical situation and to determine what was to be done. No time was to be lost. He had 20 men and more in his own party to provide for, and Mr. Crooks and his men to relieve. To linger would be to starve. The idea of retracing his steps was intolerable, and notwithstanding all the discouraging accounts of the ruggedness of the mountains lower down the river, he would have been disposed to attempt them, but the depth of the snow with which they were covered deterred him, having already experienced the impossibility of forcing his way against such an impediment. The only alternative, therefore, appeared to be return and seek the Indian bands scattered along the small rivers above the mountains. Perhaps from some of these he might procure horses enough to support him until he could reach the Columbia, for he still cherished the hope of arriving at that river in the course of the winter, though he was apprehensive that few of Mr. Crook's party would be sufficiently strong to follow him. Even in adopting this course, he had to make up his mind to the certainty of several days of famine at the outset, for it would take that time to reach the last Indian lodges from which he had parted, and until they should arrive there, his people would have nothing to subsist upon but haws and wild berries, excepting one miserable horse, which was little better than skin and bone. After a night of sleepless cogitation, Mr. Hunt announced to his men the dreary alternative he had adopted, and preparations were made to take Mr. Crooks and Leclerc across the river with the remainder of the meat, as the other party were to keep up along the opposite bank. The skin canoe had unfortunately been lost in the night. A raft was constructed, therefore, after the manner of the natives, of bundles of willows, but it could not be floated across the impetuous current. The men were directed in consequence to keep along the river by themselves, while Mr. Crooks and Leclerc would proceed with Mr. Hunt. They all then took up their retrograde march with drooping spirits. In a little while it was found that Mr. Crooks and Leclerc were so feeble as to walk with difficulty, so that Mr. Hunt was obliged to retard his pace that they might keep up with him. His men grew impatient at the delay. They murmured that they had a long and desolate region to traverse before they could arrive at the point where they might expect to find horses, that it was impossible for Crooks and Leclerc, in their feeble condition, to get over it, that to remain with them would only be to starve in their company. They importuned Mr. Hunt, therefore, to leave these unfortunate men to their fate, and think only of the safety of himself and his party. Finding him not to be moved either by entreaties or their clamours, they began to proceed without him, singly and in parties. Among those who thus went off was Pierre Dorion, the interpreter. Pierre owned the only remaining horse, which was now a mere skeleton. Mr. Hunt had suggested, in their present extremity, that it should be killed for food, to which the half-breed flatly refused his assent, and cudgelling the miserable animal forward, pushed on sullenly, with the air of a man doggedly determined to quarrel for his right. In this way Mr. Hunt saw his men, one after another, break away, until but 5 remained to bear him company. On the following morning another raft was made, on which Mr. Crooks and Leclerc again attempted to ferry themselves across the river, but after repeated trials had to give up in despair. This caused additional delay, after which they continued to crawl forward at a snail's pace. Some of the men who had remained with Mr. Hunt now became impatient of these encumbrances, and urged him clamorously to push forward, crying out that they should all starve. The night which succeeded was intensely cold, so that one of the men was severely frostbitten. In the course of the night Mr. Crooks was taken ill, and in the morning was still more incompetent to travel. Their situation was now desperate, for their stock of provisions was reduced to 3 beaver skins. Mr. Hunt, therefore, resolved to push on, overtake his people, and insist upon having the horse of Pierre Dorion sacrificed for the relief of all hands. Accordingly, he left 2 of his men to help Crooks and Leclerc on their way, giving them 2 of the beaver skins for their support. The remaining skin he retained as provision for himself and the 3 other men who struck forward with him. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Hunt overtakes the advance party, Pierre Dorion and his skeleton horse, a Shoshone camp, a justifiable outrage, feasting on horseflesh. Mr. Crooks, brought to the camp, undertakes to relieve his men, the skin ferry boat, frenzy of Prevost, his melancholy fate, enfeebled state of John Day, Mr. Crooks again left behind, the party emerge from among the mountains, interview with Shoshones, a guide procured to conduct the party across a mountain, ferriage across Snake River, reunion with Mr. Crooks' men, final departure from the river. All that day Mr. Hunt and his 3 comrades traveled without eating. At night they made a tantalizing supper on their beaver skin and were nearly exhausted by hunger and cold. The next day, December 10th, they overtook the advance party, who were all as much famished as themselves, some of them not having eaten since the morning of the 7th. Mr. Hunt now proposed the sacrifice of Pierre Dorion's skeleton horse. Here he again met with positive and vehement opposition from the half-breed, who was too sullen and vindictive a fellow to be easily dealt with. What was singular, the men, though suffering such pinching hunger, interfered in favor of the horse. They represented that it was better to keep on as long as possible without resorting to this last resource. Possibly the Indians, of whom they were in quest, might have shifted their encampment, in which case it would be time enough to kill the horse to escape starvation. Mr. Hunt, therefore, was prevailed upon to grant Pierre Dorion's horse a reprieve. Fortunately, they had not proceeded much further when, towards evening, they came in sight of a lodge of Shoshones, with a number of horses grazing around it. The sight was as unexpected as it was joyous. Having seen no Indians in this neighborhood as they passed down the river, they must have subsequently come out from among the mountains. Mr. Hunt, who first descried them, checked the eagerness of his companions, knowing the unwillingness of these Indians to part with their horses, and their aptness to hurry them off and conceal them in case of an alarm. This was no time to risk such a disappointment. Approaching, therefore, stealthily and silently, they came upon the savages by surprise, who fled in terror. 5 of their horses were eagerly seized, and 1 was dispatched upon the spot. The carcass was immediately cut up, and a part of it hastily cooked and ravenously devoured. A man was now sent on horseback with a supply of the flesh to Mr. Crooks and his companions. He reached them in the night. They were so famished that the supply sent them seemed but to aggravate their hunger, and they were almost tempted to kill and eat the horse that had brought the messenger. Availing themselves of the assistance of the animal, they reached the camp early in the morning. On arriving there, Mr. Crooks was shocked to find that, while the people on this side of the river were amply supplied with provisions, none had been sent to his own forlorn and famishing men on the opposite bank. He immediately caused a skin canoe to be constructed and called out to his men to fill their camp kettles with water and hang them over the fire, that no time might be lost in cooking the meat the moment it should be received. The river was so narrow, though deep, that everything could be distinctly heard and seen across it. The kettles were placed on the fire, and the water was boiling by the time the canoe was completed. When all was ready, however, no one would undertake to ferry the meat across. A vague and almost superstitious terror had infected the minds of Mr. Hunt's followers, enfeebled and rendered imaginative of horrors by the dismal scenes and sufferings through which they had passed. They regarded the haggard crew, hovering like specters of famine on the opposite bank, with indefinite feelings of awe and apprehension, as if something desperate and dangerous was to be feared from them. Mr. Crooks tried in vain to reason or shame them out of this singular state of mind. He then attempted to navigate the canoe himself, but found his strength incompetent to brave the impetuous current. The good feelings of Ben Jones, the Kentuckian, at length overcame his fears, and he ventured over. The supply he brought was received with trembling avidity. A poor Canadian, however, named Jean-Baptiste Prévost, whom famine had rendered wild and desperate, ran frantically about the bank after Jones had returned, crying out to Mr. Hunt to send the canoe for him and take him from that horrible region of famine, declaring that otherwise he would never march another step, but would lie down there and die. The canoe was shortly sent over again under the management of Joseph Delaunay, with further supplies. Prévost immediately pressed forward to embark. Delaunay refused to admit him, telling him that there was now a sufficient supply of meat on his side of the river. He replied that it was not cooked, and he should starve before it was ready. He implored, therefore, to be taken where he could get something to appease his hunger immediately. Finding the canoe putting off without him, he forced himself aboard. As he drew near the opposite shore and beheld meat roasting before the fire, he jumped up, shouted, clapped his hands, and danced in a delirium of joy until he upset the canoe. The poor wretch was swept away by the current and drowned, and it was with extreme difficulty that Delaunay reached the shore. Mr. Hunt now sent all his men forward, excepting 2 or 3. In the evening he caused another horse to be killed, and a canoe to be made out of the skin, in which he sent over a further supply of meat to the opposite party. The canoe brought back John Day, the Kentucky hunter, who came to join his former employer and commander, Mr. Crooks. Poor Day, once so active and vigorous, was now reduced to a condition even more feeble and emaciated than his companions. Mr. Crooks had such a value for the man, on account of his past services and faithful character, that he determined not to quit him. He exhorted Mr. Hunt, however, to proceed forward and join the party, as his presence was all important to the conduct of the expedition. One of the Canadians, Jean-Baptiste Dubruy, likewise remained with Mr. Crooks. Mr. Hunt left 2 horses with them, and a part of the carcass of the last that had been killed. This he hoped would be sufficient to sustain them until they should reach the Indian encampment. One of the chief dangers attending the enfeebled condition of Mr. Crooks and his companions was their being overtaken by the Indians whose horses had been seized. Though Mr. Hunt hoped that he had guarded against any resentment on the part of the savages by leaving various articles in their lodge, more than sufficient to compensate for the outrage he had been compelled to commit. Resuming his onward course, Mr. Hunt came up with his people in the evening. The next day, December 13th, he beheld several Indians with 3 horses on the opposite side of the river, and after a time came to the 2 lodges which he had seen on going down. Here he endeavored in vain to barter a rifle for a horse, but again succeeded in effecting the purchase with an old tin kettle, aided by a few beads. The 2 succeeding days were cold and stormy. The snow was augmenting, and there was a good deal of ice running in the river. Their road, however, was becoming easier. They were getting out of the hills, and finally emerged into the open country, after 20 days of fatigue, famine, and hardship of every kind, in the ineffectual attempt to find a passage down the river. They now encamped on a little willowed stream running from the east, which they had crossed on the 26th of November. Here they found a dozen lodges of Shoshones recently arrived, who informed them that had they persevered along the river, they would have found their difficulties augment until they became absolutely insurmountable. This intelligence added to the anxiety of Mr. Hunt for the fate of Mr. Mackenzie and his people, who had kept on. Mr. Hunt now followed up the little river and encamped at some lodges of Shoshones, from whom he procured a couple of horses, a dog, a few dried fish, and some roots and dried cherries. 2 or 3 days were exhausted in obtaining information about the route and what time it would take to get to the Skyatogas, a hospitable tribe on the west of the mountains, represented as having many horses. The replies were various, but concurred in saying that the distance was great and would occupy from 17 to 21 nights. Mr. Hunt then tried to procure a guide, but though he sent to various lodges up and down the river, offering articles of great value in Indian estimation, no one would venture. The snow, they said, was waist deep in the mountains, and to all his offers they shook their heads, gave a shiver, and replied, "We shall freeze, we shall freeze." At the same time they urged him to remain and pass the winter among them. Mr. Hunt was in a dismal dilemma. To attempt the mountains without a guide would be certain death to him and all his people. To remain there, after having already been so long on the journey and at such great expense, was worse to him, he said, than 2 deaths. He now changed his tone with the Indians, charged them with deceiving him in respect to the mountains, and talking with a forked tongue, or in other words, with lying. He upbraided them with their want of courage, and told them they were women, to shrink from the perils of such a journey. At length one of them, piqued by his taunts, or tempted by his offers, agreed to be his guide, for which he was to receive a gun, a pistol, 3 knives, 2 horses, and a little of every article in possession of the party, a reward sufficient to make him one of the wealthiest of his vagabond nation. Once more, then, on the 21st of December, they set out upon their wayfaring with newly excited spirits. 2 other Indians accompanied their guide, who led them immediately back to Snake River, which they followed down for a short distance, in search of some Indian rafts, made of reeds, on which they might cross. Finding none, Mr. Hunt caused a horse to be killed and a canoe to be made out of its skin. Here, on the opposite bank, they saw the 13 men of Mr. Crook's party, who had continued up along the river. They told Mr. Hunt, across the stream, that they had not seen Mr. Crook's and the 2 men who had remained with him since the day that he had separated from them. The canoe proving too small, another horse was killed, and the skin of it joined to that of the first. Night came on before the little bark had made more than 2 voyages. Being badly made, it was taken apart and put together again by the light of the fire. The night was cold, the men were weary and disheartened with such varied and incessant toil and hardship. They crouched, dull and drooping, around their fires. Many of them began to express a wish to remain where they were for the winter. The very necessity of crossing the river dismayed some of them in their present enfeebled and dejected state. It was rapid and turbulent, and filled with floating ice, and they remembered that 2 of their comrades had already perished in its waters. Others looked forward with misgivings to the long and dismal journey through lonesome regions that awaited them when they should have passed this dreary flood. At an early hour of the morning, December 23rd, they began to cross the river. Much ice had formed during the night, and they were obliged to break it for some distance on each shore. At length they all got over in safety to the west side, and their spirits rose on having achieved this perilous passage. Here they were rejoined by the people of Mr. Crook's, who had with them a horse and a dog, which they had recently procured. The poor fellows were in the most squalid and emaciated state. 3 of them were so completely prostrated in strength and spirits that they expressed a wish to remain among the snakes. Mr. Hunt therefore gave them the canoe that they might cross the river, and a few articles with which to procure necessities until they should meet with Mr. Crook's. There was another man named Michael Carrière, who was almost equally reduced, but he determined to proceed with his comrades, who were now incorporated with the party of Mr. Hunt. After the day's exertions, they encamped together on the banks of the river. This was the last night they were to spend upon its borders. More than 800 miles of hard traveling and many weary days had it cost them, and the sufferings connected with it rendered it hateful in their remembrance. so that the Canadian voyageurs always spoke of it as La Maudite Rivière Enragée, the accursed mad river, thus coupling a malediction with its name. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Departure from Snake River, mountains to the north, way-worn travelers, an increase of the Dorion family, a camp of Shoshones, a New Year festival among the snakes, a wintry march through the mountains, a sunny prospect and milder climate, Indian horse tracks, grassy valleys, a camp of Skyatogas, joy of the travelers, dangers of abundance, habits of the Skyatogas, fate of Carriere, the Umatilla, arrival at the banks of the Columbia, tidings of the scattered members of the expedition, scenery on the Columbia, tidings of Astoria, arrival at the falls. On the 24th of December, all things being arranged, Mr. Hunt turned his back upon the disastrous banks of Snake River and struck his course westward for the mountains. His party, being augmented by the late followers of Mr. Crooks, amounted now to 32 white men, 3 Indians, and the squaw and 2 children of Pierre Dorion. 5 jaded, half-starved horses were laden with their luggage, and in case of need were to furnish them with provisions. They traveled painfully about 14 miles a day, over plains and among hills, rendered dreary by occasional falls of snow and rain. Their only sustenance was a scanty meal of horseflesh, once in 24 hours. On the 3rd day, the poor Canadian, Carriere, one of the famished party of Mr. Crooks, gave up in despair, and laying down upon the ground, declared he could go no further. Efforts were made to cheer him up, but it was found that the poor fellow was absolutely exhausted and could not keep on his legs. He was mounted, therefore, upon one of the horses, though the forlorn animal was in little better plight than himself. On the 28th they came upon a small stream winding to the north through a fine level valley, the mountains receding on each side. Here their Indian friends pointed out a chain of woody mountains to the left, running north and south and covered with snow, over which they would have to pass. They kept along the valley for 21 miles on the 29th, suffering much from a continued fall of snow and rain, and being twice obliged to ford the icy stream. Early in the following morning, the squaw of Pierre Dorion, who had hitherto kept on without murmuring or flinching, was suddenly taken in labor, and enriched her husband with another child. As the fortitude and good conduct of the poor woman had gained for her the goodwill of the party, her situation caused concern and perplexity. Pierre, however, treated the matter as an occurrence that could soon be arranged and need cause no delay. He remained by his wife in the camp with his other children and his horse, and promised soon to rejoin the main body, who proceeded on their march. Finding that the little river entered the mountains, they abandoned it and turned off for a few miles among hills. Here another Canadian, named La Bonte, gave out and had to be helped on horseback. As the horse was too weak to bear both him and his pack, Mr. Hunt took the latter upon his own shoulders. Thus, with difficulties augmenting at every step, they urged their toilsome way among the hills, half famished and faint at heart, when they came to where a fair valley spread out before them, of great extent and several leagues in width, with a beautiful stream meandering through it. A genial climate seemed to prevail here, for though the snow lay upon all the mountains within sight, there was none to be seen in the valley. The travelers gazed with delight upon this serene, sunny landscape, but their joy was complete on beholding 6 lodges of Shoshones pitched upon the borders of the stream, with a number of horses and dogs about them. They all pressed forward with eagerness and soon reached the camp. Here their first attention was to obtain provisions. A rifle, an old musket, a tomahawk, a tin kettle, and a small quantity of ammunition soon procured them 4 horses, 3 dogs, and some roots. Part of the livestock was immediately killed, cooked with all expedition, and as promptly devoured. A hearty meal restored everyone to good spirits. In the course of the following morning, the Dorion family made its reappearance. Pierre came trudging in the advance, followed by his valued, though skeleton, steed, on which was mounted his squaw, with her newborn infant in her arms, and her boy of 2 years old wrapped in a blanket and slung at her side. The mother looked as unconcerned as if nothing had happened to her. So easy is nature in her operations in the wilderness, when free from the enfeebling refinements of luxury and the tamperings and appliances of art. The next morning ushered in the new year, 1812. Mr. Hunt was about to resume his march when his men requested permission to celebrate the day. This was particularly urged by the Canadian voyageurs, with whom New Year's Day is a favorite festival, and who never willingly give up a holiday under any circumstances. There was no resisting such an application, so the day was passed in repose and revelry. The poor Canadians contrived to sing and dance in defiance of all their hardships, and there was a sumptuous New Year's banquet of dog's meat and horseflesh. After 2 days of welcome rest, the travelers addressed themselves once more to the painful journey. The Indians of the lodges pointed out a distant gap through which they must pass in traversing the ridge of mountains. They assured them that they would be but little incommoded by snow, and in 3 days would arrive among the Skyatogas. Mr. Hunt, however, had been so frequently deceived by Indian accounts of routes and distances that he gave but little faith to this information. The travelers continued their course due west for 5 days, crossing the valley and entering the mountains. Here the traveling became excessively toilsome, across rough, stony ridges and amidst fallen trees. They were often knee-deep in snow, and sometimes in the hollows between the ridges sank up to their waists. The weather was extremely cold, the sky covered with clouds, so that for days they had not a glimpse of the sun. In traversing the highest ridge, they had a wide but chilling prospect over a wilderness of snowy mountains. On the 6th of January, however, they had crossed the dividing summit of the chain, and were evidently under the influence of a milder climate. The snow began to decrease, the sun once more emerged from the thick canopy of clouds, and shone cheeringly upon them, and they caught a sight of what appeared to be a plain stretching out in the west. They hailed it as the poor Israelites hailed the first glimpse of the promised land, for they flattered themselves that this might be the great plain of the Columbia, and that their painful pilgrimage might be drawing to a close. It was now 5 days since they had left the lodges of the Shoshones, during which they had come about 60 miles, and their guide assured them that in the course of the next day they would see the Skyatogas. On the following morning, therefore, they pushed forward with eagerness, and soon fell upon a stream which led them through a deep, narrow defile between stupendous ridges. Here, among the rocks and precipices, they saw gangs of that mountain-loving animal, the black-tailed deer, and came to where great tracks of horses were to be seen in all directions, made by the Indian hunters. The snow had entirely disappeared, and the hopes of soon coming upon some Indian encampment induced Mr. Hunt to press on. Many of the men, however, were so enfeebled that they could not keep up with the main body, but lagged at intervals behind, and some of them did not arrive at the night encampment. In the course of this day's march, the recently born child of Pierre Dorion died. The march was resumed early the next morning without waiting for the stragglers. The stream which they had followed throughout the preceding day was now swollen by the influx of another river. The declivities of the hills were green, and the valleys were clothed with grass. At length the jovial cry was given of "An Indian camp!" It was yet in the distance, in the bosom of the green valley, but they could perceive that it consisted of numerous lodges, and that hundreds of horses were grazing the grassy meadows around it. The prospect of abundance of horse flesh diffused universal joy, for by this time the whole stock of travelling provisions was reduced to the skeleton steed of Pierre Dorion and another wretched animal equally emaciated that had been repeatedly reprieved during the journey. A forced march soon brought the weary and hungry travellers to the camp. It proved to be a strong party of Sciatogas and Touchepas. There were 34 lodges, comfortably constructed of mats. The Indians, too, were better clothed than any of the wandering bands they had hitherto met on this side of the Rocky Mountains. Indeed, they were as well clad as the generality of the wild hunter tribes. Each had a good buffalo or deerskin robe, and a deerskin hunting shirt and leggins. Upwards of 2,000 horses were ranging the pastures around their encampment, but what delighted Mr. Hunt was, on entering the lodges, to behold brass kettles, axes, copper tea kettles, and various other articles of civilized manufacture, which showed that these Indians had an indirect communication with the people of the sea-coast who traded with the whites. He made eager inquiries of the Sciatogas, and gathered from them that the great river, the Columbia, was but 2 days' march distant, and that several white people had recently descended it, who he hoped might prove to be McClellan, Mackenzie, and their companions. It was with the utmost joy and the most profound gratitude to heaven that Mr. Hunt found himself and his band of weary and famishing wanderers thus safely extricated from the most perilous part of their long journey, and within the prospect of a termination of their toils. All the stragglers who had lagged behind arrived one after another, excepting the poor Canadian voyageur Carrière. He had been seen late in the preceding afternoon riding behind a Snake Indian near some lodges of that nation, a few miles distant from the last night's encampment, and it was expected that he would soon make his appearance. The first object of Mr. Hunt was to obtain provisions for his men. A little venison of an indifferent quantity and some roots were all that could be procured that evening. But the next day he succeeded in purchasing a mare and colt, which were immediately killed, and the cravings of the half-starved people in some degree appeased. For several days they remained in the neighborhood of these Indians, reposing after all their hardships, and feasting upon horse-flesh and roots obtained in subsequent traffic. Many of the people ate to such excess as to render themselves sick. Others were lame from their past journey, but all gradually recruited in the repose and abundance of the valley. Horses were obtained here much more readily and at a cheaper rate than among the Snakes. A blanket, a knife, or a half-pound of blue beads would purchase a steed, and at this rate many of the men bought horses for their individual use. This tribe of Indians, who are represented as a proud-spirited race and uncommonly cleanly, never eat horses or dogs, nor would they permit the raw flesh of either to be brought into their huts. They had a small quantity of venison in each lodge, but set so high a price upon it that the white men, in their impoverished state, could not afford to purchase it. They hunted the deer on horseback, ringing or surrounding them and running them down in a circle. They were admirable horsemen, and their weapons were bows and arrows, which they managed with great dexterity. They were altogether primitive in their habits, and seemed to cling to the usages of savage life, even when possessed of the aids of civilization. They had axes among them, yet they generally made use of a stone mallet wrought into the shape of a bottle, and wedges of elk horn in splitting their wood. Though they might have 2 or 3 brass kettles hanging in their lodges, yet they would frequently use vessels made of willow for carrying water, and would even boil their meat in them by means of hot stones. Their women wore caps of willow, neatly worked and figured. As Carrier, the Canadian straggler, did not make his appearance for 2 or 3 days after the encampment in the valley, 2 men were sent out on horseback in search of him. They returned, however, without success. The lodges of the Snake Indians near which he had been seen were removed, and they could find no trace of him. Several days more elapsed, yet nothing was seen or heard of him, or the Snake horseman behind whom he had been last observed. It was feared, therefore, that he had either perished through hunger and fatigue, had been murdered by the Indians, or, being left to himself, had mistaken some hunting tracks for the trail of the party and been led astray and lost. The river, on the banks of which they were encamped, emptied into the Columbia, and was called by the natives the Uotala, or Umatilla, and abounded with beaver. In the course of their sojourn in the valley which it watered, they twice shifted their camp, proceeding about 30 miles down its course, which was to the west. A heavy fall of rain caused the river to overflow its banks, dislodged them from their encampment, and drowned 3 of their horses, which were tethered in the low ground. Further conversation with the Indians satisfied them that they were in the neighborhood of the Columbia. The number of the white men who they said passed down the river agreed with that of McClellan, Mackenzie, and their companions, and increased the hope of Mr. Hunt that they might have passed through the wilderness with safety. These Indians had a vague story that white men were coming to trade among them, and they often spoke of the 2 great men named Kikush and Jacquin, who gave them tobacco and smoked with them. Jacquin, they said, had a house somewhere upon the great river. Some of the Canadians supposed they were speaking of one Jacquin Finlay, a clerk of the Northwest Company, and inferred that the house must be some trading post on one of the tributary streams of the Columbia. The Indians were overjoyed when they found this band of white men intended to return and trade with them. They promised to use all diligence in collecting quantities of beaver skins, and no doubt proceeded to make deadly war upon that sagacious but ill-fated animal, who in general lived in peaceful insignificance among his Indian neighbors before the intrusion of the white trader. On the 20th of January, Mr. Hunt took leave of these friendly Indians and of the river on which they encamped, and continued westward. At length, on the following day, the way-worn travelers lifted up their eyes and beheld before them the long-sought waters of the Columbia. The sight was hailed with as much transport as if they had already reached the end of their pilgrimage, nor can we wonder at their joy. 240 miles had they marched through wintry wastes and rugged mountains since leaving Snake River, and 6 months of perilous wayfaring had they experienced since their departure from the Iroquois village on the Missouri. Their whole route by land and water from that point had been, according to their computation, 1,751 miles, in the course of which they had endured all kinds of hardships. In fact, the necessity of avoiding the dangerous country of the Blackfeet had obliged them to make a bend to the south and traverse a great additional extent of unknown wilderness. The place where they struck the Columbia was some distance below the junction of its 2 great branches, Lewis and Clark rivers, and not far from the influx of the Walla Walla. It was a beautiful stream, 3/4 of a mile wide, totally free from trees, bordered in some places with steep rocks, in others with pebbled shores. On the banks of the Columbia they found a miserable horde of Indians, called Akai-chees, with no clothing but a scanty mantle of the skins of animals, and sometimes a pair of sleeves of wolf skin. Their lodges were shaped like a tent, and very light and warm, being covered with mats and rushes, besides which they had excavations in the ground lined with mats and occupied by the women, who were even more slightly clad than the men. These people subsisted chiefly by fishing, having canoes of a rude construction, being merely the trunks of pine trees split and hollowed out by fire. Their lodges were well stored with dried salmon, and they had great quantities of fresh salmon trout of an excellent flavor, taken at the mouth of the Umatilla, of which the travelers obtained a most acceptable supply. Finding that the road was on the north side of the river, Mr. Hunt crossed and continued 5 or 6 days traveling rather slowly down along its banks, being much delayed by the straying of the horses and the attempts made by the Indians to steal them. They frequently passed lodges where they obtained fish and dogs. At one place the natives had just returned from hunting and had brought back a large quantity of elk and deer meat, but asked so high a price for it as to be beyond the funds of the travelers, so they had to content themselves with dog's flesh. They had by this time, however, come to consider it very choice food, superior to horseflesh, and the minutes of the expedition speak rather exultingly now and then of their having made a famous repast, where this viand happened to be unusually plenty. They again learnt tidings of some of the scattered members of the expedition, supposed to be Mackenzie, McClellan, and their men, who had preceded them down the river, and had overturned one of their canoes, by which they lost many articles. All these floating pieces of intelligence of their fellow adventurers, who had separated from them in the heart of the wilderness, they received with eager interest. The weather continued to be temperate, marking the superior softness of the climate on this side of the mountains. For a great part of the time the days were delightfully mild and clear, like the serene days of October on the Atlantic borders. The country in general, in the neighborhood of the river, was a continual plain, low near the water, but rising gradually, destitute of trees, and almost without shrubs or plants of any kind, excepting a few willow bushes. After traveling about 60 miles, they came to where the country became very hilly, and the river made its way between rocky banks and down numerous rapids. The Indians in this vicinity were better clad and altogether in more prosperous condition than those above, and, as Mr. Hunt thought, showed their consciousness of ease by something like sauciness of manner. Thus prosperity is apt to produce arrogance in savage as well as in civilized life. In both conditions, man is an animal that will not bear pampering. From these people, Mr. Hunt for the first time received vague but deeply interesting intelligence of that part of the enterprise which had proceeded by sea to the mouth of the Columbia. The Indians spoke of a number of white men who had built a large house at the mouth of the great river and surrounded it with palisades. None of them had been down to Astoria themselves, but rumors spread widely and rapidly from mouth to mouth among the Indian tribes, and are carried to the heart of the interior by hunting parties and migratory hordes. The establishment of a trading emporium at such a point, also, was calculated to cause a sensation to the most remote parts of the vast wilderness beyond the mountains. It in a manner struck the pulse of the great vital river and vibrated up all its tributary streams. It is surprising to notice how well this remote tribe of savages had learnt, through intermediate gossips, the private feelings of the colonists at Astoria. It shows that Indians are not the incurious and indifferent observers that they have been represented. They told Mr. Hunt that the white people at the large house had been looking anxiously for many of their friends, whom they had expected to descend the great river, and had been in much affliction, fearing that they were lost. Now, however, the arrival of him and his party would wipe away all their tears, and they would dance and sing for joy. On the 31st of January, Mr. Hunt arrived at the Falls of the Columbia and encamped at the village of the Wishram, situated at the head of that dangerous pass of the river called the Long Narrows. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The village of the Wishram, roguery of the inhabitants, their habitations, Tidings of Astoria, of the Tonquin massacre, thieves about the camp, a band of braggarts, embarkation, arrival at Astoria, a joyful reception, old comrade, adventures of Reed, McClellan, and Mackenzie among the Snake River Mountains, rejoicing at Astoria. Of the village of Wishram, the aborigines' fishing mart of the Columbia, we have given some account in an early chapter of this work. The inhabitants held a traffic in the productions of the fisheries of the falls, and their village was a trading resort of the tribes from the coast and from the mountains. Mr. Hunt found the inhabitants shrewder and more intelligent than any Indians he had met with. Trade had sharpened their wits, though it had not improved their honesty, for they were a community of errant rogues and freebooters. Their habitations comported with their circumstances, and were superior to any the travelers had yet seen west of the Rocky Mountains. In general, the dwellings of the savages on the Pacific side of that great barrier were mere tents and cabins of mats or skins or straw, the country being destitute of timber. In Wishram, on the contrary, the houses were built of wood, with long sloping roofs. The floor was sunk about 6 feet below the surface of the ground, with a low door at the gable end, extremely narrow and partly sunk. Through this it was necessary to crawl and then to descend a short ladder. This inconvenient entrance was probably for the purpose of defense. There were loopholes also under the eaves, apparently for the discharge of arrows. The houses were large, generally containing 2 or 3 families. Immediately within the door were sleeping places, ranged along the walls, like berths in a ship, and furnished with pallets of matting. These extended along one half of the building. The remaining half was apportioned to the storing of dried fish. The trading operations of the inhabitants of Wishram had given them a wider scope of information, and rendered their village a kind of headquarters of intelligence. Mr. Hunt was able, therefore, to collect more distinct tidings concerning the settlement of Astoria and its affairs. One of the inhabitants had been at the trading post established by David Stuart on the Okanagan, and had picked up a few words of English there. From him Mr. Hunt gleaned various particulars about that establishment, as well as about the general concerns of the enterprise. Others repeated the name of Mr. Mackay, the partner who perished in the massacre on board of the Tonquin, and gave some account of that melancholy affair. They said Mr. Mackay was a chief among the white men, and had built a great house at the mouth of the river, but had left it and sailed away in a large ship to the northward, where he had been attacked by bad Indians in canoes. Mr. Hunt was startled by this intelligence, and made further inquiries. They informed him that the Indians had lashed their canoes to the ship, had fought until they killed him and all his people. This is another instance of the clearness with which intelligence is transmitted from mouth to mouth among the Indian tribes. These tidings, though but partially credited by Mr. Hunt, filled his mind with anxious forebodings. He now endeavored to procure canoes in which to descend the Columbia, but none suitable for the purpose were to be obtained above the Narrows. He continued on, therefore, the distance of 12 miles, and encamped on the bank of the river. The camp was soon surrounded by loitering savages, who went prowling about, seeking what they might pilfer. Being baffled by the vigilance of the guard, they endeavored to compass their ends by other means. Towards evening, a number of warriors entered the camp in ruffling style, painted and dressed out as if for battle, and armed with lances, bows and arrows, and scalping knives. They informed Mr. Hunt that a party of 30 or 40 braves were coming up from a village below to attack the camp and carry off the horses, but that they were determined to stay with him and defend him. Mr. Hunt received them with great coldness, and when they had finished their story, gave them a pipe to smoke. He then called up all hands, stationed sentinels in different quarters, but told them to keep as vigilant an eye within the camp as without. The warriors were evidently baffled by these precautions, and having smoked their pipe and vapored off their valor, took their departure. The farce, however, did not end here. After a little while, the warriors returned, ushering in another savage, still more heroically arrayed. This they announced as the chief of the belligerent village, but as a great pacificator. His people had been furiously bent upon the attack, and would have doubtless carried it into effect, but this gallant chief had stood forth as the friend of white men, and had dispersed the throng by his own authority and prowess. Having vaunted this signal piece of service, there was a significant pause, all evidently expecting some adequate reward. Mr. Hunt again produced the pipe, smoked with the chieftain and his worthy compeers, but made no further demonstrations of gratitude. They remained about the camp all night, but at daylight returned, baffled and crestfallen, to their homes, with nothing but smoke for their pains. Mr. Hunt now endeavored to procure canoes, of which he saw several about the neighborhood, extremely well made, with elevated stems and sterns, some of them capable of carrying 3,000 pounds weight. He found it extremely difficult, however, to deal with these slippery people, who seemed much more inclined to pilfer. Notwithstanding a strict guard maintained round the camp, various implements were stolen, and several horses carried off. Among the latter we have to include the long-cherished steed of Pierre Dorion. From some wilful caprice, that worthy pitched his tent at some distance from the main body and tethered his invaluable steed beside it, from whence it was abstracted in the night, to the infinite chagrin and mortification of the hybrid interpreter. Having, after several days' negotiation, procured the requisite number of canoes, Mr. Hunt would gladly have left this thievish neighborhood, but was detained until the 5th of February by violent head-winds, accompanied by snow and rain. Even after he was enabled to get under way, he had still to struggle against contrary winds and tempestuous weather. The current of the river, however, was in his favor. Having made a portage at the Grand Rapid, the canoes met with no further obstruction, and on the afternoon of the 15th of February swept around an intervening cape and came in sight of the infant settlement of Astoria. After 11 months wandering in the wilderness, a great part of the time over trackless wastes, where the sight of a savage wigwam was a rarity, we may imagine the delight of the poor, weather-beaten travelers at beholding the embryo establishment, with its magazines, habitations, and picketed bulwarks, seated on a high point of land, dominating a beautiful little bay, in which was a trim-built shallop riding quietly at anchor. A shout of joy burst from each canoe at the long-wished-for sight. They urged their canoes across the bay and pulled with eagerness for shore, where all hands poured down from the settlement to receive and welcome them. Among the first to greet them on their landing were some of their old comrades and fellow-sufferers, who, under the conduct of Reed, McClellan, and Mackenzie, had parted from them at Cauldron Lynn. These had reached Astoria nearly a month previously, and, judging from their own narrow escape from starvation, had given up Mr. Hunt and his followers as lost. Their greeting was the more warm and cordial. As to the Canadian voyageurs, their mutual felicitations, as usual, were loud and vociferous, and it was almost ludicrous to behold these ancient comrades and confrères hugging and kissing each other on the river-bank. When the first greetings were over, the different bands interchanged accounts of their several wanderings after separating at Snake River. We shall briefly notice a few of the leading particulars. It will be recollected by the reader that a small exploring detachment had proceeded down the river under the conduct of Mr. John Reed, a clerk of the company, that another had set off under McClellan, and a third in a different direction under Mackenzie. After wandering for several days without meeting the Indians or obtaining any supplies, they came together fortuitously among the Snake River Mountains, some distance below that disastrous pass or strait which had received the appellation of the Devil's Scuttle Hole. When thus united, their party consisted of Mackenzie, McClellan, Reed, and 8 men, chiefly Canadians. Being all in the same predicament, without horses, provisions, or information of any kind, they all agreed that it would be worse than useless to return to Mr. Hunt and encumber him with so many starving men, and that their only course was to extricate themselves as soon as possible from this land of famine and misery, and make the best of their way for the Columbia. They accordingly continued to follow the downward course of Snake River, clambering rocks and mountains, and defying all the difficulties and dangers of that rugged defile, which subsequently, when the snows had fallen, was found impassable by Messrs. Hunt and Crooks. Though constantly near to the borders of the river, and for a great part of the time within sight of its current, one of their greatest sufferings was thirst. The river had worn its way in a deep channel through rocky mountains, destitute of brooks or springs. Its banks were so high and precipitous that there was rarely any place where the travelers could get down to drink of its waters. Frequently they suffered for miles the torments of Tantalus, water continually within sight, yet fevered with the most parching thirst. Here and there they met with rain-water collected in the hollows of the rocks, but more than once they were reduced to the utmost extremity, and some of the men had recourse to the last expedient to avoid perishing. Their sufferings from hunger were equally severe. They could meet with no game, and subsisted for a time on strips of beaver skin broiled on the coals. These were doled out in scanty allowances, barely sufficient to keep up existence, and at length failed them altogether. Still, they crept feebly on, scarce dragging one limb after another, until a severe snowstorm brought them to a pause. To struggle against it in their exhausted condition was impossible. So, cowering under an impending rock at the foot of a steep mountain, they prepared themselves for that wretched fate which seemed inevitable. At this critical juncture, when famine stared them in the face, McClellan, casting up his eyes, beheld an asata, or bighorn, sheltering itself under a shelving rock on the side of the hill above them. Being in a more active plight than any of his comrades, and an excellent marksman, he set off to get within shot of the animal. His companions watched his movements with breathless anxiety, for their lives depended upon his success. He made a cautious circuit, scrambled up the hill with the utmost silence, and at length arrived, unperceived, within a proper distance. Here, levelling his rifle, he took so sure an aim that the bighorn fell dead on the spot, a fortunate circumstance, for to pursue it, if merely wounded, would have been impossible in his emaciated state. The declivity of the hill enabled him to roll the carcass down to his companions, who were too feeble to climb the rocks. They fell to work to cut it up, yet exerted a remarkable self-denial for men in their starving condition, for they contented themselves for the present with a soup made from the bones, reserving the flesh for future repasts. This providential relief gave them strength to pursue their journey, but they were frequently reduced to almost equal straits, and it was only the smallness of their party, requiring a small supply of provisions, that enabled them to get through this desolate region with their lives. At length, after 21 days of toil and suffering, they got through these mountains and arrived at a tributary stream of that branch of the Columbia called Lewis River, of which Snake River forms the southern fork. In this neighborhood they met with wild horses, the first they had seen west of the Rocky Mountains. From hence they made their way to Lewis River, where they fell in with a friendly tribe of Indians, who freely administered to their necessities. On this river they procured 2 canoes, in which they dropped down the stream to its confluence with the Columbia, and then down that river to Astoria, where they arrived haggard and emaciated, and perfectly in rags. Thus all the leading persons of Mr. Hunt's expedition were once more gathered together, excepting Mr. Crooks, of whose safety they entertained but little hope, considering the feeble condition in which they had been compelled to leave him in the heart of the wilderness. A day was now given up to jubilee, to celebrate the arrival of Mr. Hunt and his companions, and the joyful meeting of the various scattered bands of adventurers at Astoria. The colors were hoisted, the guns, great and small, were fired. There was a feast of fish, of beaver, and venison, which relished well with men who had so long been glad to revel on horseflesh and dog's meat. A genial allowance of grog was issued, to increase the general animation, and the festivities wound up, as usual, with a grand dance at night by the Canadian voyageurs. Footnote: the distance from St. Louis to Astoria by the route traveled by Hunt and Mackenzie was upwards of 3,500 miles, though in a direct line it does not exceed 1,800. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scanty fare during the winter, a poor hunting ground, the return of the fishing season, the uthlecken, or smelt, its qualities, vast shoals of it, sturgeon, Indian modes of taking it, the salmon, different species, nature of a country about the coast, forests and forest trees, a remarkable flowering vine, animals, birds, reptiles, climate west of the mountains, mildness of the temperature, soil of the coast and the interior. The winter passed away tranquilly at Astoria. The apprehensions of hostility from the natives had subsided. Indeed, as the season advanced, the Indians for the most part had disappeared from the neighborhood and abandoned the sea-coast, so that, for want of their aid, the colonists had at times suffered considerably for want of provisions. The hunters belonging to the establishment made frequent and wide excursions, but with very moderate success. There were some deer and a few bears to be found in the vicinity, and elk in great numbers. The country, however, was so rough, and the woods so close and entangled, that it was almost impossible to beat up the game. The prevalent rains of winter, also, rendered it difficult for the hunter to keep his arms in order. The quantity of game, therefore, brought in by the hunters was extremely scanty, and it was frequently necessary to put all hands on very moderate allowance. Towards spring, however, the fishing season commenced, the season of plenty on the Columbia. About the beginning of February, a small kind of fish, about 6 inches long, called by the natives the uthlecken, and resembling the smelt, made its appearance at the mouth of the river. It is said to be of delicious flavor and so fat as to burn like a candle, for which it is often used by the natives. It enters the river in immense shoals, like solid columns, often extending to the depth of 5 or more feet, and is scooped up by the natives with small nets at the end of poles. In this way they will soon fill a canoe, or form a great heap upon the river banks. These fish constitute a principal article of their food, the women drying them and stringing them on cords. As the uthlecken is only found in the lower part of the river, the arrival of it soon brought back the natives to the coast, who again resorted to the factory to trade, and from that time furnished plentiful supplies of fish. The sturgeon makes its appearance in the river shortly after the uthlecken, and is taken in different ways by the natives. Sometimes they spear it, but oftener they use the hook and line and the net. Occasionally they sink a cord in the river by a heavy weight, with a buoy at the upper end to keep floating. To this cord several hooks are attached by short lines a few feet distant from each other and baited with small fish. This apparatus is often set towards night, and by the next morning several sturgeon will be found hooked by it. For though a large and strong fish, it makes but little resistance when ensnared. The salmon, which are the prime fish of the Columbia, and as important to the piscatory tribes as are the buffaloes to the hunters of the prairies, do not enter the river until towards the latter part of May, from which time until the middle of August they abound and are taken in vast quantities with either the spear or seine, and mostly in shallow water. An inferior species succeeds and continues from August to December. It is remarkable for having a double row of teeth, half an inch long and extremely sharp, from whence it has received the name of the dog-tooth salmon. It is generally killed with the spear in small rivulets and smoked for winter provision. We have noticed in a former chapter the mode in which the salmon are taken and cured at the Falls of the Columbia and put up in parcels for exportation. From these different fisheries of the river tribes, the establishment at Astoria had to derive much of its precarious supply of provisions. A year's residence at the mouth of the Columbia and various expeditions in the interior had now given the Astorians some idea of the country. The whole coast is described as remarkably rugged and mountainous, with dense forests of hemlock, spruce, white and red cedar, cottonwood, white oak, white and swamp ash, willow, and a few walnut. There is likewise an undergrowth of aromatic shrubs, creepers, and clambering vines, that render the forests almost impenetrable, together with berries of various kinds, such as gooseberries, strawberries, raspberries, both red and yellow, very large and finely flavored whortleberries, cranberries, serviceberries, blackberries, currants, sloes, and wild and chokecherries. Among the flowering vines is one deserving of particular notice. Each flower is composed of 6 leaves or petals about 3 inches in length of a beautiful crimson, and inside spotted with white. Its leaves, of a fine green, are oval and disposed by threes. This plant climbs upon the trees without attaching itself to them. When it has reached the topmost branches, it descends perpendicularly, and as it continues to grow, extends from tree to tree until its various stalks interlace the grove like the rigging of a ship. The stems or trunks of this vine are tougher and more flexible than willow, and are from 50 to 100 fathoms in length. From the fibers, the Indians manufacture baskets of such close texture as to hold water. The principal quadrupeds that had been seen by the colonists in their various expeditions were the stag, fallow deer, hart, black and grizzly bear, antelope, asata or bighorn, beaver, sea and river otter, muskrat, fox, wolf, and panther, the latter extremely rare. The only domestic animals among the natives were horses and dogs. The country abounded with aquatic and land birds, such as swans, wild geese, brant, ducks of almost every description, pelicans, herons, gulls, snipes, curlews, eagles, vultures, crows, ravens, magpies, woodpeckers, pigeons, partridges, pheasants, grouse, and a great variety of singing birds. There were few reptiles. The only dangerous kinds were the rattlesnake, and one striped with black, yellow, and white, about 4 feet long. Among the lizard kind was one about 9 or 10 inches in length, exclusive of the tail, and 3 inches in circumference. The tail was round and of the same length as the body. The head was triangular, covered with small square scales. The upper part of the body was likewise covered with small scales, green, yellow, black, and blue. Each foot had 5 toes, furnished with strong nails, probably to aid it in burrowing, as it usually lived underground on the plains. A remarkable fact, characteristic of the country west of the Rocky Mountains, is the mildness and equability of the climate. The great mountain barrier seems to divide the continent into different climates, even in the same degrees of latitude. The rigorous winters and sultry summers, and all the capricious inequalities of temperature prevalent on the Atlantic side of the mountains, are but little felt on their western declivities. The countries between them and the Pacific are blessed with milder and steadier temperature, resembling the climates of parallel latitudes in Europe. In the plains and valleys, but little snow falls throughout the winter, and usually melts while falling. It rarely lies on the ground more than 2 days at a time, except on the summits of the mountains. The winters are rainy rather than cold. The rains for 5 months, from the middle of October to the middle of March, are almost incessant, and often accompanied by tremendous thunder and lightning. The winds prevalent at this season are from the south and southeast, which usually bring rain. Those from the north to the southwest are harbingers of fair weather and a clear sky. The residue of the year, from the middle of March to the middle of October, an interval of 7 months, is serene and delightful. There is scarcely any rain throughout this time, yet the face of the country is kept fresh and verdant by nightly dews, and occasionally by humid fogs in the mornings. These are not considered prejudicial to health, since both the natives and the whites sleep in the open air with perfect impunity. While this equable and bland temperature prevails throughout the lower country, the peaks and ridges of the vast mountains by which it is dominated are covered with perpetual snow. This renders them discernible at a great distance, shining at times like bright summer clouds, at other times assuming the most aerial tints, and always forming brilliant and striking features in the vast landscape. The mild temperature prevalent throughout the country is attributed by some to the succession of winds from the Pacific Ocean, extending from latitude 20 degrees to at least 50 degrees north. These temper the heat of summer, so that in the shade no one is incommoded by perspiration. They also soften the rigors of winter, and produce such a moderation in the climate that the inhabitants can wear the same dress throughout the year. The soil in the neighborhood of the sea-coast is of a brown color, inclining to red, and generally poor, being a mixture of clay and gravel. In the interior, especially in the valleys of the Rocky Mountains, the soil is generally blackish, though sometimes yellow. It is frequently mixed with marl and with marine substances in a state of decomposition. This kind of soil extends to a considerable depth, as may be perceived in the deep cuts made by ravines and by the beds of rivers. The vegetation in these valleys is much more abundant than near the coast. In fact, it is these fertile intervals, locked up between rocky sierras or scooped out from barren wastes, that population must extend itself, as it were, in veins and ramifications, if ever the regions beyond the mountains should become civilized. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Natives in the neighborhood of Astoria, their persons and characteristics, causes of deformity, their dress, their contempt of beards, ornaments, armor and weapons, mode of flattening the head, extent of the custom, religious belief, the 2 great spirits of the air and of the fire, priests or medicine men, the rival idols, polygamy a cause of greatness, petty warfare, music, dancing, gambling, thieving a virtue, keen traders, intrusive habits, abhorrence of drunkenness, anecdote of Comcomly. A brief mention has already been made of the tribes or hordes existing about the lower part of the Columbia at the time of the settlement. A few more particulars concerning them may be acceptable. The 4 tribes nearest to Astoria, and with whom the traders had most intercourse, were, as has heretofore been observed, the Chinooks, the Clatsops, the Wahkiacums, and the Cathlamots. The Chinooks reside chiefly along the banks of a river of the same name, running parallel to the sea-coast, through a low country studded with stagnant pools and emptying itself into Baker's Bay, a few miles from Cape Disappointment. This was the tribe over which Comcomly, the one-eyed chieftain, held sway. It boasted 214 fighting men. Their chief subsistence was on fish, with an occasional regale of the flesh of elk and deer, and of wildfowl from the neighboring ponds. The Clatsops resided on both sides of Point Adams. They were the mere relics of a tribe which had been nearly swept off by the smallpox, and did not number more than 180 fighting men. The Wahkiacums, or Wahkiacums, inhabited the north side of the Columbia and numbered 66 warriors. They and the Chinooks were originally the same, but a dispute arising about 2 generations previous to the time of the settlement between the ruling chief and his brother Wahkiacum, the latter seceded, and with his adherents formed the present horde, which continues to go by his name. In this way, new tribes or clans are formed, and lurking causes of hostility engendered. The Cathlamots lived opposite to the lower village of the Wahkiacums and numbered 94 warriors. These 4 tribes, or rather clans, have every appearance of springing from the same origin, resembling each other in person, dress, language, and manners. They are rather a diminutive race, generally below 5 feet 5 inches, with crooked legs and thick ankles, a deformity caused by their passing so much of their time sitting or squatting upon the calves of their legs and their heels in the bottom of their canoes, a favorite position which they retain even when on shore. The women increase the deformity by wearing tight bandages around the ankles, which prevent the circulation of the blood and cause a swelling of the muscles of the leg. Neither sex can boast of personal beauty. Their faces are round, with small but animated eyes. Their noses are broad and flat at top, and fleshy at the end, with large nostrils. They have wide mouths, thick lips, and short, irregular, and dirty teeth. Indeed, good teeth are seldom to be seen among the tribes west of the Rocky Mountains, who live simply on fish. In the early stages of their intercourse with white men, these savages were but scantily clad. In summertime the men went entirely naked. In the winter and in bad weather, the men wore a small robe reaching to the middle of the thigh, made of the skins of animals or of the wool of the mountain sheep. Occasionally they wore a kind of mantle of matting to keep off the rain, but having thus protected the back and shoulders, they left the rest of the body naked. The women wore similar robes, though shorter, not reaching below the waist, besides which they had a kind of petticoat or fringe reaching from the waist to the knee, formed of the fibers of cedar bark, broken into strands, or a tissue of silk grass, twisted and knotted at the ends. This was the usual dress of the women in summer. Should the weather be inclement, they added a vest of skins, similar to the robe. The men carefully eradicated every vestige of a beard, considering it a great deformity. They looked with disgust at the whiskers and well-furnished chins of the white men, and in derision called them long-beards. Both sexes, on the other hand, cherished the hair of the head, which with them is generally black and rather coarse. They allowed it to grow to a great length, and were very proud and careful of it, sometimes wearing it plaited, sometimes wound around the head in fanciful tresses. No greater affront could be offered to them than to cut off their treasured locks. They had conical hats with narrow rims, neatly woven of bear grass or of the fibers of cedar bark, interwoven with designs of various shapes and colors, sometimes merely squares and triangles, at other times rude representations of canoes, with men fishing and harpooning. These hats were nearly waterproof and extremely durable. The favorite ornaments of the men were collars of bear's claws, the proud trophies of hunting exploits, while the women and children wore similar decorations of elk's tusks. An intercourse with the white traders, however, soon effected a change in the toilets of both sexes. They became fond of arraying themselves in any article of civilized dress which they could procure, and often made a most grotesque appearance. They adapted many articles of finery also to their own previous tastes. Both sexes were fond of adorning themselves with bracelets of iron, brass, or copper. They were delighted also with blue and white beads, particularly the former, and wore broad, tight bands of them around the waist and ankles, large rolls of them round the neck, and pendants of them in the ears. The men especially, who in savage life carry a passion for personal decoration further than the females, did not think their gala equipments complete unless they had a jewel of hiaqua or wampum dangling at the nose. Thus arrayed, their hair besmeared with fish oil, and their bodies bedaubed with red clay, they considered themselves irresistible. When on warlike expeditions, they painted their faces and bodies in the most hideous and grotesque manner, according to the universal practice of American savages. Their arms were bows and arrows, spears, and war clubs. Some wore a corselet of pieces of hard wood laced together with bear grass, so as to form a light coat of mail, pliant to the body, and a kind of casque of cedar bark, leather, and bear grass, sufficient to protect the head from an arrow or war club. A more complete article of defensive armor was a buff jerkin or shirt of great thickness, made of doublings of elk skin, and reaching to the feet, holes being left for the head and arms. This was perfectly arrow-proof, add to which it was often endowed with charmed virtues by the spells and mystic ceremonials of the medicine man or conjurer. Of the peculiar custom prevalent among these people of flattening the head we have already spoken, it is one of those instances of human caprice, like the crippling of the feet of females in China, which are quite incomprehensible. This custom prevails principally among the tribes on the sea-coast and about the lower parts of the rivers. How far it extends along the coast we are not able to ascertain. Some of the tribes, both north and south of the Columbia, practice it, but they all speak the Chinook language and probably originated from the same stock. As far as we can learn, the remoter tribes, which speak an entirely different language, do not flatten the head. This absurd custom declines also in receding from the shores of the Pacific. Few traces of it are to be found among the tribes of the Rocky Mountains, and after crossing the mountains it disappears altogether. Those Indians, therefore, about the headwaters of the Columbia and in the solitary mountain regions, who are often called flatheads, must not be supposed to be characterized by this deformity. It is an appellation often given by the hunters east of the mountain chain to all western Indians, excepting the Snakes. The religious belief of these people was extremely limited and confined, or rather, in all probability, their explanations were but little understood by their visitors. They had an idea of a benevolent and omnipotent spirit, the creator of all things. They represent him as assuming various shapes at pleasure, but generally that of an immense bird. He usually inhabits the sun, but occasionally wings his way through the aerial regions and sees all that is doing upon earth. Should anything displease him, he vents his wrath in terrific storms and tempests, the lightning being the flashes of his eyes, and the thunder the clapping of his wings. To propitiate his favor, they offer to him annual sacrifices of salmon and venison, the first fruits of their fishing and hunting. Besides this aerial spirit, they believe in an inferior one, who inhabits the fire, and of whom they are in perpetual dread, as, though he possesses equally the power of good and evil, the evil is apt to predominate. They endeavor, therefore, to keep him in good humor by frequent offerings. He is supposed also to have great influence with the winged spirit, their sovereign protector and benefactor. They implore him, therefore, to act as their interpreter and procure them all desirable things, such as success in fishing and hunting, abundance of game, fleet horses, obedient wives, and male children. These Indians have likewise their priests or conjurers or medicine men, who pretend to be in the confidence of the deities, and the expounders and enforcers of their will. Each of these medicine men has his idols carved in wood, representing the spirits of the air and of the fire, under some rude and grotesque form of a horse, a bear, a beaver, or other quadruped, or that of bird or fish. These idols are hung round with amulets and votive offerings, such as beaver's teeth and bear's and eagle's claws. When any chief personage is on his deathbed or dangerously ill, the medicine men are sent for. Each brings with him his idols, with which he retires into a canoe to hold a consultation. As doctors are prone to disagree, so these medicine men have now and then a violent altercation as to the malady of the patient, or the treatment of it. To settle this, they beat their idols soundly against each other. Whichever first loses a tooth or a claw is considered as confuted, and his votary retires from the field. Polygamy is not only allowed, but considered honorable, and the greater number of wives a man can maintain, the more important is he in the eyes of the tribe. The first wife, however, takes rank of all the others, and is considered mistress of the house. Still, the domestic establishment is liable to jealousies and cabals, and the lord and master has much difficulty in maintaining harmony in his jangling household. In the manuscript from which we draw many of these particulars, it is stated that he who exceeds his neighbors in the number of his wives, male children, and slaves, is elected chief of the village, a title to office which we do not recollect ever before to have met with. Feuds are frequent among these tribes, but are not very deadly. They have occasionally pitched battles, fought on appointed days, and at specific places, which are generally the banks of a rivulet. The adverse parties post themselves on the opposite sides of the stream, and at such distances that the battles often last a long while before any blood is shed. The number of killed and wounded seldom exceed half a dozen. Should the damage be equal on each side, the war is considered as honorably concluded. Should one party lose more than the other, it is entitled to a compensation in slaves or other property. Otherwise, hostilities are liable to be renewed at a future day. They are also given to predatory inroads into the territories of their enemies, and sometimes of their friendly neighbors. Should they fall upon a band of inferior force, or upon a village weakly defended, they act with the ferocity of true poltroons, slaying all the men and carrying off the women and children as slaves. As to the property, it is packed upon horses, which they bring with them for the purpose. They are mean and paltry as warriors, and altogether inferior in heroic qualities to the savages of the buffalo plains on the east side of the mountains. A great portion of their time is passed in revelry, music, dancing, and gambling. Their music scarcely deserves the name, the instruments being of the rudest kind. Their singing is harsh and discordant. The songs are chiefly extempore, relating to passing circumstances, the persons present, or any trifling object that strikes the attention of the singer. They have several kinds of dances, some of them lively and pleasing. The women are rarely permitted to dance with the men, but form groups apart, dancing to the same instrument and song. They have a great passion for play and a variety of games. To such a pitch of excitement are they sometimes roused that they gamble away everything they possess, even to their wives and children. They are notorious thieves also, and proud of their dexterity. He who is frequently successful gains much applause and popularity, but the clumsy thief, who is detected in some bungling attempt, is scoffed at and despised, and sometimes severely punished. Such are a few leading characteristics of the natives in the neighborhood of Astoria. They appear to us inferior in many respects to the tribes east of the mountains, the bold rovers of the prairies, and to partake much of the Eskimo character, elevated in some degree by a more genial climate and more varied living style. The habits of traffic engendered at the cataracts of the Columbia have had their influence along the coast. The Chinooks and other Indians at the mouth of the river soon proved themselves keen traders, and in their early dealings with the Astorians never hesitated to ask 3 times what they considered the real value of an article. They were inquisitive also in the extreme and impertinently intrusive, and were prone to indulge in scoffing and ridicule at the expense of the strangers. In one thing, however, they showed superior judgment and self-command to most of their race. This was in their abstinence from ardent spirits, and the abhorrence and disgust with which they regarded a drunkard. On one occasion, a son of Comcomly had been induced to drink freely at the factory, and went home in a state of intoxication, playing all kinds of mad pranks, until he sank into a stupor, in which he remained for 2 days. The old chieftain repaired to his friend MacDougall with indignation flaming in his countenance, and bitterly reproached him for having permitted his son to degrade himself into a beast, and to render himself an object of scorn and laughter to his slave. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spring arrangements at Astoria. Various expeditions set out. The Long Narrows. Pilfering Indians. Thievish tribe at Wishram. Portage at the Falls. Portage by moonlight. An attack. A rout and a robbery. Indian cure for cowardice. A parley and compromise. The dispatch party turned back. Meet Crooks and John Day. Their sufferings. Indian perfidy. Arrival at Astoria. As the spring opened, the little settlement of Astoria was in agitation and prepared to send forth various expeditions. Several important things were to be done. It was necessary to send a supply of goods to the trading post of Mr. David Stuart, established in the preceding autumn on the Okanagan. The cache, or secret deposit, made by Mr. Hunt at the Cauldron Linn, was likewise to be visited, and the merchandise and other effects left there to be brought to Astoria. A third object of moment was to send dispatches overland to Mr. Astor at New York, informing him of the state of affairs at the settlement and the fortunes of the several expeditions. The task of carrying supplies to Okanagan was assigned to Mr. Robert Stuart, a spirited and enterprising young man, nephew to the one who had established the post. The cache was to be sought out by 2 of the clerks, namely Russell Farnham and Donald McGills, conducted by a guide and accompanied by 8 men to assist in bringing home the goods. As to the dispatches, they were confided to Mr. John Reed, the clerk, the same who had conducted one of the exploring detachments of Snake River. He was now to trace back his way across the mountains by the same route by which he had come, with no other companions or escort than Ben Jones, the Kentucky hunter, and 2 Canadians. As it was still hoped that Mr. Crooks might be in existence, and that Mr. Reed and his party might meet with him in the course of their route, they were charged with a small supply of goods and provisions to aid that gentleman on his way to Astoria. When the expedition of Reed was made known, Mr. McClellan announced his determination to accompany it. He had long been dissatisfied with the smallness of his interest in the co-partnership, and had requested an additional number of shares. His request not being complied with, he resolved to abandon the company. McClellan was a man of a singularly self-willed and decided character, with whom persuasion was useless. He was permitted, therefore, to take his own course without opposition. As to Reed, he set about preparing for his hazardous journey with the zeal of a true Irishman. He had a tin case made in which the letters and papers addressed to Mr. Astor were carefully soldered up. This case he intended to strap upon his shoulders so as to bear it about with him, sleeping and waking, in all changes and chances, by land or by water, and never to part with it but with his life. As the route of these several parties would be the same for nearly 400 miles up the Columbia, and within that distance would lie through the piratical pass of the Rapids, and among the freebooting tribes of the river, it was thought advisable to start about the same time and to keep together. Accordingly, on the 22nd of March, they all set off, to the number of 17 men, in 2 canoes, and here we cannot but pause to notice the hardihood of these several expeditions, so insignificant in point of force, and severally destined to traverse immense wildernesses where larger parties had experienced so much danger and distress. When recruits were sought in the preceding year among experienced hunters and voyageurs at Montreal and St. Louis, it was considered dangerous to attempt to cross the Rocky Mountains with less than 60 men. And yet here we find Reed ready to push his way across those barriers with merely 3 companions. Such is the fearlessness, the insensibility to danger, which men acquire by the habitude of constant risk. The mind, like the body, becomes callous by exposure. The little associated band proceeded up the river under the command of Mr. Robert Stuart, and arrived early in the month of April at the Long Narrows, that notorious plundering place. Here it was necessary to unload the canoes and to transport both them and their cargoes to the head of the Narrows by land. Their party was too few in number for the purpose. They were obliged, therefore, to seek the assistance of the Cathlasko Indians, who undertook to carry the goods on their horses. Forward then they set, the Indians with their horses well freighted, and the first load convoyed by Reed and 5 men well armed, the gallant Irishman striding along at the head, with his tin case of dispatches glittering on his back. In passing, however, through a rocky and intricate defile, some of the freebooting vagrants turned their horses up a narrow path and galloped off, carrying with them 2 bales of goods and a number of smaller articles. To follow them was useless. Indeed, it was with much ado that the convoy got into port with the residue of the cargoes, for some of the guards were pillaged of their knives and pocket-handkerchiefs, and the lustrous tin case of Mr. John Reed was in imminent jeopardy. Mr. Stuart heard of these depredations and hastened forward to the relief of the convoy, but could not reach them before dusk, by which time they had arrived at the village of Wishram, already noted for its great fishery and the knavish propensities of its inhabitants. Here they found themselves benighted in a strange place and surrounded by savages bent on pilfering, if not upon open robbery. Not knowing what active course to take, they remained under arms all night without closing an eye, and at the very first peep of dawn, when objects were scarce visible, everything was hastily embarked, and without seeking to recover the stolen effects, they pushed off from shore, glad to bid adieu, as they said, to this abominable nest of miscreants. The worthies of Wishram, however, were not disposed to part so easily with their visitors. Their cupidity had been quickened by the plunder which they had already taken, and their confidence increased by the impunity with which their outrage had passed. They resolved, therefore, to take further toll of the travellers, and if possible to capture the tin case of dispatches, which, shining conspicuously from afar, and being guarded by John Reed with such especial care, must, as they supposed, be a great medicine. Accordingly, Mr. Stuart and his comrades had not proceeded far in the canoes, when they beheld the whole rabble of Wishram stringing in groups along the bank, whooping and yelling and gibbering in their wild jargon, and when they landed below the falls, they were surrounded by upwards of 400 of these river ruffians, armed with bows and arrows, war clubs, and other savage weapons. These now pressed forward with offers to carry the canoes and effects up the portage. Mr. Stuart declined forwarding the goods, alleging the lateness of the hour, but to keep them in good humor, informed them that if they conducted themselves well, their offered services might probably be accepted in the morning. In the meanwhile, he suggested that they might carry up the canoes. They accordingly set off with the 2 canoes on their shoulders, accompanied by a guard of 8 men well armed. When arrived at the head of the falls, the mischievous spirit of the savages broke out, and they were on the point of destroying the canoes, doubtless to a view to impede the white men from carrying forward their goods and laying them open to further pilfering. they were with some difficulty prevented from committing this outrage by the interference of an old man, who appeared to have authority among them, and in consequence of his harangue, the whole of the hostile band, with the exception of about 50, crossed to the north side of the river, where they lay in wait, ready for further mischief. In the meantime, Mr. Stuart, who had remained at the foot of the falls with the goods, and who knew that the proffered assistance of the savages was only for the purpose of having an opportunity to plunder, determined, if possible, to steal a march upon them, and defeat their machinations. In the dead of the night, therefore, about 1 o'clock, the moon shining brightly, he roused his party and proposed that they should endeavor to transport the goods themselves above the falls before the sleeping savages could be aware of their operations. All hands sprang to the work with zeal and hurried it on in the hope of getting all over before daylight. Mr. Stuart went forward with the first loads and took his station at the head of the portage, while Mr. Reed and Mr. McClellan remained at the foot to forward the remainder. The day dawned before the transportation was completed. Some of the 50 Indians who had remained on the south side of the river perceived what was going on, and feeling themselves too weak for an attack, gave the alarm to those on the opposite side, upwards of 100 of whom embarked in several large canoes. 2 loads of goods yet remained to be brought up. Mr. Stuart dispatched some of the people for one of the loads, with a request to Mr. Reed to retain with him as many of the men as he thought necessary to guard the remaining load, as he suspected hostile intentions on the part of the Indians. Mr. Reed, however, refused to retain any of them, saying that McClellan and himself were sufficient to protect the small quantity that remained. The men accordingly departed with the load, while Mr. Reed and McClellan continued to mount guard over the residue. By this time a number of the canoes had arrived from the opposite side. As they approached the shore, the unlucky tin box of John Reed, shining afar like the brilliant helmet of Euryalus, caught their eyes. No sooner did the canoes touch the shore than they leaped forward on the rocks, set up a war whoop, and sprang forward to secure the glittering prize. Mr. McClellan, who was at the river bank, advanced to guard the goods, when one of the savages attempted to hoodwink him with his buffalo robe with one hand and to stab him with the other. McClellan sprang back just far enough to avoid the blow, and raising his rifle, shot the ruffian through the heart. In the meantime, Reed, who, with the want of forethought of an Irishman, had neglected to remove the leathern cover from the lock of his rifle, was fumbling at the fastenings, when he received a blow on the head with a war-club that laid him senseless on the ground. In a twinkling he was stripped of his rifle and pistols, and the tin box, the cause of all this onslaught, was borne off in triumph. At this critical juncture, Mr. Stuart, who had heard the war whoop, hastened to the scene of action with Ben Jones and 7 others of the men. When he arrived, Reed was weltering in his blood, and an Indian standing over him and about to dispatch him with a tomahawk. Stuart gave the word, when Ben Jones leveled his rifle and shot the miscreant on the spot. The men then gave a cheer and charged upon the main body of the savages, who took to instant flight. Reed was now raised from the ground and borne senseless and bleeding to the upper end of the portage. Preparations were made to launch the canoes and embark in all haste, when it was found that they were too leaky to be put in the water, and that the oars had been left at the foot of the falls. A scene of confusion now ensued. The Indians were whooping and yelling and running about like fiends. A panic seized upon the men at being thus suddenly checked. The hearts of some of the Canadians died within them, and 2 young men actually fainted away. The moment they recovered their senses, Mr. Stuart ordered that they should be deprived of their arms, their undergarments taken off, and that pieces of cloth should be tied around their waists in imitation of a squaw, an Indian punishment for cowardice. Thus equipped, they were stowed away among the goods in one of the canoes. This ludicrous affair excited the mirth of the bolder spirits, even in the midst of their perils, and roused the pride of the wavering. The Indians, having crossed back again to the north side, Order was restored. Some of the hands were sent back for the oars. Others set to work to caulk and launch the canoes, and in a little while all were embarked and were continuing their voyage along the southern shore. No sooner had they departed than the Indians returned to the scene of action, bore off their 2 comrades who had been shot, one of whom was still living, and returned to their village. Here they killed 2 horses and drank the hot blood to give fierceness to their courage. They painted and arrayed themselves hideously for battle, performed the dead dance round the slain, and raised the war song of vengeance. Then, mounting their horses to the number of 450 men, and brandishing their weapons, they set off along the northern bank of the river to get ahead of the canoes, lie in wait for them, and take a terrible revenge on the white men. They succeeded in getting some distance above the canoes without being discovered, and were crossing the river to post themselves on the side along which the white men were crossing, when they were fortunately descried. Mr. Stuart and his companions were immediately on the alert. As they drew near to the place where the savages had crossed, they observed them posted among steep and overhanging rocks, close along which the canoes would have to pass. Finding that the enemy had the advantage of the ground, the whites stopped short when within 500 yards of them, and discharged and reloaded their pieces. They then made a fire and dressed the wounds of Mr. Reed, who had received 5 severe gashes in the head. This being done, they lashed the canoes together, fastened them to a rock at a small distance from the shore, and there awaited the menaced attack. They had not been long posted in this manner when they saw a canoe approaching. It contained the war chief of the tribe and 3 of his principal warriors. He drew near and made a long harangue, in which he informed them that they had killed one and wounded another of his nation, that the relations of the slain cried out for vengeance, and he had been compelled to lead them to fight. Still, he wished to spare unnecessary bloodshed. He proposed, therefore, that Mr. Reed, who, he observed, was little better than a dead man, might be given up to be sacrificed to the manes of the deceased warrior. This would appease the fury of his friends. The hatchet would then be buried, and all thenceforward would be friends. The answer was a stern refusal and a defiance, and the war chief saw that the canoes were well prepared for a vigorous defense. He withdrew, therefore, and returning to his warriors among the rocks, held long deliberations. Blood for blood is a principle in Indian equity and Indian honor. But though the inhabitants of Wishram were men of war, they were likewise men of traffic, and it was suggested that honor, for once, might give way to profit. A negotiation was accordingly opened with the white men, and after some diplomacy the matter was compromised for a blanket to cover the dead and some tobacco to be smoked by the living. This being granted, the heroes of Wishram crossed the river once more, returned to their villages to feast upon the horses whose blood they had so vaingloriously drunk, and the travelers pursued their voyage without further molestation. The tin case, however, containing the important dispatches for New York, was irretrievably lost. The very precaution taken by the worthy Hibernian to secure his missives had, by rendering them conspicuous, produced their robbery. The object of his overland journey, therefore, being defeated, he gave up the expedition. The whole party repaired with Mr. Robert Stuart to the establishment of Mr. David Stuart on the Okanagan River. After remaining here 2 or 3 days, they all set out on their return to Astoria, accompanied by Mr. David Stuart. This gentleman had a large quantity of beaver skins at his establishment, but did not think it prudent to take them with him, fearing the levy of blackmail at the falls. On their way down, when below the forks of the Columbia, they were hailed one day from the shore in English. Looking around, they descried 2 wretched men, entirely naked. They pulled to shore. The men came up and made themselves known. They proved to be Mr. Crooks and his faithful follower, John Day. The reader will recollect that Mr. Crooks, with Day and 4 Canadians, had been so reduced by famine and fatigue that Mr. Hunt was obliged to leave them in the month of December on the banks of the Snake River. Their situation was the more critical, as they were in the neighborhood of a band of Shoshones whose horses had been forcibly seized by Mr. Hunt's party for provisions. Mr. Crooks remained here 20 days, detained by the extremely reduced state of John Day, who was utterly unable to travel, and whom he would not abandon, as Day had been in his employ on the Missouri, and had always proved himself most faithful. Fortunately, the Shoshones did not offer to molest them. They had never before seen white men, and seemed to entertain some superstitions with regard to them, for though they would encamp near them in the daytime, they would move off with their tents in the night, and finally disappeared without taking leave. When Day was sufficiently recovered to travel, they kept feebly on, sustaining themselves as well as they could, until in the month of February, when 3 of the Canadians, fearful of perishing with want, left Mr. Crooks on a small river, on the road by which Mr. Hunt had passed in quest of Indians. Mr. Crooks followed Mr. Hunt's track in the snow for several days, sleeping as usual in the open air, and suffering all kinds of hardships. At length, coming to a low prairie, he lost every appearance of the trail, and wandered during the remainder of the winter in the mountains, subsisting sometimes on horse meat, sometimes on beavers and their skins, and a part of the time on roots. About the last of March, the other Canadian gave out, and was left with a lodge of Shoshones. But Mr. Crooks and John Day still kept on, and finding the snow sufficiently diminished, undertook, from Indian information, to cross the last mountain ridge. They happily succeeded, and afterwards fell in with the Walla Wallas, a tribe of Indians inhabiting the banks of a river of the same name, and reputed as being frank, hospitable, and sincere. They proved worthy of the character, for they received the poor wanderers kindly, killed a horse for them to eat, and directed them on their way to the Columbia. They struck the river about the middle of April, and advanced down it 100 miles, until they came within about 20 miles of the falls. Here they met with some of the chivalry of that noted pass, who received them in a friendly way and set food before them, but while they were satisfying their hunger, perfidiously seized their rifles. They then stripped them naked and drove them off, refusing the entreaties of Mr. Crooks for a flint and steel, of which they had robbed him, and threatening his life if he did not instantly depart. In this forlorn plight, still worse off than before, they renewed their wanderings. They now sought to find their way back to the hospitable Walla Wallas, and had advanced 80 miles along the river, when fortunately, on the very morning that they were going to leave the Columbia and strike inland, the canoes of Mr. Stuart hove in sight. It is needless to describe the joy of these poor men at once more finding themselves among countrymen and friends, or of the honest and hearty welcome with which they were received by their fellow adventurers. The whole party now continued down the river, passed all the dangerous places without interruption, and arrived safely at Astoria on the 11th of May. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Comprehensive views. To supply the Russian fur establishment. An agent sent to Russia. Project of an annual ship. The Beaver fitted out. Her equipment and crew. Instructions to the captain. The Sandwich Islands. Rumors of the fate of the Tonquin. Precautions on reaching the mouth of the Columbia. Having traced the fortunes of the 2 expeditions by sea and land to the mouth of the Columbia, and presented a view of affairs at Astoria, we will return for a moment to the master spirit of the enterprise, who regulated the springs of Astoria at his residence in New York. It will be remembered that a part of the plan of Mr. Astor was to furnish the Russian fur establishment on the northwest coast with regular supplies, so as to render it independent of those casual vessels which cut up the trade and supplied the natives with arms. This plan had been countenanced by our own government, and likewise by Count Pahlen, the Russian minister at Washington. As its views, however, were important and extensive, and might eventually affect a wide course of commerce, Mr. Astor was desirous of establishing a complete arrangement on the subject with the Russian-American Fur Company, under the sanction of the Russian government. For this purpose, in March 1811, he dispatched a confidential agent to St. Petersburg, full empowered to enter into the requisite negotiations. A passage was given to this gentleman by the government of the United States in the John Adams, an armed vessel bound for Europe. The next step of Mr. Astor was to dispatch the annual ship contemplated on his general plan. He had as yet heard nothing of the success of the previous expeditions, and had to proceed upon the presumption that everything had been effected according to his instructions. He accordingly fitted out a fine ship of 490 tons, called the Beaver, and freighted her with a valuable cargo destined for the factory at the mouth of the Columbia, the trade along the coast, and the supply of the Russian establishment. In this ship embarked a reinforcement consisting of a partner, 5 clerks, 15 American laborers, and 6 Canadian voyageurs. In choosing his agents for his first expedition, Mr. Astor had been obliged to have recourse to British subjects experienced in the Canadian fur trade. Henceforth it was his intention, as much as possible, to select Americans, so as to secure an ascendancy of American influence in the management of the company, and to make it decidedly national. Accordingly, Mr. John Clark, the partner who took the lead in the present expedition, was a native of the United States, though he had passed much of his life in the Northwest, having been employed in the trade since the age of 16. Most of the clerks were young gentlemen of good connections in the American cities, some of whom embarked in the hope of gain, others through the mere spirit of adventure incident to youth. The instructions given by Mr. Astor to Captain Soule, the commander of the Beaver, were in some respects hypothetical, in consequence of the uncertainty resting upon the previous steps of the enterprise. He was to touch at the Sandwich Islands, inquire about the fortunes of the Tonquin, and whether an establishment had been formed at the mouth of the Columbia. If so, he was to take as many Sandwich Islanders as his ship could accommodate, and proceed thither. On arriving at the river, he was to observe great caution, for even if an establishment should have been formed, it might have fallen into hostile hands. He was therefore to put in as if by casualty or distress, to give himself out as a coasting trader, and to say nothing about his ship being owned by Mr. Astor until he had ascertained that everything was right. In that case, he was to land such part of his cargo as was intended for the establishment, and to proceed to New Archangel with the supplies intended for the Russian post at that place, where he could receive peltries in payment. With these he was to return to Astoria, take in the furs collected there, and having completed his cargo by trading along the coast, was to proceed to Canton. The captain received the same injunctions that had been given to Captain Thorne of the Tonquin, of great caution and circumspection in his intercourse with the natives, and that he should not permit more than 1 or 2 to be on board at a time. The Beaver sailed from New York on the 10th of October, 1811, and reached the Sandwich Islands without any occurrence of moment. Here a rumor was heard of the disastrous fate of the Tonquin. Deep solicitude was felt by everyone on board for the fate of both expeditions, by sea and land. Doubts were entertained whether any establishment had been formed at the mouth of the Columbia, or whether any of the company would be found there. After much deliberation, the captain took 12 Sandwich Islanders on board for the service of the factory, should there be one in existence, and proceeded on his voyage. On the 6th of May he arrived off the mouth of the Columbia, and running as near as possible, fired 2 signal guns. No answer was returned, nor was there any signal to be descried. Night coming on, the ship stood out to sea, and every heart drooped as the land faded away. On the following morning they again ran in within 4 miles of shore, and fired other signal guns, but still without reply. A boat was then dispatched to sound the channel and attempt an entrance, but returned without success, there being a tremendous swell and breakers. Signal guns were fired again in the evening, but equally in vain, and once more the ship stood off to sea for the night. The captain now gave up all hope of finding any establishment at the place, and indulged in the most gloomy apprehensions. He feared his predecessors had been massacred before they had reached their place of destination, or if they should have erected a factory, that it had been surprised and destroyed by the natives. In this moment of doubt and uncertainty, Mr. Clark announced his determination, in case of the worst, to found an establishment with the present party, and all hands bravely engaged to stand by him in the undertaking. The next morning the ship stood in for the 3rd time and fired 3 signal guns, but with little hope of reply. To the great joy of the crew, 3 distinct guns were heard in answer. The apprehensions of all but Captain Soule were now at rest. That cautious commander recollected the instructions given him by Mr. Astor, and determined to proceed with great circumspection. He was well aware of Indian treachery and cunning. It was not impossible, he observed, that these cannon might have been fired by the savages themselves. They might have surprised the fort, massacred its inmates, and these signal guns might only be decoys to lure him across the bar, that they might have a chance of cutting him off and seizing his vessel. At length a white flag was descried hoisted as a signal on Cape Disappointment. The passengers pointed to it in triumph, but the captain did not yet dismiss his doubts. A beacon fire blazed through the night on the same place, but the captain observed that all these signals might be treacherous. On the following morning, May 9th, the vessel came to anchor off Cape Disappointment, outside of the bar. Towards noon, an Indian canoe was seen making for the ship, and all hands were ordered to be on the alert. A few moments afterwards, a barge was perceived following the canoe. The hopes and fears of those on board of the ship were in tumultuous agitation as the boat drew nigh that was to let them know the fortunes of the enterprise and the fate of their predecessors. The captain, who was haunted with the idea of possible treachery, did not suffer his curiosity to get the better of his caution, but ordered a party of his men under arms to receive the visitors. The canoe came first alongside, in which were Comcomly and 6 Indians. In the barge were McDougall, McClellan, and 8 Canadians. A little conversation with these gentlemen dispelled all the captain's fears, and the Beaver, crossing the bar under their pilotage, anchored safely in Baker's Bay. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Active operations at Astoria. Various expeditions fitted out. Robert Stuart and a party destined for New York. Singular conduct of John Day. His fate. Piratical pass and hazardous portage. Rattlesnakes. Their abhorrence of tobacco. Arrival among the Walla Wallas. Purchase of horses. Departure of Stuart and his band for the mountains. The arrival of the Beaver with a reinforcement and supplies gave new life and vigor to affairs at Astoria. These were means for extending the operations of the establishment and founding interior trading posts. 2 parties were immediately set on foot to proceed severally under the command of Messrs. Mackenzie and Clark, and establish posts above the forks of the Columbia at points where most rivalry and opposition were apprehended from the Northwest Company. A 3rd party, headed by Mr. David Stuart, was to repair with supplies to the post of that gentleman on the Okanagan. In addition to these expeditions, a 4th was necessary to convey dispatches to Mr. Astor at New York, in place of those unfortunately lost by John Reed. The safe conveyance of these dispatches was highly important, as by them Mr. Astor would receive an account of the state of the factory, and regulate his reinforcements and supplies accordingly. The mission was one of peril and hardship, and required a man of nerve and vigor. It was confided to Robert Stuart, who, though he had never been across the mountains, and a very young man, had given proofs of his competency to the task. 4 trusty and well-tried men who had come overland in Mr. Hunt's expedition were given as his guides and hunters. These were Ben Jones and John Day, the Kentuckians, and André Vallard and Francis Leclerc, Canadians. Mr. McClellan again expressed his determination to take this opportunity of returning to the Atlantic States. In this he was joined by Mr. Crooks, who, notwithstanding all that he had suffered in the dismal journey of the preceding winter, was ready to retrace his steps and brave every danger and hardship rather than remain at Astoria. This little handful of adventurous men we propose to accompany in its long and perilous peregrinations. The several parties we have mentioned all set off in company on the 29th of June, under a salute of cannon from the fort. They were to keep together for mutual protection through the piratical passes of the river, and to separate on their different destinations at the forks of the Columbia. Their number collectively was nearly 60, consisting of partners and clerks, Canadian voyageurs, Sandwich Islanders, and American hunters, and they embarked in 2 barges and 10 canoes. They had scarcely got under way when John Day, the Kentucky hunter, became restless and uneasy, and extremely wayward in his deportment. This caused surprise, for in general he was remarkable for his cheerful, manly deportment. It was supposed that the recollection of past sufferings might harass his mind in undertaking to retrace the scenes where they had been experienced. As the expedition advanced, however, his agitation increased. He began to talk wildly and incoherently, and to show manifest symptoms of derangement. Mr. Crooks now informed his companions that in his desolate wanderings through the Snake River country during the preceding winter, in which he had been accompanied by John Day, the poor fellow's wits had been partially unsettled by the sufferings and horrors through which they had passed, and he doubted whether they had ever been restored to perfect sanity. It was still hoped that this agitation of spirits might pass away as they proceeded, but on the contrary it grew more and more violent. His comrades endeavored to divert his mind and to draw him into rational conversation, but he only became the more exasperated, uttering wild and incoherent ravings. The sight of any of the natives put him in an absolute fury, and he would heap on them the most opprobrious epithets, recollecting, no doubt, what he had suffered from Indian robbers. On the evening of the 2nd of July, he became absolutely frantic and attempted to destroy himself. Being disarmed, he sank into quietude and professed the greatest remorse for the crime he had meditated. He then pretended to sleep, and having thus lulled suspicion, suddenly sprang up just before daylight, seized a pair of loaded pistols, and endeavored to blow out his brains. In his hurry, he fired too high, and the balls passed over his head. He was instantly secured and placed under a guard in one of the boats. How to dispose of him was now the question, as it was impossible to keep him with the expedition. Fortunately, Mr. Stuart met with some Indians accustomed to trade with Astoria. These undertook to conduct John Day back to the factory and deliver him there in safety. It was with the utmost concern that his comrades saw the poor fellow depart, for, independent of his invaluable services as a first-rate hunter, his frank and loyal qualities had made him a universal favorite. It may be as well to add that the Indians executed their task faithfully and landed John Day among his friends at Astoria. But his constitution was completely broken by the hardships he had undergone, and he died within a year. On the evening of the 6th of July, the party arrived at the piratical pass of the river and encamped at the foot of the first rapid. The next day, before the commencement of the portage, the greatest precautions were taken to guard against lurking treachery or open attack. The weapons of every man were put in order, and his cartridge box replenished. Each one wore a kind of surcoat made of the skin of the elk, reaching from his neck to his knees, and answering the purpose of a shirt of mail, for it was arrow-proof, and could even resist a musket ball at a distance of 90 yards. Thus armed and equipped, they posted their forces in military style. 5 of the officers took their stations at each end of the portage, which was between 3 and 4 miles in length. A number of men mounted guard at short distances along the heights immediately overlooking the river, while the residue, thus protected from surprise, employed themselves below in dragging up the barges and canoes and carrying up the goods along the narrow margin of the rapids. With these precautions they all passed unmolested. The only accident that happened was the upsetting of one of the canoes, by which some of the goods sunk, and others floated down the stream. The alertness and rapacity of the hordes which infest these rapids were immediately apparent. They pounced upon the floating merchandise with the keenness of regular wreckers. A bale of goods which landed upon one of the islands was immediately ripped open, one half of its contents divided among the captors, and the other half secreted in a lonely hut in a deep ravine. Mr. Robert Stuart, however, set out in a canoe with 5 men and an interpreter, ferreted out the wreckers in their retreat, and succeeded in wresting from them their booty. Similar precautions to those already mentioned, and to a still greater extent, were observed in passing the Long Narrows and the Falls, where they would be exposed to the depredations of the chivalry of Wishram and its freebooting neighborhood. In fact, they had scarcely set their first watch one night when an alarm of "Indians!" was given. "To arms!" was the cry, and every man was at his post in an instant. The alarm was explained. A war party of Shoshones had surprised a canoe of the natives just below the encampment, had murdered 4 men and 2 women, and it was apprehended they would attack the camp. The boats and canoes were immediately hauled up, a breastwork was made of them and the packages, forming 3 sides of a square, with the river in the rear, and thus the party remained fortified throughout the night. The dawn, however, dispelled the alarm. The portage was conducted in peace. The vagabond warriors of the vicinity hovered about them while at work, but were kept at a wary distance. They regarded the loads of merchandise with wistful eyes, but seeing the Longbeards so formidable in number and so well prepared for action, they made no attempt, either by open force or sly pilfering, to collect their usual toll, but maintained a peaceful demeanor, and were afterwards rewarded for their good conduct with presents of tobacco. 15 days were consumed in ascending from the foot of the first rapid to the head of the falls, a distance of about 80 miles, but full of all kinds of obstructions. Having happily accomplished these difficult portages, the party on the 19th of July arrived at a smoother part of the river and pursued their way up the stream with greater speed and facility. They were now in the neighborhood where Mr. Crooks and John Day had been so perfidiously robbed and stripped a few months previously, when confiding in the proffered hospitality of a ruffian band. On landing at night, therefore, a vigilant guard was maintained about the camp. On the following morning a number of Indians made their appearance and came prowling round the party while at breakfast. To his great delight, Mr. Crooks recognized among them 2 of the miscreants by whom he had been robbed. They were instantly seized, bound hand and foot and thrown into one of the canoes. Here they lay in doleful fright, expecting summary execution. Mr. Crooks, however, was not of a revengeful disposition, and agreed to release the culprits as soon as the pillaged property should be restored. Several savages immediately started off in different directions, and before night the rifles of Crooks and Day were produced. Several of the smaller articles pilfered from them, however, could not be recovered. The bands of the culprits were then removed, and they lost no time in taking their departure, still under the influence of abject terror, and scarcely crediting their senses that they had escaped the merited punishment of their offenses. The country on each side of the river now began to assume a different character. The hills and cliffs and forests disappeared. Vast sandy plains, scantily clothed here and there with short tufts of grass, parched by the summer sun, stretched far away to the north and south. The river was occasionally obstructed with rocks and rapids, but often there were smooth, placid intervals where the current was gentle and the boatmen were enabled to lighten their labors with the assistance of the sail. The natives in this part of the river resided entirely on the northern side. They were hunters as well as fishermen, and had horses in plenty. Some of these were purchased by the party as provisions and killed on the spot, though they occasionally found a difficulty in procuring fuel wherewith to cook them. One of the greatest dangers that beset the travelers in this part of their expedition was the vast number of rattlesnakes which infested the rocks about the rapids and portages, and on which the men were in danger of treading. They were often found, too, in quantities about the encampments. In one place a nest of them lay coiled together, basking in the sun. Several guns loaded with shot were discharged at them, and 37 killed and wounded. To prevent any unwelcome visits from them in the night, tobacco was occasionally strewed around the tents, a weed for which they have a very proper abhorrence. On the 28th of July the travelers arrived at the mouth of the Walla Walla, a bright, clear stream about 6 feet deep and 55 yards wide, which flows rapidly over a bed of sand and gravel and throws itself into the Columbia a few miles below Lewis River. Here the combined parties that had thus far voyaged together were to separate, each for its particular destination. On the banks of the Walla Walla lived the hospitable tribe of the same name, who had succored Mr. Crooks and John Day in the time of their extremity. No sooner did they hear of the arrival of the party than they hastened to greet them. They built a great bonfire on the bank of the river before the camp, and men and women danced around it to the cadence of their songs, in which they sang the praises of the white men and welcomed them to their country. On the following day a traffic was commenced to procure horses for such of the party as intended to proceed by land. The Walla Wallas are an equestrian tribe. The equipments of their horses were rude and inconvenient. High saddles, roughly made of deerskin, stuffed with hair, which chafe the horse's back and leave it raw. Wooden stirrups with a thong of rawhide wrapped around them, and for bridles they have cords of twisted horsehair, which they tie round the underjaw. They are, like most Indians, bold but hard riders, and when on horseback gallop about the most dangerous places without fear for themselves or pity for their steeds. From these people Mr. Stuart purchased 20 horses for his party, some for the saddle and others to transport the baggage. He was fortunate in procuring a noble animal for his own use, which was praised by the Indians for its great speed and bottom, and a high price set upon it. No people understand better the value of a horse than these equestrian tribes, and nowhere is speed a greater requisite, as they frequently engage in the chase of the antelope, one of the fleetest of animals. Even after the Indian who sold this boasted horse to Mr. Stuart had concluded his bargain, he lingered about the animal, seeming loath to part from him, and to be sorry for what he had done. A day or two were employed by Mr. Stuart in arranging packages and pack saddles, and making other preparations for his long and arduous journey. His party, by the loss of John Day, was now reduced to 6, a small number for such an expedition. They were young men, however, full of courage, health, and good spirits, and stimulated rather than appalled by danger. On the morning of the 31st of July, all preparations being concluded, Mr. Stuart and his little band mounted their steeds and took a farewell of their fellow travelers, who gave them 3 hearty cheers as they set out on their dangerous journey. The course they took was to the southeast, towards the fated region of the Snake River. At an immense distance rose a chain of craggy mountains which they would have to traverse. They were the same among which the travelers had experienced such sufferings from cold during the preceding winter, and from their azure tints, when seen at a distance, had received the name of the Blue Mountains. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Route of Mr. Stuart, dreary wilds, thirsty traveling, a grove and streamlet, the Blue Mountains, a fertile plain with rivulets, Sulphur Spring, route along Snake River, rumors of white men, the snake and his horse, a snake guide, a midnight decampment, unexpected meeting with old comrades, story of trappers' hardships, salmon falls, a great fishery, mode of spearing salmon, arrival at the Cauldron Linn, state of the caches, new resolution of the 3 Kentucky trappers. In retracing the route which had proved so disastrous to Mr. Hunt's party during the preceding winter, Mr. Stuart had trusted, in the present more favorable season, to find easy traveling and abundant supplies. On these great wastes and wilds, however, each season has its peculiar hardships. The travelers had not proceeded far before they found themselves among naked and arid hills, with a soil composed of sand and clay, baked and brittle, that to all appearance had never been visited by the dews of heaven. Not a spring or pool or running stream was to be seen. The sun-burnt country was seamed or cut up by dry ravines, the beds of winter torrents, serving only to balk the hopes of man and beast with the sight of dusty channels where water had once poured along in floods. For a long summer day they continued onward without halting, a burning sky above their heads, a parched desert beneath their feet, with just wind enough to raise the light sand from the knolls and envelop them in stifling clouds. The sufferings from thirst became intense. A fine young dog, their only companion of the kind, gave out and expired. Evening drew on without any prospect of relief, and they were almost reduced to despair, when they descried something that looked like a fringe of forest along the horizon. All were inspired with new hope, for they knew that on these arid wastes, in the neighborhood of trees, there is always water. They now quickened their pace. The horses seemed to understand their motives and to partake of their anticipations. For, though before almost ready to give out, they now required neither whip nor spur. With all their exertions, it was late in the night before they drew near to the trees. As they approached, they heard, with transport, the rippling of a shallow stream. No sooner did the refreshing sound reach the ears of the horse than the poor animals snuffed the air, rushed forward with ungovernable eagerness, and plunged their muzzles into the water, drank until they seemed in danger of bursting. Their riders had but little more discretion, and required repeated draughts to quench their excessive thirst. Their weary march that day had been 45 miles, over a tract that might rival the deserts of Africa for aridity. Indeed, the sufferings of the traveler on these American deserts is frequently more severe than in the wastes of Africa or Asia, from being less habituated and prepared to cope with them. On the banks of this blessed stream the travelers encamped for the night, and so great had been their fatigue and so sound and sweet was their sleep that it was a late hour the next morning before they awoke. They now recognized the little river to be the Umatilla, the same on the banks of which Mr. Hunt and his followers had arrived after their painful struggle through the Blue Mountains, and experienced such a kind relief in the friendly camp of the Skyatogas. That range of blue mountains now extended in the distance before them. They were the same among which poor Michael Carrière had perished. They form the southeast boundary of the Great Plains along the Columbia, dividing the waters of its main stream from those of Lewis River. They are, in fact, a part of a long chain which stretches over a great extent of country and includes in its links the Snake River Mountains. The day was somewhat advanced before the travelers left the shady banks of the Umatilla. Their route gradually took them among the Blue Mountains, which assumed the most rugged aspect on a near approach. They were shagged with dense and gloomy forests and cut up by deep and precipitous ravines, extremely toilsome to the horses. Sometimes the travelers had to follow the course of some brawling stream with a broken rocky bed, which the shouldering cliffs and promontories on either side obliged them frequently to cross and recross. For some miles they struggled forward through these savage and darkly wooded defiles, when all at once the whole landscape changed, as if by magic. The rude mountains and rugged ravines softened into beautiful hills and intervening meadows, with rivulets winding through fresh herbage and sparkling and murmuring over gravelly beds, the whole forming a verdant and pastoral scene, which derived additional charms from being locked up in the bosom of such a hard-hearted region. Emerging from the chain of blue mountains, they descended upon a vast plain, almost a dead level, 60 miles in circumference, of excellent soil, with fine streams meandering through it in every direction, their courses marked out in the wide landscape by serpentine lines of cottonwood trees and willows, which fringed their banks, and afforded sustenance to great numbers of beavers and otters. In traversing this plain, they passed, close to the skirts of the hills, a great pool of water, 300 yards in circumference, fed by a sulphur spring about 10 feet in diameter, boiling up in one corner. The vapor from this pool was extremely noisome, and tainted the air for a considerable distance. The place was much frequented by elk, which were found in considerable numbers in the adjacent mountains, and their horns, shed in the springtime, were strewed in every direction around the pond. On the 10th of August they reached the main body of Woodville Creek, the same stream which Mr. Hunt had ascended in the preceding year, shortly after his separation from Mr. Crooks. On the banks of this stream they saw a herd of 19 antelopes, a sight so unusual in that part of the country that at first they doubted the evidence of their senses. They tried by every means to get within shot of them, but they were too shy and fleet, and after alternately bounding to a distance and then stopping to gaze with capricious curiosity at the hunter, they at length scampered out of sight. On the 12th of August the travelers arrived on the banks of Snake River, the scene of so many trials and mishaps to all of the present party excepting Mr. Stuart. They struck the river just above the place where it entered the mountains, through which Messrs. Stuart and Crooks had vainly endeavored to find a passage. The river was here a rapid stream, 400 yards in width, with high sandy banks, and here and there a scanty growth of willow. Up the southern side of the river they now bent their course, intending to visit the caches made by Mr. Hunt at the Cauldron Linn. On the second evening a solitary Snake Indian visited their camp at a late hour and informed them that there was a white man residing at one of the cantonments of his tribe about a day's journey higher up the river. It was immediately concluded that he must be one of the poor fellows of Mr. Hunt's party, who had given out, exhausted by hunger and fatigue, in the wretched journey of the preceding winter. All present who had borne a part in the sufferings of that journey were eager now to press forward and bring relief to a lost comrade. Early the next morning, therefore, they pushed forward with unusual alacrity. For 2 days, however, did they travel, without being able to find any trace of such a straggler. On the evening of the second day they arrived at a place where a large river came in from the east, which was renowned among all the wandering hordes of the Snake Nation for its salmon fishery, that fish being taken in incredible quantities in this neighborhood. Here, therefore, during the fishing season, the Snake Indians resort from far and near to lay in their stock of salmon, which, with esculent roots, forms the principal food of the inhabitants of these barren regions. On the banks of a small stream emptying into Snake River at this place, Mr. Stuart found an encampment of Shoshones. He made the usual inquiry of them concerning the white man of whom he had received intelligence. No such person was dwelling among them, but they said there were white men residing with some of their nation on the opposite side of the river. This was still more animating information. Mr. Crooks now hoped that these might be the men of his party, who, disheartened by perils and hardships, had preferred to remain among the Indians. Others thought they might be Mr. Miller and the hunters who had left the main body at Henry's Port to trap among the mountain streams. Mr. Stuart halted, therefore, in the neighborhood of the Shoshone lodges, and sent an Indian across the river to seek out the white men in question and bring them to his camp. The travelers passed a restless, miserable night. The place swarmed with myriads of mosquitoes, which with their stings and their music set all sleep at defiance. The morning dawn found them in a feverish, irritable mood, and their spleen was completely aroused by the return of the Indian without any intelligence of the white men. They now considered themselves the dupes of Indian falsehoods, and resolved to put no more confidence in snakes. They soon, however, forgot this resolution. In the course of the morning an Indian came galloping after them. Mr. Stuart waited to receive him. No sooner had he come up than, dismounting and throwing his arms around the neck of Mr. Stuart's horse, he began to kiss and caress the animal, who, on his part, seemed by no means surprised or displeased with his salutation. Mr. Stuart, who valued his horse highly, was somewhat annoyed by these transports. The cause of them was soon explained. The snake said the horse had belonged to him and been the best in his possession, and that it had been stolen by the Walla Wallas. Mr. Stuart was by no means pleased with this recognition of his steed, nor disposed to admit any claim on the part of its ancient owner. In fact, it was a noble animal, admirably shaped, of free and generous spirit, graceful in movement, and fleet as an antelope. It was his intention, if possible, to take the horse to New York and present him to Mr. Astor. In the meantime, some of the party came up and immediately recognized in the snake an old friend and ally. He was, in fact, one of the two guides who had conducted Mr. Hunt's party in the preceding autumn across Mad River Mountain to Fort Henry, and who subsequently departed with Mr. Miller and his fellow trappers to conduct them to a good trapping ground. The reader may recollect that these two trusty snakes were engaged by Mr. Hunt to return and take charge of the horses which the party intended to leave at Fort Henry when they should embark in canoes. The party now crowded round the snake and began to question him with eagerness. His replies were somewhat vague, but partially understood. He told a long story about the horses, from which it appeared that they had been stolen by various wandering bands and scattered in different directions. The cache, too, had been plundered, and the saddles and other equipments carried off. His information concerning Mr. Miller and his comrades was not more satisfactory. They had trapped for some time about the upper streams, but had fallen into the hands of a marauding party of Crows who had robbed them of horses, weapons, and everything. Further questioning brought forth further intelligence, but all of a disastrous kind. About 10 days previously he had met with 3 other white men in very miserable plight, having 1 horse each and but 1 rifle among them. They also had been plundered and maltreated by the Crows, those universal freebooters. The snake endeavored to pronounce the names of these 3 men, and as far as his imperfect sounds could be understood, they were supposed to be 3 of the party of 4 hunters, namely Carson, St. Michel, Detaille, and Delaunay, who were detached from Mr. Hunt's party on the 28th of September to trap beaver on the headwaters of the Columbia. In the course of conversation, the Indian informed them that the route by which Mr. Hunt had crossed the Rocky Mountains was very bad and circuitous, and that he knew one much shorter and easier. Mr. Stuart urged him to accompany them as guide, promising to reward him with a pistol, with powder and ball, a knife, an awl, some blue beads, a blanket, and a looking-glass. Such a catalogue of riches was too tempting to be resisted. Besides, the poor snake languished after the prairies. He was tired, he said, of salmon, and longed for buffalo meat, and to have a grand buffalo hunt beyond the mountains. He departed, therefore, with all speed to get his arms and equipments for the journey, promising to rejoin the party the next day. He kept his word, and as he no longer said anything to Mr. Stuart on the subject of the pet horse, they journeyed very harmoniously together, though now and then the snake would regard his quondam steed with a wistful eye. They had not traveled many miles when they came to a great bend in the river. Here the snake informed them that by cutting across the hills they would save many miles of distance. The route across, however, would be a good day's journey. He advised them therefore to encamp here for the night and set off early in the morning. They took his advice, though they had come but 9 miles that day. On the following morning they rose bright and early to ascend the hills. On mustering their little party, the guide was missing. They supposed him to be somewhere in the neighborhood and proceeded to collect the horses. The vaunted steed of Mr. Stuart was not to be found. A suspicion flashed upon his mind. Search for the horse of the snake. He likewise was gone. The tracks of 2 horses, one after the other, were found making off from the camp. They appeared as if one horse had been mounted and the other led. They were traced for a few miles above the camp until they both crossed the river. It was plain the snake had taken an Indian mode of recovering his horse, having quietly decamped with him in the night. New vows were made nevermore to trust in snakes or any other Indians. It was determined also to maintain hereafter the strictest vigilance over their horses, dividing the night into 3 watches and 1 person mounting guard at a time. They resolved also to keep along the river instead of taking the shortcut recommended by the fugitive snake, whom they now set down for a thorough deceiver. The heat of the weather was oppressive, and their horses were at times rendered almost frantic by the stings of the prairie flies. The nights were suffocating, and it was almost impossible to sleep from the swarms of mosquitoes. On the 20th of August they resumed their march, keeping along the prairie parallel to Snake River. The day was sultry, and some of the party, being parched with thirst, left the line of march and scrambled down the bank of the river to drink. The bank was overhung with willows, beneath which, to their surprise, they beheld a man fishing. No sooner did he see them than he uttered an exclamation of joy. It proved to be John Hoback, one of their lost comrades. They had scarcely exchanged greetings when 3 other men came out from among the willows. They were Joseph Miller, Jacob Resner, and Robinson, the scalped Kentuckian, the veteran of the Bloody Ground. The reader will perhaps recollect the abrupt and wilful manner in which Mr. Miller threw up his interest as a partner of the company, and departed from Fort Henry in company with these 3 trappers and a 4th named Cass. He may likewise recognize in Robinson, Resner, and Hoback the trio of Kentucky hunters who had originally been in the service of Mr. Henry, and whom Mr. Hunt found floating down the Missouri on their way homeward, and prevailed upon once more to cross the mountains. The haggard looks and naked condition of these men proved how much they had suffered. After leaving Mr. Hunt's party, they had made their way about 200 miles to the southward, where they trapped beaver on a river, which, according to their account, discharged itself into the ocean to the south of the Columbia, but which we apprehend to be Bear River, a stream emptying itself into Lake Bonneville, an immense body of salt water west of the Rocky Mountains. Having collected a considerable quantity of beaver skins, they made them into packs, loaded their horses, and steered 200 miles due east. Here they came upon an encampment of 60 lodges of Arapahes, an outlawed band of the Arapahoes, and notorious robbers. These fell upon the poor trappers, robbed them of their peltries, most of their clothing, and several of their horses. They were glad to escape with their lives, and without being entirely stripped, and after proceeding about 50 miles further, made their halt for the winter. Early in the spring they resumed their wayfaring, but were unluckily overtaken by the same ruffian horde, who levied still further contributions, and carried off the remainder of their horses, excepting 2. With these they continued on, suffering the greatest hardships. They still retained rifles and ammunition, but were in a desert country, where neither bird nor beast was to be found. Their only chance was to keep along the rivers and subsist by fishing, but at times no fish were to be taken, and then their sufferings were horrible. One of their horses was stolen among the mountains by the Snake Indians. The other, they said, was carried off by Cass, who, according to their account, villainously left them in their extremities. Certain dark doubts and surmises were afterwards circulated concerning the fate of that poor fellow, which, if true, showed to what a desperate state of famine his comrades had been reduced. Being now completely unhorsed, Mr. Miller and his 3 companions wandered on foot for several hundred miles, enduring hunger, thirst, and fatigue, while traversing the barren wastes which abound beyond the Rocky Mountains. At the time they were discovered by Mr. Stuart's party, they were almost famished, and were fishing for a precarious meal. Had Mr. Stuart made the short cut across the hills, avoiding this bend of the river, or had not some of his party accidentally gone down to the margin of the stream to drink, these poor wanderers might have remained undiscovered and have perished in the wilderness. Nothing could exceed their joy on thus meeting with their old comrades, or the heartiness with which they were welcomed. All hands immediately encamped, and the slender stores of the party were ransacked to furnish out a suitable regale. The next morning they all set out together, Mr. Miller and his comrades being resolved to give up the life of a trapper and accompany Mr. Stuart back to St. Louis. For several days they kept along the course of Snake River, occasionally making short cuts across hills and promontories, where there were bends in the stream. In their way they passed several camps of Shoshones, from some of whom they procured salmon, but in general they were too wretchedly poor to furnish anything. It was the wish of Mr. Stuart to purchase horses for the recent recruits of his party, but the Indians could not be prevailed upon to part with any, alleging that they had not enough for their own use. On the 25th of August they reached a great fishing place, to which they gave the name of the Salmon Falls. Here there is a perpendicular fall of 20 feet on the north side of the river, while on the south side there is a succession of rapids. The salmon are taken here in incredible quantities, as they attempt to shoot the falls. It was now a favorable season, and there were about 100 lodges of Shoshones busily engaged killing and drying fish. The salmon began to leap shortly after sunrise. At this time the Indians swim to the center of the falls, where some station themselves on rocks, and others stand to their waists in the water, all armed with spears, with which they assail the salmon as they attempt to leap or fall back exhausted. It is an incessant slaughter, so great is the throng of the fish. The construction of the spears thus used is peculiar. The head is a straight piece of elk horn, about 7 inches long, on the point of which an artificial barb is made fast, with twine well gummed. The head is stuck on the end of the shaft, a very long pole of willow, to which it is likewise connected by a strong cord a few inches in length. When the spearsman makes a sure blow, he often strikes the head of the spear through the body of the fish. It comes off easily and leaves the salmon struggling with the string through its body, while the pole is still held by the spearsman. Were it not for the precaution of the string, the willow shaft would be snapped by the struggles and the weight of the fish. Mr. Miller, in the course of his wanderings, had been at these falls and had seen several thousand salmon taken in the course of one afternoon. He declared that he had seen a salmon leap a distance of about 30 feet from the commencement of the foam at the foot of the falls completely to the top. Having purchased a good supply of salmon from the fishermen, the party resumed their journey, and on the 29th arrived at the Cauldron Linn, the eventful scene of the preceding autumn. Here the first thing that met their eyes was a memento of the perplexities of that period, the wreck of a canoe lodged between two ledges of rocks. They endeavored to get down to it, but the river banks were too high and precipitous. They now proceeded to that part of the neighborhood where Mr. Hunt and his party had made the caches, intending to take from them such articles as belonged to Mr. Crooks, McClellan, and the Canadians. On reaching the spot, they found, to their astonishment, 6 of the caches open and rifled of their contents, excepting a few books which lay scattered about the vicinity. They had the appearance of having been plundered in the course of the summer. There were tracks of wolves in every direction, to and from the holes, from which Mr. Stuart concluded that these animals had first been attracted to the place by the smell of the skins contained in the caches, which they had probably torn up, and that their tracks had betrayed the secret to the Indians. The 3 remaining caches had not been molested. They contained a few dry goods, some ammunition, and a number of beaver traps. From these, Mr. Stuart took whatever was requisite for his party. He then deposited within them all his superfluous baggage, and all the books and papers scattered around. The holes were then carefully closed up, and all traces of them effaced. And here we have to record another instance of the indomitable spirit of the Western trappers. No sooner did the trio of Kentucky hunters, Robinson, Resner, and Hoback, find that they could once more be fitted out for a campaign of beaver trapping, than they forgot all that they had suffered and determined upon another trial of their fortunes, preferring to take their chance in the wilderness rather than return home ragged and penniless. As to Mr. Miller, he declared his curiosity and his desire of traveling through the Indian countries fully satisfied. He adhered to his determination, therefore, to keep on with the party to St. Louis and to return to the bosom of civilized society. The 3 hunters, therefore, Robinson, Resner, and Hoback, were furnished, as far as the caches and the means of Mr. Stuart's party afforded, with the requisite munitions and equipments for a 2 years' hunt. But as their fitting out was yet incomplete, they resolved to wait in this neighborhood until Mr. Reed should arrive, whose arrival might soon be expected, as he was to set out for the caches about 20 days after Mr. Stuart parted with him at the Walla Walla River. Mr. Stuart gave in charge to Robinson a letter to Mr. Reed, reporting his safe journey thus far and the state in which he had found the caches. A duplicate of this letter he elevated on a pole and set it up near the place of deposit. All things being thus arranged, Mr. Stuart and his little band, now 7 in number, took leave of the 3 hardy trappers, wishing them all possible success in their lonely and perilous sojourn in the wilderness. And we, in like manner, shall leave them to their fortunes, promising to take them up again at some future page, and to close the story of their persevering and ill-fated enterprise. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Snake River Deserts, Scanty Fare, Bewildered Travelers, Prowling Indians, A Giant Crow Chief, A Bully Rebuked, Indian Signals, Smoke on the Mountains, Mad River, An Alarm, An Indian Foray, A Scamper, A Rude Indian Joke, A Sharpshooter balked of his shot. On the 1st of September, Mr. Stuart and his companions resumed their journey, bending their course eastward along the course of Snake River. As they advanced, the country opened. The hills which had hemmed in the river receded on either hand, and great sandy and dusty plains extended before them. Occasionally there were intervals of pasturage, and the banks of the river were fringed with willows and cottonwood, so that its course might be traced from the hilltops, winding under an umbrageous covert through a wide sunburnt landscape. The soil, however, was generally poor, and there was in some places a miserable growth of wormwood and a plant called saltweed, resembling pennyroyal. But the summer had parched the plains and left but little pasturage. The game, too, had disappeared. The hunter looked in vain over the lifeless landscape. Now and then a few antelope might be seen, but not within reach of the rifle. We forbear to follow the travelers in a week's wandering over these barren wastes, where they suffered much from hunger, having to depend upon a few fish from the streams, and now and then a little dried salmon or a dog procured from some forlorn lodge of Shoshones. Tired of these cheerless wastes, they left the banks of Snake River on the 7th of September under guidance of Mr. Miller, who, having acquired some knowledge of the country during his trapping campaign, undertook to conduct them across the mountains by a better route than that by Fort Henry, and one more out of the range of the Blackfeet. He proved, however, but an indifferent guide, and they soon became bewildered among rugged hills and unknown streams, and burnt and barren prairies. At length they came to a river on which Mr. Miller had trapped, and to which they gave his name, though, as before observed, we presume it to be the same called Bear River, which empties itself into Lake Bonneville. Up this river and its branches they kept for 2 or 3 days, supporting themselves precariously upon fish. They soon found that they were in a dangerous neighborhood. On the 12th of September, having encamped early, they sallied forth with their rods to angle for their supper. On returning, they beheld a number of Indians prowling about their camp, whom, to their infinite disquiet, they soon perceived to be Upsarokas, or crows. Their chief came forward with a confident air. He was a dark, herculean fellow, full 6 feet 4 inches in height, with a mingled air of the ruffian and the rogue. He conducted himself peaceably, however, and dispatched some of his people to their camp, which was somewhere in the neighborhood, from whence they returned with a most acceptable supply of buffalo meat. He now signified to Mr. Stuart that he was going to trade with the Snakes who reside on the west base of the mountains below Henry's Fort. Here they cultivate a delicate kind of tobacco, much esteemed and sought after by the mountain tribes. There was something sinister, however, in the look of this Indian that inspired distrust. By degrees the number of his people increased until by midnight there were 21 of them about the camp, who began to be impudent and troublesome. The greatest uneasiness was now felt for the safety of the horses and effects, and everyone kept vigilant watch throughout the night. The morning dawned, however, without any unpleasant occurrence, and Mr. Stuart, having purchased all the buffalo meat that the crows had to spare, prepared to depart. His Indian acquaintances, however, were disposed for further dealings, and above all anxious for a supply of gunpowder, for which they offered horses in exchange. Mr. Stuart declined to furnish them with the dangerous commodity. They became more importunate in their solicitations until they met with a flat refusal. The gigantic chief now stepped forward, assumed a swelling air, and, slapping himself upon the breast, gave Mr. Crooks to understand that he was a chief of great power and importance. He signified further that it was customary for great chiefs, when they met, to make each other presents. He requested, therefore, that Mr. Stuart would alight and give him the horse upon which he was mounted. This was a noble animal, of one of the wild races of the prairies, on which Mr. Stuart set great value. He, of course, shook his head at the request of the Crow dignitary. Upon this the latter strode up to him, and taking hold of him, moved him backwards and forwards in his saddle, as if to make him feel that he was a mere child within his grasp. Mr. Stuart preserved his calmness, and still shook his head. The chief then seized the bridle and gave it a jerk that startled the horse, and nearly brought the rider to the ground. Mr. Stuart instantly drew forth a pistol, and presented it at the head of the bully ruffian. In a twinkling his swaggering was at an end, and he dodged behind his horse to escape the expected shot. As his subject crows gazed on the affray from a little distance, Mr. Stuart ordered his men to level their rifles at them, but not to fire. The whole crew scampered among the bushes, and throwing themselves upon the ground, vanished from sight. The chieftain, thus left alone, was confounded for an instant, but recovering himself with true Indian shrewdness, burst into a loud laugh, and affected to turn off the whole matter as a piece of pleasantry. Mr. Stuart by no means relished such equivocal joking, but it was not his policy to get into a quarrel, so he joined, with the best grace he could assume, in the merriment of the jocular giant, and to console the latter for the refusal of the horse, made him a present of 20 charges of powder. They parted, according to all outward professions, the best friends in the world. It was evident, however, that nothing but the smallness of his own force and the martial array and alertness of the white men had prevented the Crow chief from proceeding to open outrage. As it was, his worthy followers, in the course of their brief interview, had contrived to purloin a bag containing almost all the culinary utensils of the party. The travelers kept on their way due east over a chain of hills. The recent rencontre showed them that they were now in a land of danger, subject to the wide roamings of a predaceous tribe, nor in fact had they gone many miles before they beheld sights calculated to inspire anxiety and alarm. From the summits of some of the loftiest mountains in different directions, columns of smoke began to rise. These they concluded to be signals made by the runners of the Crow chieftain to summon the stragglers of his band so as to pursue them with greater force. Signals of this kind, made by outrunners from one central point, will rouse a wide circuit of the mountains in a wonderfully short space of time, and bring the straggling hunters and warriors to the standard of their chieftain. To keep as much as possible out of the way of these freebooters, Mr. Stuart altered his course to the north, and quitting the main stream of Miller's River, kept up a large branch that came in from the mountains. Here they encamped, after a fatiguing march of 25 miles. As the night drew on, the horses were hobbled or fettered and tethered close to the camp. A vigilant watch was maintained until morning, and everyone slept with his rifle on his arm. At sunrise they were again on the march, still keeping to the north. They soon began to ascend the mountains, and occasionally had wide prospects over the surrounding country. Not a sign of a crow was to be seen, but this did not assure them of their security, well knowing the perseverance of these savages in dogging any party they intended to rob, and the stealthy way in which they can conceal their movements, keeping along ravines and defiles. After a mountain scramble of 21 miles, they encamped on the margin of a stream running to the north. In the evening there was an alarm of Indians, and everyone was instantly on the alert. They proved to be 3 miserable snakes, who were no sooner informed that a band of crows was prowling in the neighborhood than they made off with great signs of consternation. A couple more of weary days and watchful nights brought them to a strong and rapid stream running due north, which they concluded to be one of the upper branches of Snake River. It was probably the same since called Salt River. They determined to bend their course down this river, as it would take them still further out of the dangerous neighborhood of the Crows. They would then strike upon Mr. Hunt's track of the preceding autumn and retrace it across the mountains. The attempt to find a better route, under guidance of Mr. Miller, had cost them a large bend to the south. In resuming Mr. Hunt's track, they would at least be sure of their road. They accordingly turned down along the course of this stream, and at the end of 3 days' journey came to where it was joined by a larger river and assumed a more impetuous character, raging and roaring among rocks and precipices. It proved in fact to be Mad River, already noted in the expedition of Mr. Hunt. On the banks of this river they encamped on the 18th of September at an early hour. 6 days had now elapsed since their interview with the Crows. During that time they had come nearly 150 miles to the north and west, without seeing any signs of those marauders. They considered themselves, therefore, beyond the reach of molestation, and began to relax in their vigilance, lingering occasionally for part of a day, where there was good pasturage. The poor horses needed repose. They had been urged on by forced marches over rugged heights, among rocks and fallen timber, or over low, swampy valleys, inundated by the labors of the beaver. These industrious animals abounded in all the mountain streams and watercourses, wherever there were willows for their subsistence. Many of them they had so completely dammed up as to inundate the low grounds, making shallow pools or lakes and extensive quagmires, by which the route of the travelers was often impeded. On the 19th of September they rose at an early dawn. Some began to prepare breakfast, and others to arrange the packs preparatory to a march. The horses had been hobbled, but left at large to graze upon the adjacent pasture. Mr. Stuart was on the bank of a river at a short distance from the camp, when he heard the alarm cry, "Indians! Indians! To arms! To arms!" A mounted Crow galloped past the camp, bearing a red flag. He reined his steed at the summit of a neighboring knoll and waved his flaring banner. A diabolical yell now broke forth on the opposite side of the camp, beyond where the horses were grazing, and a small troop of savages came galloping up, whooping and making a terrific clamor. The horses took fright and dashed across the camp in the direction of the standard-bearer, attracted by his waving flag. He instantly put spurs to his steed and scoured off, followed by the panic-stricken herd, their fright being increased by the yells of the savages in their rear. At the first alarm, Mr. Stuart and his comrades had seized their rifles and attempted to cut off the Indians who were pursuing the horses. Their attention was instantly distracted by whoops and yells in an opposite direction. They now apprehended that a reserve party was about to carry off their baggage. They ran to secure it. The reserve party, however, galloped by, whooping and yelling in triumph and derision. The last of them proved to be their commander, the identical giant Joker already mentioned. He was not cast in the stern, poetical mold of fashionable Indian heroism, but on the contrary was grievously given to vulgar jocularity. As he passed Mr. Stuart and his companions, he checked his horse, raised himself in his saddle, and clapping his hand in the most insulting part of his body, uttered some jeering words, which, fortunately for their delicacy, they could not understand. The rifle of Ben Jones was leveled in an instant, and he was on the point of whizzing a bullet into the target so tauntingly displayed. "Not for your life! Not for your life!" exclaimed Mr. Stuart. "You will bring destruction on us all." It was hard to restrain honest Ben when the mark was so fair and the insult so foul. "Oh, Mr. Stuart!" exclaimed he, "only let me have one crack at the infernal rascal, and you may keep all the pay that is due to me." "By heaven, if you fire," cried Mr. Stuart, "I'll blow your brains out." By this time the Indian was far out of reach and had rejoined his men, and the whole daredevil band, with the captured horses, scuttled off along the defiles, their red flag flaunting overhead, and the rocks echoing to their whoops and yells and demoniac laughter. The unhorsed travelers gazed after them in silent mortification and despair. Yet Mr. Stuart could not but admire the style and spirit with which the whole exploit had been managed, and pronounced it one of the most daring and intrepid actions he had ever heard of among Indians. The whole number of the Crows did not exceed 20. In this way a small gang of lurkers will hurry off the cavalry of a large war party, for when once a drove of horses are seized with panic, they become frantic, and nothing short of broken necks can stop them. No one was more annoyed by this unfortunate occurrence than Ben Jones. He declared he would actually have given his whole arrears of pay, amounting to upwards of a year's wages, rather than be balked of such a capital shot. Mr. Stuart, however, represented what might have been the consequence of so rash an act. Life for life is an Indian maxim. The whole tribe would have made common cause in avenging the death of a warrior. The party were but 7 dismounted men, with a wide mountain region to traverse, infested by these people, and which might all be roused by signal fires. In fact, the conduct of the band of marauders in question showed the perseverance of savages when once they have fixed their minds upon a project. These fellows had evidently been silent and secretly dogging the party for a week past, and a distance of 150 miles, keeping out of sight by day, lurking about the encampment at night, watching all their movements, and waiting for a favorable moment when they should be off their guard. The menace of Mr. Stuart in their first interview to shoot the giant chief with his pistol, and the fright caused among the warriors by presenting the rifles, had probably added the stimulus of pique to their usual horse-stealing propensities, and in this mood of mind they would doubtless have followed the party throughout their whole course over the Rocky Mountains, rather than be disappointed in their scheme. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Travelers unhorsed, pedestrian preparations, prying spies, bonfires of baggage, a march on foot, rafting a river, the wounded elk, Indian trails, willful conduct of Mr. McClellan, grand prospect from a mountain, distant craters of volcanoes, illness of Mr. Crooks. Few reverses in this changeful world are more complete and disheartening than that of a traveler suddenly unhorsed in the midst of the wilderness. Our unfortunate travelers contemplated their situation for a time in perfect dismay. A long journey over rugged mountains and immeasurable plains lay before them, which they must painfully perform on foot, and everything necessary for subsistence or defense must be carried on their shoulders. Their dismay, however, was but transient, and they immediately set to work with that prompt expediency produced by the exigencies of the wilderness to fit themselves for the change in their condition. Their first attention was to select from their baggage such articles as were indispensable to their journey, to make them up into convenient packs, and to deposit the residue in caches. The whole day was consumed in these occupations. At night they made a scanty meal of their remaining provisions, and lay down to sleep with heavy hearts. In the morning they were up and about at an early hour, and began to prepare their knapsacks for a march, while Ben Jones repaired to an old beaver trap, which he had set in the river bank at some little distance from the camp. He was rejoiced to find a middle-sized beaver there, sufficient for a morning's meal to his hungry comrades. On his way back with his prize, he observed 2 heads peering over the edge of an impending cliff, several hundred feet high, which he supposed to be a couple of wolves. As he continued on, he now and then cast his eye up. Heads were still there, looking down with fixed and watchful gaze. A suspicion now flashed across his mind that they might be Indian scouts, and had they not been so far above the reach of his rifle, he would undoubtedly have regaled them with a shot. On arriving at the camp, he had directed the attention of his comrades to these aerial observers. The same idea was at first entertained, that they were wolves, but their immovable watchfulness soon satisfied everyone that they were Indians. It was concluded that they were watching the movements of the party to discover their place of concealment of such articles as they would be compelled to leave behind. There was no likelihood that the caches would escape the search of such keen eyes and experienced rummagers, and the idea was intolerable that any more booty should fall into their hands. To disappoint them, therefore, the travelers stripped the caches of the articles deposited there, and collecting together everything that they could not carry away with them, made a bonfire of all that would burn, and threw the rest into the river. There was a forlorn satisfaction in thus balking the crows by the destruction of their own property, and having thus gratified their pique, they shouldered their packs about 10 o'clock in the morning and set out on their pedestrian wayfaring. The route they took was down along the banks of Mad River. This stream makes its way through the defiles of the mountains into the plain below Fort Henry, where it terminates in Snake River. Mr. Stuart was in hopes of meeting with snake encampments in the plain, where he might procure a couple of horses to transport the baggage. In such case he intended to resume his eastern course across the mountains and endeavor to reach the Cheyenne River before winter. Should he fail, however, of obtaining horses, he would probably be compelled to winter on the Pacific side of the mountains, somewhere on the headwaters of the Spanish or Colorado River. With all the care that had been observed in taking nothing with them that was not absolutely necessary, the poor pedestrians were heavily laden, and their burdens added to the fatigues of their rugged road. They suffered much, too, from hunger. The trout they caught were too poor to yield much nourishment. Their main dependence, therefore, was upon an old beaver trap, which they had providentially retained. Whenever they were fortunate enough to entrap a beaver, it was cut up immediately and distributed, that each man might carry his share. After 2 days of toilsome travel, during which they made but 18 miles, they stopped on the 21st to build 2 rafts on which to cross to the north side of the river. On these they embarked on the following morning, 4 on one raft and 3 on the other, and pushed boldly from shore. Finding the rafts sufficiently firm and steady to withstand the rough and rapid water, they changed their minds, and instead of crossing, ventured to float down with the current. The river was in general very rapid, and from 100 to 200 yards in width, winding in every direction through mountains of hard black rock, covered with pines and cedars. The mountains to the east of the river were spurs of the Rocky Range, and of great magnitude. Those on the west were little better than hills, bleak and barren, or scantily clothed with stunted grass. Mad River, though deserving its name from the impetuosity of its current, was free from rapids and cascades, and flowed on in a single channel between gravel banks, often fringed with cottonwood and dwarf willows in abundance. These gave sustenance to immense quantities of beaver, so that the voyagers found no difficulty in procuring food. Ben Jones also killed a fallow deer and a wolverine, and as they were unable to carry the carcasses on their rafts, their larder was well supplied. Indeed, they might have occasionally shot beavers that were swimming in the river as they floated by, but they humanely spared their lives, being in no want of meat at the time. In this way they kept down the river for 3 days, drifting with the current and encamping on land at night when they drew up their rafts on shore. Towards the evening of the 3rd day they came to a little island on which they descried a gang of elk. Ben Jones landed and was fortunate enough to wound one, which immediately took to the water, but being unable to stem the current, drifted above a mile when it was overtaken and drawn to shore. As a storm was gathering, they now encamped on the margin of the river, where they remained all the next day, sheltering themselves as well as they could from the rain and snow, a sharp foretaste of the impending winter. During their encampment they employed themselves in jerking a part of the elk for future supply. In cutting up the carcass, they found that the animal had been wounded by hunters about a week previously, an arrowhead and a musket ball remaining in the wounds. In the wilderness, every trivial circumstance is a matter of anxious speculation. The Snake Indians have no guns. The elk, therefore, could not have been wounded by one of them. They were on the borders of the country infested by the Blackfeet, who carry firearms. It was concluded, therefore, that the elk had been hunted by some of that wandering and hostile tribe, who, of course, must be in the neighborhood. The idea put an end to the transient solace they had enjoyed in the comparative repose and abundance of the river. For 3 days longer they continued to navigate with their rafts. The recent storm had rendered the weather extremely cold. They had now floated down the river about 91 miles, when, finding the mountains on the right diminished to moderate-sized hills, they landed and prepared to resume their journey on foot. Accordingly, having spent a day in preparations, making moccasins and parceling out their jerked meat in packs of 20 pounds to each man, they turned their backs upon the river on the 29th of September and struck off to the northeast, keeping along the southern skirt of the mountain on which Henry's fort was situated. Their march was slow and toilsome, part of the time through an alluvial bottom thickly grown with cottonwood, hawthorn, and willows, and part of the time over rough hills. 3 antelopes came within shot, but they dared not fire at them, lest the report of their rifles should betray them to the Blackfeet. In the course of the day they came upon a large horse track, apparently about 3 weeks old, and in the evening encamped on the banks of a small stream, on a spot which had been the camping place of this same band. On the following morning they still observed the Indian track, but after a time they came to where it separated in every direction and was lost. This showed that the band had dispersed in various hunting parties, and was, in all probability, still in the neighborhood. It was necessary, therefore, to proceed with the utmost caution. They kept a vigilant eye as they marched, upon every height where a scout might be posted, and scanned the solitary landscapes and the distant ravines to observe any column of smoke. But nothing of the kind was to be seen. All was indescribably stern and lifeless. Towards evening they came to where there were several hot springs, strongly impregnated with iron and sulphur, and sending up a volume of vapor that tainted the surrounding atmosphere, and might be seen at the distance of a couple of miles. Near to these they encamped in a deep gully, which afforded some concealment. To their great concern, Mr. Crooks, who had been indisposed for the 2 preceding days, had a violent fever in the night. Shortly after daybreak they resumed their march. On emerging from the glen, a consultation was held as to their course. Should they continue round the skirt of the mountain, they would be in danger of falling in with the scattered parties of Blackfeet, who were probably hunting in the plain. It was thought most advisable, therefore, to strike directly across the mountain, since the route, though rugged and difficult, would be most secure. This counsel was indignantly derided by McClellan as pusillanimous. Hot-headed and impatient at all times, he had been rendered irascible by the fatigues of the journey and the condition of his feet, which were chafed and sore. He could not endure the idea of encountering the difficulties of the mountain, and swore he would rather face all the Blackfeet in the country. He was overruled, however, and the party began to ascend the mountain, striving with the ardor and emulation of young men who should be first up. McClellan, who was double the age of some of his companions, soon began to lose breath and fall in the rear. In the distribution of burdens, it was his turn to carry the old beaver trap. Piqued and irritated, he suddenly came to a halt, swore he would carry it no further, and jerked it halfway down the hill. He was offered in place of it a package of dried meat, but this he scornfully threw upon the ground. They might carry it, he said, who needed it. For his part, he could provide his daily bread with his rifle. He concluded by flinging off from the party and keeping along the skirts of the mountain, leaving those, he said, to climb rocks who were afraid to face Indians. It was in vain that Mr. Stuart represented to him the rashness of his conduct and the dangers to which he exposed himself. He rejected such counsel as craven. It was equally useless to represent the dangers to which he subjected his companions, as he could be discovered at a great distance on those naked plains, and the Indians, seeing him, would know that there must be other white men within reach. McClellan turned a deaf ear to every remonstrance and kept on his wilful way. It seemed a strange instance of perverseness in this man, thus to fling himself off alone in a savage region where solitude itself was dismal, and every encounter with his fellow man full of peril. Such, however, is the hardness of spirit and the insensibility to danger that grow upon men in the wilderness. McClellan, moreover, was a man of peculiar temperament, ungovernable in his will, of a courage that absolutely knew no fear, and somewhat of a braggart spirit that took a pride in doing desperate and hare-brained things. Mr. Stuart and his party found the passages of the mountains somewhat difficult on account of the snow, which in many places was of considerable depth, though it was but the 1st of October. They crossed the summit early in the afternoon and beheld below them a plain about 20 miles wide, bounded on the opposite side by their old acquaintances, the Pilot Knobs, those towering mountains which had served Mr. Hunt as landmarks in part of his route of the preceding year. Through the intermediate plain wandered a river about 50 yards wide, sometimes gleaming in open day, but oftener running through willowed banks which marked its serpentine course. Those of the party who had been across these mountains pointed out much of the bearings of the country to Mr. Stuart. They showed him in what direction must lie the deserted post called Henry's Fort, where they had abandoned their horses and embarked in canoes, and they informed him that the stream which wandered through the plain below them fell into Henry River, halfway between the fort and the mouth of Mad or Snake River. The character of all this mountain region was decidedly volcanic, and to the northwest, between Henry's Fort and the source of the Missouri, Mr. Stuart observed several very high peaks covered with snow, from 2 of which smoke ascended in considerable volumes, apparently from craters in a state of eruption. On their way down the mountain, when they had reached the skirts, they descried McClellan at a distance, in the advance, traversing the plain. Whether he saw them or not, he showed no disposition to rejoin them, but pursued his sullen and solitary way. After descending into the plain, they kept on about 6 miles until they reached the little river, which was here about knee-deep and richly fringed with willow. Here they encamped for the night. At this encampment, the fever of Mr. Crooks increased to such a degree that it was impossible for him to travel. Some of the men were strenuous for Mr. Stuart to proceed without him, urging the imminent danger they were exposed to by delay in that unknown and barren region, infested by the most treacherous and inveterate foes. They represented that the season was rapidly advancing. The weather for some days had been extremely cold. The mountains were already almost impassable from snow, and would soon present effectual barriers. Their provisions were exhausted, there was no game to be seen, and they did not dare to use their rifles, through fear of drawing upon them the Blackfeet. The picture thus presented was too true to be contradicted, and made a deep impression on the mind of Mr. Stuart. But the idea of abandoning a fellow being and a comrade in such a forlorn situation was too repugnant to his feelings to be admitted for an instant. He represented to the men that the malady of Mr. Crooks could not be of long duration, and that in all probability he would be able to travel in the course of a few days. It was with great difficulty, however, that he prevailed upon them to abide the event. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ben Jones and a Grizzly Bear. Rocky Heights. Mountain Torrents. Traces of McClellan. Volcanic Remains. Mineral Earths. Peculiar Clay for Pottery. Dismal Plight of McClellan. Starvation. Shocking Proposition of a Desperate Man. A broken-down bull, a ravenous meal, Indian graves, hospitable snakes, a forlorn alliance. As the travelers were now in a dangerous neighborhood, where the report of a rifle might bring the savages upon them, they had to depend upon their old beaver trap for subsistence. The little river on which they were encamped gave many beaver signs, and Ben Jones set off at daybreak along the willowed banks to find a proper trapping place. As he was making his way among the thickets, with his trap on his shoulder and his rifle in his hand, he heard a crushing sound, and turning, beheld a huge grizzly bear advancing upon him with terrific growl. The sturdy Kentuckian was not to be intimidated by man or monster. Leveling his rifle, he pulled the trigger. The bear was wounded, but not mortally. Instead, however, of rushing upon his assailant, as is generally the case with this kind of bear, he retreated into the bushes. Jones followed him for some distance, but with suitable caution, and Bruin effected his escape. As there was every prospect of a detention of some days in this place, and as the supplies of the beaver trap were too precarious to be depended upon, it became absolutely necessary to run some risk of discovery by hunting in the neighborhood. Ben Jones, therefore, obtained permission to range with his rifle some distance from the camp, and set off to beat up the river banks in defiance of bear or Blackfeet. He returned in great spirits in the course of a few hours, having come upon a gang of elk about 6 miles off, and killed 5. This was joyful news, and the party immediately moved forward to the place where he had left the carcasses. They were obliged to support Mr. Crooks the whole distance, for he was unable to walk. Here they remained for 2 or 3 days, feasting heartily on elk meat, and drying as much as they would be able to carry away with them. By the 5th of October, some simple prescriptions, together with an Indian sweat, had so far benefited Mr. Crooks that he was enabled to move about. They therefore set forward slowly, dividing his pack and accoutrements among them, and made a creeping day's progress of 8 miles south. Their route for the most part lay through swamps caused by the industrious labors of the beaver, for this little animal had dammed up numerous small streams issuing from the Pilot Knob Mountains, so that the low grounds on their borders were completely inundated. In the course of their march they killed a grizzly bear with fat on its flanks upwards of 3 inches in thickness. This was an acceptable addition to their stock of elk meat. The next day Mr. Crooks was sufficiently recruited in strength to be able to carry his rifle and pistols, and they made a march of 17 miles along the borders of the plain. Their journey daily became more toilsome and their sufferings more severe as they advanced. Keeping up the channel of a river, they traversed the rugged summit of the Pilot Knob Mountain, covered with snow 9 inches deep. For several days they continued, bending their course as much as possible to the east, over a succession of rocky heights, deep valleys, and rapid streams. Sometimes their dizzy path lay along the margin of perpendicular precipices, several 100 feet in height, where a single false step might precipitate them into the rocky bed of a torrent which roared below. Not the least of their weary task was the fording of the numerous windings and branchings of the mountain rivers, all boisterous in their currents and icy cold. Hunger was added to their other sufferings, and soon became the keenest. The small supply of bear and elk meat which they had been able to carry in addition to their previous burdens, served but for a short time. In their anxiety to struggle forward, they had but little time to hunt, and scarce any game in their path. For 3 days they had nothing to eat but a small duck and a few poor trout. They occasionally saw numbers of the antelopes and tried every art to get within shot, but the timid animals were more than commonly wild, and after tantalizing the hungry hunters for a time, bounded away beyond all chance of pursuit. At length they were fortunate enough to kill one. It was extremely meagre, and yielded but a scanty supply, but on this they subsisted for several days. On the 11th they encamped on a small stream near the foot of the Spanish River mountain. Here they met with traces of that wayward and solitary being, McClellan, who was still keeping on ahead of them through these lonely mountains. He had encamped the night before on this stream. They found the embers of the fire by which he had slept, and the remains of a miserable wolf on which he had supped. It was evident he had suffered, like themselves, the pangs of hunger, though he had fared better at this encampment, for they had not a mouthful to eat. The next day they rose hungry and alert, and set out with the dawn to climb the mountain, which was steep and difficult. Traces of volcanic eruptions were to be seen in various directions. There was a species of clay also to be met with, out of which the Indians manufactured pots and jars and dishes. It is very fine and light, of an agreeable smell, and of a brown color spotted with yellow, and dissolves readily in the mouth. Vessels manufactured of it are said to impart a pleasant smell and flavor to any liquids. These mountains abound also with mineral earths or chalks of various colors, especially 2 kinds of ochre, one a pale, the other a bright red, like vermilion, much used by the Indians in painting their bodies. About noon the travelers reached the drains and brooks that formed the headwaters of the river, and later in the day descended to where the main body, a shallow stream about 160 yards wide, poured through its mountain valley. Here the poor famishing wanderers had expected to find buffalo in abundance, and had fed their hungry hopes during their scrambling toil with the thoughts of roasted ribs, juicy humps, and broiled marrow bones. To their great disappointment, the river banks were deserted. A few old tracks showed where a herd of bulls had some time before passed along, but not a horn nor hump was to be seen in the sterile landscape. A few antelopes looked down upon them from the brow of a crag, but flitted away out of sight at the least approach of the hunter. In the most starving mood, they kept for several miles further along the bank of the river, seeking for beaver signs. Finding some, they encamped in the vicinity, and Ben Jones immediately proceeded to set the trap. They had scarce come to a halt when they perceived a large smoke at some distance to the southwest. The sight was hailed with joy, for they trusted it might rise from some Indian camp, where they could procure something to eat, and the dread of starvation had now overcome even the terror of the Blackfeet. Leclerc, one of the Canadians, was instantly dispatched by Mr. Stuart to reconnoiter, and the travelers sat up till a late hour, watching and listening for his return, hoping he might bring them food. Midnight arrived, but Leclerc did not make his appearance, and they laid down once more supperless to sleep, comforting themselves with the hopes that their old beaver trap might furnish them with a breakfast. At daybreak they hastened with famished eagerness to the trap. They found in it the forepaw of a beaver, the sight of which tantalized their hunger and added to their dejection. They resumed their journey with flagging spirits, but had not gone far when they perceived Leclerc approaching at a distance. They hastened to meet him in hopes of tidings of good cheer. He had none to give them, but news of that strange wanderer McClellan. The smoke had risen from his encampment, which took fire while he was at a little distance from it fishing. Leclerc found him in forlorn condition. His fishing had been unsuccessful. During 12 days that he had been wandering alone through these savage mountains, he had found scarce anything to eat. He had been ill, wayworn, sick at heart. Still he had kept forward, but now his strength and his stubbornness were exhausted. He expressed his satisfaction at hearing that Mr. Stuart and his party were near, and said he would wait at his camp for their arrival in hopes they would give him something to eat, for without food he declared he should not be able to proceed much further. When the party reached the place, they found the poor fellow lying on a parcel of withered grass, wasted to a perfect skeleton, and so feeble that he could scarce raise his head or speak. The presence of his old comrades seemed to revive him, but they had no food to give him, for they themselves were almost starving. They urged him to rise and accompany them, but he shook his head. It was all in vain, he said. There was no prospect of their getting speedy relief, and without it he should perish by the way. He might as well, therefore, stay and die where he was. At length, after much persuasion, they got him upon his legs. His rifle and other effects were shared among them, and he was cheered and aided forward. In this way they proceeded for 17 miles over a level plain of sand, until, seeing a few antelopes in the distance, they encamped on the margin of a small stream. All now that were capable of the exertion turned out to hunt for a meal. Their efforts were fruitless, and after dark they returned to their camp, famished almost to desperation. As they were preparing for the third time to lay down to sleep without a mouthful to eat, Leclerc, one of the Canadians, gaunt and wild with hunger, approached Mr. Stuart with his gun in his hand. It was all in vain, he said, to attempt to proceed any further without food. They had a barren plain before them, 3 or 4 days' journey in extent, on which nothing was to be procured. They must all perish before they could get to the end of it. It was better, therefore, that one should die, to save the rest. He proposed, therefore, that they should cast lots, adding, as an inducement for Mr. Stuart to assent to the proposition, that he, as leader of the party, should be exempted. Mr. Stuart shuddered at the horrible proposition, and endeavored to reason with the man, but his words were unavailing. At length, snatching up his rifle, he threatened to shoot him on the spot if he persisted. The famished wretch dropped on his knees, begged pardon in the most abject terms, and promised never again to offend him with such a suggestion. Quiet being restored to the forlorn encampment, each one sought repose. Mr. Stuart, however, was so exhausted by the agitation of the past scene, acting upon his emaciated frame, that he could scarce crawl to his miserable couch, where, notwithstanding his fatigues, he passed a sleepless night, revolving upon their dreary situation and the desperate prospect before them. Before daylight the next morning they were up and on their way. They had nothing to detain them, no breakfast to prepare, and to linger was to perish. They proceeded, however, but slowly, for all were faint and weak. Here and there they passed the skulls and bones of buffaloes, which showed that these animals must have been hunted here during the past season. The sight of these bones served only to mock their misery. After traveling about 9 miles along the plain, they ascended a range of hills, and had scarcely gone 2 miles further, when, to their great joy, they discovered an old run-down buffalo bull, the laggard probably of some herd that had been hunted and harassed through the mountains. They now all stretched themselves out to encompass and make sure of this solitary animal, for their lives depended upon their success. After considerable trouble and infinite anxiety, they at length succeeded in killing him. He was instantly flayed and cut up, and so ravenous was their hunger that they devoured some of the flesh raw. The residue they carried to a brook near by where they encamped, lit a fire, and began to cook. Mr. Stuart was fearful that in their famished state they would eat to excess and injure themselves. He caused a soup to be made of some of the meat, and that each should take a quantity of it as a prelude to his supper. This may have had a beneficial effect, for though they sat up the greater part of the night cooking and cramming, no one suffered any inconvenience. The next morning the feasting was resumed, and about midday, feeling somewhat recruited and refreshed, they set out on their journey with renovated spirits, shaping their course towards a mountain, the summit of which they saw towering in the east, and near to which they expected to find the headwaters of the Missouri. As they proceeded, they continued to see the skeletons of buffaloes scattered about the plain in every direction, which showed that there had been much hunting here by the Indians in the recent season. Further on, they crossed a large Indian trail, forming a deep path, about 15 days old, which went in a north direction. They concluded it to have been made by some numerous band of Crows who had hunted in this country for the greater part of the summer. On the following day they forded a stream of considerable magnitude with banks clothed with pine trees. Among these they found the traces of a large Indian camp, which had evidently been the headquarters of a hunting expedition, from the great quantities of buffalo bones strewed about the neighborhood. The camp had apparently been abandoned about a month. In the center was a singular lodge, 150 feet in circumference, supported by the trunks of 20 trees, about 12 inches in diameter and 44 feet long. Across these were laid branches of pine and willow trees, so as to yield a tolerable shade. At the west end, immediately opposite to the door, 3 bodies lay interred, with their feet towards the east. At the head of each was a branch of red cedar firmly planted in the ground. At the foot was a large buffalo's skull, painted black. Savage ornaments were suspended in various parts of the edifice, and a great number of children's moccasins. From the magnitude of this building, and the time and labor that must have been expended in erecting it, the bodies which it contained were probably those of noted warriors and hunters. The next day, October 17th, they passed 2 large tributary streams of the Spanish River. They took their rise in the Wind River Mountains, which ranged along to the east, stupendously high and rugged, composed of vast masses of black rock, almost destitute of wood, and covered in many places with snow. This day they saw a few buffalo bulls and some antelopes, but could not kill any, and their stock of provisions began to grow scanty as well as poor. On the 18th, after crossing a mountain ridge and traversing a plain, they waded one of the branches of Spanish River, and on ascending its bank met with about 130 Snake Indians. They were friendly in their demeanor, and conducted them to their encampment, which was about 3 miles distant. It consisted of about 40 wigwams, constructed principally of pine branches. The Snakes, like most of their nation, were very poor. The marauding Crows, in their late excursion through the country, had picked this unlucky band to the very bone, carrying off their horses, several of their squaws, and most of their effects. In spite of their poverty, they were hospitable in the extreme, and made the hungry strangers welcome to their cabins. A few trinkets procured from them a supply of buffalo meat and of leather for moccasins, of which the party were greatly in need. The most valuable prize obtained from them, however, was a horse. It was a sorry old animal, in truth, but it was the only one that remained to the poor fellows after the fell swoop of the Crows. Yet this they were prevailed upon to part with to their guests for a pistol, an axe, a knife, and a few other trifling articles. They had doleful stories to tell of the Crows, who were encamped on a river at no great distance to the east, and were in such force that they dared not venture to seek any satisfaction for their outrages, or to get back a horse or squaw. They endeavored to excite the indignation of their visitors by accounts of robberies and murders committed on lonely white hunters and trappers by Crows and Blackfeet. Some of these were exaggerations of the outrages already mentioned, sustained by some of the scattered members of Mr. Hunt's expedition. Others were, in all probability, sheer fabrications, to which the snakes seem to have been a little prone. Mr. Stuart assured them that the day was not far distant when the whites would make their power to be felt throughout that country, and take signal vengeance on the perpetrators of these misdeeds. The snakes expressed great joy at the intelligence, and offered their services to aid the righteous cause, brightening at the thoughts of taking the field with such potent allies, and doubtless anticipating their turn at stealing horses and abducting squaws. Their offers, of course, were accepted, the calumet of peace was produced, and the two forlorn powers smoked eternal friendship between themselves, and vengeance upon their common spoilers, the crows. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spanish River scenery, trail of Crow Indians, a snowstorm, a rousing fire, and a buffalo feast, a plain of salt, climbing a mountain, volcanic summit, extinguished crater, marine shells, encampment on a prairie, successful hunting, good cheer, romantic scenery, rocky defile, foaming rapids, the fiery narrows. By sunrise on the following morning, October 19th, the travelers had loaded their old horse with buffalo meat sufficient for 5 days' provisions, and taking leave of their new allies, the poor but hospitable snakes, set forth in somewhat better spirits, though the increasing cold of the weather and the sight of the snowy mountains which they had yet to traverse were enough to chill their very hearts. The country along this branch of the Spanish River, as far as they could see, was perfectly level, bounded by ranges of lofty mountains, both to the east and west. They proceeded about 3 miles to the south, where they came again upon the large trail of Crow Indians, which they had crossed 4 days previously, made, no doubt, by the same marauding band that had plundered the snakes, and which, according to the account of the latter, was now encamped on a stream to the eastward. The trail kept on to the southeast, and was so well beaten by horse and foot that they supposed at least 100 lodges had passed along it. As it formed therefore a convenient highway, and ran in a proper direction, they turned into it, and determined to keep along it as far as safety would permit, as the Crow encampment must be some distance off, and it was not likely those savages would return upon their steps. They traveled forward therefore all that day in the track of their dangerous predecessors, which led them across mountain streams and long ridges, and through narrow valleys, all tending generally towards the southeast. The wind blew coldly from the northeast, with occasional flurries of snow, which made them encamp early on the sheltered banks of a brook. The 2 Canadians, Valet and Leclerc, killed a young buffalo bull in the evening, which was in good condition, and afforded them a plentiful supply of fresh beef. They loaded their spits, therefore, and crammed their camp kettle with meat, and while the wind whistled and the snow whirled around them, huddled around a rousing fire, basked in its warmth, and comforted both soul and body with a hearty and invigorating meal. No enjoyments have greater zest than these, snatched in the very midst of difficulty and danger. And it is probable the poor way-worn and weather-beaten travelers relished these creature comforts the more highly from the surrounding desolation and the dangerous proximity of the crows. The snow which had fallen in the night made it late in the morning before the party loaded their solitary pack-horse and resumed their march. They had not gone far before the crow trace which they were following changed its direction and bore to the north of east. They had already begun to feel themselves on dangerous ground in keeping along it, as they might be descried by some scouts and spies of that race of Ishmaelites whose predatory life required them to be constantly on the alert. On seeing the trace turn so much to the north, therefore, they abandoned it and kept on their course to the southeast for 18 miles, through a beautifully undulating country, having the main chain of mountains on the left and a considerably elevated ridge on the right. Here the mountain ridge which divides Wind River from the headwaters of the Columbia and Spanish rivers ends abruptly, and winding to the north of east, becomes the dividing barrier between a branch of the Bighorn and Cheyenne rivers, and those headwaters which flow into the Missouri below the Sioux country. The ridge which lay on the right of the travelers having now become very low, they passed over it and came into a level plain about 10 miles in circumference, and encrusted to the depth of a foot or 18 inches with salt as white as snow. This is furnished by numerous salt springs of limpid water, which are continually welling up, overflowing their borders, and forming beautiful crystallizations. The Indian tribes of the interior are excessively fond of this salt, and repair to the valley to collect it, but it is held in distaste by the tribes of the sea-coast, who will eat nothing that has been cured or seasoned by it. This evening they encamped on the banks of a small stream in the open prairie. The northeast wind was keen and cutting. They had nothing wherewith to make a fire but a scanty growth of sage or wormwood, and were fain to wrap themselves up in their blankets and huddle themselves in their nests at an early hour. In the course of the evening, Mr. McClellan, who had now regained his strength, killed a buffalo, but it was some distance from the camp, and they postponed supplying themselves from the carcass until the following morning. The next day, October 21st, the cold continued, accompanied by snow. They set forward on their bleak and toilsome way, keeping to the east-northeast, towards the lofty summit of a mountain, which it was necessary for them to cross. Before they reached its base, they passed another large trail, steering a little to the right of the point of the mountain. This they presumed to have been made by another band of crows, who had probably been hunting lower down on the Spanish River. The severity of the weather compelled them to encamp at the end of 15 miles, on the skirts of the mountain, where they found sufficient dry aspen trees to supply them with fire, but they sought in vain about the neighborhood for a spring or rill of water. At daybreak they were up and on the march, scrambling up the mountainside for the distance of 8 painful miles. From the casual hints given in the traveling memoranda of Mr. Stuart, this mountain would seem to offer a rich field of speculation for the geologist. Here was a plain 3 miles in diameter, strewed with pumice stones and other volcanic relics, with a lake in the center, occupying what had probably been the crater. Here were also in some places deposits of marine shells, indicating that this mountain crest had at some remote period been below the waves. After pausing to repose and to enjoy these grand but savage and awful scenes, they began to descend the eastern side of the mountain. The descent was rugged and romantic, along deep ravines and defiles, overhung with crags and cliffs, among which they beheld numbers of asata or bighorn, skipping fearlessly from rock to rock. 2 of them they succeeded in bringing down with their rifles, as they peered fearlessly from the brow of their airy precipices. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, the travelers found a rill of water oozing out of the earth, and resembling in look and taste the water of the Missouri. Here they encamped for the night, and supped sumptuously upon their mountain mutton, which they found in good condition and extremely well tasted. The morning was bright and intensely cold. Early in the day they came upon a stream running to the east, between low hills of bluish earth, strongly impregnated with copperas. Mr. Stuart supposed this to be one of the headwaters of the Missouri, and determined to follow its banks. After a march of 26 miles, however, he arrived at the summit of a hill, the prospect of which induced him to alter his intention. He beheld in every direction south of east a vast plain, bounded only by the horizon, through which wandered the stream in question in a south-southeast direction. It could not, therefore, be a branch of the Missouri. He now gave up all idea of taking the stream for his guide, and shaped his course towards a range of mountains in the east, about 60 miles distant, near which he hoped to find another stream. The weather was now so severe, and the hardships of traveling so great, that he resolved to halt for the winter at the first eligible place. That night they had to encamp on the open prairie, near a scanty pool of water, and without any wood to make a fire. The northeast wind blew keenly across the naked waste, and they were fain to decamp from their inhospitable bivouac before the dawn. For 2 days they kept on in an eastward direction, against wintry blasts and occasional snowstorms. They suffered also from scarcity of water, having occasionally to use melted snow. This, with the want of pasturage, reduced their old pack-horse sadly. They saw many tracks of buffalo, and some few bulls, which, however, got the wind of them, and scampered off. On the 26th of October they steered east-northeast for a wooded ravine in a mountain, at a small distance from the base of which, to their great joy, they discovered an abundant stream, running between willowed banks. Here they halted for the night, and Ben Jones, having luckily trapped a beaver, and killed 2 buffalo bulls, they remained all the next day encamped, feasting and reposing, and allowing their jaded horse to rest from his labors. The little stream on which they were encamped was one of the headwaters of the Platte River, which flows into the Missouri. It was, in fact, the northern fork or branch of that river, though this the travelers did not discover until long afterwards. Pursuing the course of this stream for about 20 miles, they came to where it forced a passage through a range of high hills, covered with cedars, into an extensive low country, affording excellent pasture to numerous herds of buffalo. Here they killed 3 cows, which were the first they had been able to get, having hitherto had to content themselves with bull beef, which at this season of the year is very poor. The hump meat afforded them a repast fit for an epicure. Late on the afternoon of the 30th they came to where the stream, now increased to a considerable size, poured along in a ravine between precipices of red stone 200 feet in height. For some distance it dashed along over huge masses of rock with foaming violence, as if exasperated by being compressed into so narrow a channel, and at length leaped down a chasm that looked dark and frightful in the gathering twilight. For a part of the next day the wild river in its capricious wanderings led them through a variety of striking scenes. At one time they were upon high plains, like platforms among the mountains, with herds of buffaloes roaming about them. At another, among rude rocky defiles, broken into cliffs and precipices, where the black-tailed deer bounded off among the crags, and the bighorn basked in the sunny brow of the precipice. In the after part of the day they came to another scene, surpassing in savage grandeur those already described. They had been traveling for some distance through a pass of the mountains, keeping parallel with the river as it roared along, out of sight, through a deep ravine. Sometimes their devious path approached the margin of cliffs, below which the river foamed and boiled and whirled among the masses of rock that had fallen into its channel. As they crept cautiously on, leading their solitary pack-horse along these giddy heights, they all at once came to where the river thundered down a succession of precipices, throwing up clouds of spray and making a prodigious din and uproar. The travelers remained for a time gazing with mingled awe and delight at this furious cataract, to which Mr. Stuart gave, from the color of the impending rocks, the name of the Fiery Narrows. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Astoria, or Anecdotes of an Enterprise Beyond the Rocky Mountains, by Washington Irving. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wintry storms. a halt and council, cantonment for the winter, fine hunting country, game of the mountains and plains, successful hunting, Mr. Crooks and a grizzly bear, the wigwam, bighorn and blacktails, beef and venison, good quarters and good cheer, an alarm, an intrusion, unwelcome guests, desolation of the larder, gormandizing exploits of hungry savages, good quarters abandoned. The travelers encamped for the night on the banks of the river below the cataract. The night was cold, with partial showers of rain and sleet. The morning dawned gloomily, the skies were sullen and overcast, and threatened further storms. But the little band resumed their journey in defiance of the weather. The increasing rigor of the season, however, which makes itself felt early in these mountainous regions, and on these naked and elevated plains, brought them to a pause and a serious deliberation after they had descended about 30 miles further along the course of the river. All were convinced that it was in vain to attempt to accomplish their journey on foot at this inclement season. They had still many hundred miles to traverse before they should reach the main course of the Missouri, and their route would lay over immense prairies, naked and bleak and destitute of fuel. The question then was where to choose their wintering place, and whether or not to proceed further down the river. They had at first imagined it to be one of the headwaters or tributary streams of the Missouri. Afterwards they had believed it to be the Rapid or Quicor River, in which opinion they had not come nearer to the truth. They now, however, were persuaded, with equal fallacy, by its inclining somewhat to the north of east, that it was the Cheyenne. If so, by continuing down it much further, they must arrive among the Indians, from whom the river takes its name. Among these they would be sure to meet some of the Sioux tribe. These would apprise their relatives, the piratical Sioux of the Missouri, of the approach of a band of white traders, so that in the springtime they would be likely to be waylaid and robbed on their way down the river by some party in ambush upon its banks. Even should this prove to be the Quicor or Rapid River, it would not be prudent to winter much further down upon its banks, as, though they might be out of the range of the Sioux, they would be in the neighborhood of the Poncas, a tribe nearly as dangerous. It was resolved, therefore, since they must winter somewhere on this side of the Missouri, to descend no lower, but to keep up in these solitary regions, where they would be in no danger of molestation. They were brought the more promptly and unanimously to this decision by coming upon an excellent wintering place that promised everything requisite for their comfort. It was on a fine bend of the river, just below where it issued out from among a ridge of mountains, and bent towards the northeast. Here was a beautiful, low point of land, covered by cottonwood, and surrounded by a thick growth of willow, so as to yield both shelter and fuel, as well as materials for building. The river swept by in a strong current, about 150 yards wide. To the southeast were mountains of moderate height, the nearest about 2 miles off, but the whole chain ranging to the east, south, and southwest, as far as the eye could reach. Their summits were crowned with extensive tracts of pitch pine, checkered with small patches of the quivering aspen. Lower down were thick forests of firs and red cedars, growing out in many places from the very fissures of the rocks. The mountains were broken and precipitous, with huge bluffs protruding from among the forests. Their rocky recesses and beetling cliffs afforded retreats to innumerable flocks of the bighorn, while their woody summits and ravines abounded with bears and black-tailed deer. These, with the numerous herds of buffalo that ranged the lower grounds along the river, promised the travelers abundant cheer in their winter quarters. On the 2nd of November, therefore, they pitched their camp for the winter on the woody point, and their first thought was to obtain a supply of provisions. Ben Jones and the 2 Canadians accordingly sallied forth, accompanied by 2 others of the party, leaving but one to watch the camp. Their hunting was uncommonly successful. In the course of 2 days they killed 32 buffaloes and collected their meat on the margin of a small brook about a mile distant. Fortunately, a severe frost froze the river so that the meat was easily transported to the encampment. On a succeeding day, a herd of buffalo came trampling through the woody bottom on the river banks, and 15 more were killed. It was soon discovered, however, that there was game of a more dangerous nature in the neighborhood. On one occasion, Mr. Crooks had wandered about a mile from the camp and had ascended a small hill commanding a view of the river. He was without his rifle, a rare circumstance, for in these wild regions, where one may put up a wild animal or a wild Indian at every turn, it is customary never to stir from the campfire unarmed. The hill where he stood overlooked the place where the massacre of the buffalo had taken place. As he was looking around on the prospect, his eye was caught by an object below, moving directly towards him. To his dismay, he discovered it to be a grizzly bear with 2 cubs. There was no tree at hand into which he could climb. To run would only be to provoke pursuit, and he should soon be overtaken. He threw himself on the ground, therefore, and lay motionless, watching the movements of the animal with intense anxiety. It continued to advance until at the foot of the hill, when it turned and made into the woods, having probably gorged itself with buffalo flesh. Mr. Crooks made all haste back to the camp, rejoicing at his escape, and determining never to stir out again without his rifle. A few days after this circumstance, a grizzly bear was shot in the neighborhood by Mr. Miller. As the slaughter of so many buffaloes had provided the party with beef for the winter, in case they met with no further supply, they now set to work, heart and hand, to build a comfortable wigwam. In a little while the woody promontory rang with the unwonted sound of the axe. Some of its lofty trees were laid low, and by the second evening the cabin was complete. It was 8 feet wide and 18 feet long. The walls were 6 feet high, and the whole was covered with buffalo skins. The fireplace was in the center, and the smoke found its way out by a hole in the roof. The hunters were next sent out to procure deer skins for garments, moccasins, and other purposes. They made the mountains echo with their rifles, and in the course of 2 days' hunting killed 28 bighorns and black-tailed deer. The party now reveled in abundance. After all that they had suffered from hunger, cold, fatigue, and watchfulness, after all their perils from treacherous and savage men, they exulted in the snugness and security of their isolated cabin, hidden, as they thought, even from the prying eyes of Indian scouts, and stored with creature comforts, and they looked forward to a winter of peace and quietness, of roasting and boiling and broiling and feasting upon venison and mountain mutton and bear's meat and marrow bones and buffalo humps and other hunters' dainties, and of dozing and reposing around their fire, and gossiping over past dangers and adventures, and telling long hunting stories until spring should return, when they would make canoes of buffalo skins and float themselves down the river. From such halcyon dreams they were startled one morning at daybreak by a savage yell. They started up and seized their rifles. The yell was repeated by 2 or 3 voices. Cautiously peeping out, they beheld, to their dismay, several Indian warriors among the trees, all armed and painted in warlike style, being evidently bent on some hostile purpose. Miller changed countenance as he regarded them. "We are in trouble," said he. "These are some of the rascally Arapahes that robbed me last year." Not a word was uttered by the rest of the party, but they silently slung their powder horns and ball pouches and prepared for battle. McClellan, who had taken his gun to pieces the evening before, put it together in all haste. He proposed that they should break out the clay from between the logs so as to be able to fire upon the enemy. "Not yet," replied Stuart. "It will not do to show fear or distrust. We must first hold a parley, Someone must go out and meet them as a friend. Who was to undertake the task? It was full of peril, as the envoy might be shot down at the threshold. "The leader of a party," said Miller, "always takes the advance." "Good," replied Stuart. "I am ready." He immediately went forth. One of the Canadians followed him. The rest of the party remained in the garrison to keep the savages in check. Stuart advanced, holding his rifle in one hand and extending the other to the savage that appeared to be the chief. The latter stepped forward and took it. His men followed his example, and all shook hands with Stuart in token of friendship. They now explained their errand. They were a war party of Arapahe braves. Their village lay on a stream several days' journey to the eastward. It had been attacked and ravaged during their absence by a band of Crows, who had carried off several of their women and most of their horses. They were in quest of vengeance. For 16 days they had been tracking the Crows about the mountains, but had not yet come upon them. In the meantime they had met with scarcely any game and were half famished. About 2 days previously they had heard the report of firearms among the mountains, and on searching in the direction of the sound, had come to a place where a deer had been killed. They immediately put themselves upon the track of the hunters, and by following it up, had arrived at the cabin. Stuart now invited the chief and another, who appeared to be his lieutenant, into the hut, but made signs that no one else was to enter. The rest halted at the door. Others came straggling up, until the whole party, to the number of 23, were gathered before the hut. They were armed with bows and arrows, tomahawks and scalping knives, and some few with guns. All were painted and dressed for war, and had a wild and fierce appearance. Mr. Miller recognized among them some of the very fellows who had robbed him in the preceding year, and put his comrades on their guard. Every man stood ready to resist the first act of hostility. The savages, however, conducted themselves peaceably, and showed none of that swaggering arrogance which a war party is apt to assume. On entering the hut, the chief and his lieutenant cast a wistful look at the rafters, laden with venison and buffalo meat. Mr. Stuart made a merit of necessity, and invited them to help themselves. They did not wait to be pressed. The rafters were soon eased of their burden, venison and beef were passed out to the crew before the door, and a scene of gormandizing commenced, of which few can have an idea who have not witnessed the gastronomic powers of an Indian after an interval of fasting. This was kept up throughout the day. They paused now and then, it is true, for a brief interval, but only to return to the charge with renewed ardor. The chief and the lieutenant surpassed all the rest in the vigor and perseverance of their attacks, as if from their station they were bound to signalize themselves in all onslaughts. Mr. Stuart kept them well supplied with choice bits, for it was his policy to overfeed them and keep them from leaving the hut, where they served as hostages for the good conduct of their followers. Once only in the course of the day did the chief sally forth. Mr. Stuart and one of his men accompanied him, armed with their rifles, but without betraying any distrust. The chieftain soon returned and renewed his attack upon the larder. In a word, he and his worthy coadjutor, the lieutenant, ate until they were both stupefied. Towards evening the Indians made their preparations for the night, according to the practice of war parties. Those outside of the hut threw up 2 breastworks, into which they retired at a tolerably early hour and slept like overfed hounds. As to the chief and his lieutenant, they passed the night in the hut, in the course of which they 2 or 3 times got up to eat. The travelers took turns, one at a time, to mount guard until the morning. Scarce had the day dawned when the gormandizing was renewed by the whole band and carried on with surprising vigor until 10 o'clock, when all prepared to depart. They had 6 days' journey yet to make, they said, before they should come up with the Crows, who, they understood, were encamped on a river to the northward. Their way lay through a hungry country where there was no game. They would, moreover, have but little time to hunt. They therefore craved a small supply of provisions for their journey. Mr. Stuart again invited them to help themselves. They did so with keen forethought, loading themselves with the choicest parts of the meat, and leaving the late plenteous larder far gone in a consumption. Their next request was for a supply of ammunition. Having guns, but no powder and ball, they promised to pay magnificently out of the spoils of their foray. "We are poor now," said they, "and are obliged to go on foot, but we shall soon come back laden with booty, and all mounted on horseback, with scalps hanging at our bridles. We will then give each of you a horse to keep you from being tired on your journey." "Well," said Mr. Stuart, "when you bring the horses, you shall have the ammunition, but not before." The Indians saw by his determined tone that all further entreaty would be unavailing, so they desisted with a good-humored laugh, and went off exceedingly well freighted, both within and without, promising to be back again in the course of a fortnight. No sooner were they out of hearing than the luckless travelers held another council. The security of their cabin was at an end, and with it all their dreams of a quiet and cozy winter. They were between two fires. On one side were their old enemies, the Crows; on the other side the Arapahes, no less dangerous freebooters. As to the moderation of this war party, they considered it assumed, to put them off their guard against some more favorable opportunity for a surprisal. It was determined, therefore, not to await their return, but to abandon with all speed this dangerous neighborhood. From the accounts of their recent visitors, they were led to believe, though erroneously, that they were upon the Quicor or Rapid River. They proposed now to keep along it to its confluence with the Missouri, but should they be prevented by the rigors of the season from proceeding so far, at least to reach a part of the river where they might be able to construct canoes of greater strength and durability than those of buffalo skins. Accordingly, on the 13th of December, they bade adieu, with many a regret, to their comfortable quarters, where for 5 weeks they had been indulging the sweets of repose, of plenty, and of fancied security. They were still accompanied by their veteran pack-horse, which the Arapahes had omitted to steal, either because they intended to steal him on their return, or because they thought him not worth stealing. End of chapter 49.